Let us all be enriched with knowledge. Let us all learn together and grow together. May our knowledge shine and may there be no conflict among us. Ladies and gentlemen, now I will be requesting all of you to rise up for the national anthem, followed by, first national song, followed by national anthem, followed by our state anthem and ICAI motto song. Our national song and national anthem and state anthem will be played electronically, and our ICAI motto song will be sung live by our student volunteers after that. So kindly rise up. Please play the national song. Bande Mataram. Kindly stand for the national anthem, please. standing for our state anthem, please. Kindly stay standing for our institute's motto song, please.
य सुप्तेषु जागृति, य सुप्तेषु जागृति, कामं 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 पुरुषो पुरुषो निर्मिमाणः निर्मिमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुष्यते मृतमुष्यते तस्मिन् लोकः श्रितः श्रितः सर्वे तदुनात्यति कश्चन यति कश्चन एतद्वैतत् 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 एतद्वैतत्.
Thank you all. Thank you, our student volunteers. I request our dignitaries uh, to light the ceremonial lamp to mark the formal inauguration of the conference. I also request our regional council member, C. Vishwaranjan Sutar, to kindly join, and our conference hosting committee co-chairman, C. Rasminanjan Mishra, to kindly join, and all our managing committee members kindly join. Thank you. Our chief guest today is the Honorable Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, Sri Dilip Ray. He is also a former Union Minister. He is a law graduate and holds master degree in business administration. He is the founder CMD of Mayfair Group of Hotels. In a remarkable journey of 35 years in the hospitality industry, he has built more than 12 premium properties across various locations. He is a business leader from Odisha who have created a proud brand at national, rather international level. His love of art, culture, heritage, and his sense of beauty and perfection reflects in everything he touches. But we know him much more than that. When we enter into our branch building premises, on the right side we find a foundation stone made of granite, bearing his name engraved on it. Today we are deeply honored to have you, sir, with us. Sir, your name is not only engraved in the foundation stone, it is engraved in the hearts of the members of Bhubaneswar. We invite you, sir. Sir, I'll request our branch chairman, Dr. Gautam Lenka, to welcome our chief guest with a bouquet of flowers. Thank you, sir. We have with us our Central Council member and Conference Director, Sri Ravi Kumar Patwa. He is very well known to all of us, and rather he is a part of us. Whenever we have some doubt, be it on code of ethics, be it on auditing or CAG direction, his name comes to our mind. His tip with ship messages continuously educates us. And now I request our branch secretary, Sri Soumya Sunil Sahu, to welcome Sri Ravi Kumar Patwa with a bouquet of flowers. Thank you, sir. We have with us Sri Sanjeev Sanghi, who is always with us, almost on every occasion. He is a friend as well guide to us. Today's topic, Beyond Boundaries, when we talk about that topic, we always remember him. He talks about globalization of practices, GCCs, and he is a resource person continuously on these subjects. He always offers us continuously trains the professionals on digital transformation and capacity building. I once again request our branch secretary, Soumya Sunil Sahu, to welcome Sanjeev Sanghi ji with a bouquet of flowers. Our conference hosting committee chairman, Sri Prasant Panda, is with us. He is another person whose name is also engraved in the foundation stone. In fact, we are lucky that two names whose names are engraved in the foundation stone of our branch building are sitting with us today. At that time, he was the chairman of the branch building committee. He is another man of perfection. Whatever he does it with perfection in a structured and planned manner, and he always brings a kind of professional flavor and beauty to anything that we do under his guidance. I request our branch chairman, Sri Dr. Gautam Lenka, to welcome Panda sir with a bouquet of flowers. Thank you, Chairman. Now I request our branch chairman, Sri Dr. Gautam Lenka, to give his welcome address.
Namaskar, good morning, and Jai Jagannath to all of you. Chief guest Sri Dilip Ray ji, Honorable Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, Sri Sanjeev Sanghi and Sri Ravi Kumar Patwa, Conference Director and Central Council Member, ICAI, Sri Prasant Panda, Chairman, ICAI Bhubaneswar, 94-95 and Chairman, Conference Hosting Committee for this year, C.S. Soumya Sunil Sahu, Secretary, ICAI Bhubaneswar, dignitaries of the dais, Sri Rasmiranjan Misra, Chairman, ICAI Bhubaneswar 2017-18 and Co-Chairman, Conference Hosting Committee, CA Dr. Prithvirajan Pari, Vice Chairman, ICAI Bhubaneswar, my Managing Committee colleagues, CA Mahendra Kumar Sahu, immediate past Chairperson, CA Gagan Bihari Das, CA Pranab Kishore Das, CA Saswat Tripathi, Managing Committee members, Regional Council members, CA Biswaranjan Suttar, Treasurer, EIRC, Chairman of Cuttack Branch and other Managing Committee members of Cuttack Branch, speakers of technical sessions, past chairpersons of the Bhubaneswar and Cuttack Branch, senior members, professional colleagues, and my dear friends. On behalf of Bhubaneswar branch of ICAI, I, CA Dr. Gautam Lenka, Chairman, welcome you all to this 23rd two-day national conference jointly organized by Women and Young Members Excellence Committee and Financial Markets and Investor Awareness Committee of ICAI, proudly hosted by the Bhubaneswar branch of ICAI on the theme Infinity Beyond Boundaries. The very fact that the Bhubaneswar branch has been organizing the national conference continuously for more than 2 decades is a milestone in itself. It reflects the unwavering commitment of the branch to the advancement of the chartered accountancy profession and its relentless pursuit of professional excellence. We have named this conference Infinity Beyond Boundaries, and I believe there could not be a more fitting theme for the times we live in. Infinity represents limitless possibilities, continuous learning, innovation, and the courage to redefine our own potential. It reminds us that as professionals, our journey of growth and excellence has no finish line. Our profession today stands at fascinating crossroads. Artificial intelligence is transforming how we audit, analyze, advise, and make decisions. Regulatory landscapes around GST, income tax, and corporate governance continue to evolve at unprecedented pace. Startups are scaling into global enterprise in just a few years, while businesses across every sector are embracing rapid technological and economic transformation. Among this dynamic environment, the chartered accountant remains constant, the trusted advisor, the guardian of financial integrity, the strategic business partner, the professional who brings clarity, confidence, and value to an increasingly complex world. Beyond boundaries is therefore more than a theme of this conference, it is a mindset. It inspires every chartered accountant, whether in professional practice or industry or government or entrepreneurship, to think beyond limitations, embracing emerging opportunities, continuously enhancing capabilities, and create lasting impact. For when we adopt the spirit of infinity, there are no boundaries to what our profession can achieve. I would like to take a moment to reflect on how far our branch has come and on the long-standing association of Sri Dilip Ray ji with the Bhubaneswar branch. Our branch was established on 9th May 1983, and the foundation stone of the Bhubaneswar branch building was laid on 15th October 1998 by late C.A. Rahul Roy, the then president of ICAI, in the presence of Sri Sarat Chandra Bhadra, Central Council member. At that time, in the year 1999, Sri Dilip Ray ji extended his generous support by contributing rupees 10 lakh from his MP LED fund as the initial contribution towards construction of our branch building. The building was subsequently inaugurated on 31st January 2005 by His Excellency Sri Rameswar Thakurji, the then Honorable Governor of Odisha, in the august presence of Sri Dilip Ray ji, Member of Parliament, and Sri Sunil Goyal ji, the then President of ICAI. Sir, your association with this branch is therefore far from new. I was not even a chartered accountant at that time. I was not even enrolled for the course at that time. Yet, today, as branch chairman, I have inherited our branch building as a legacy. And it fills me with immense pride to stand here 2 decades later and share this moment with you. Your presence with us again today, as this branch has grown from those foundational days into the vibrant, thriving professional community it is today, feels like the closing of a beautiful circle. Sir, you are not only a seasoned politician and a former union minister, but also an extremely successful entrepreneur from Odisha and a true role model for all of us. We thank you, sir, for your enduring association with this branch and for honoring this occasion with your gracious presence. I also extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to our esteemed Central Council members and conference directors, Sri Sanjeev Sanghi ji and Sri Ravi Kumar Patwa ji. We are privileged to have both of you with us today. Your continued guidance, encouragement, and unwavering support has always been a source of strength for the Bhubaneswar branch. Our present branch building has served us exceptionally well over the past 2 decades and has been a witness to the remarkable growth of our branch. When the building was conceived, the branch had around 300 members. Now our membership has grown to more than 1,500, and the strength of the students has increased to over 4,500. With this phenomenal growth, the scale and the scope of our activities has expanded significantly, making the need for an additional infrastructure both essential and timely. I am happy to inform this august gathering that at the 448th Council meeting of ICAI held on 6th and 7th February 2026 in New Delhi, the proposal for an additional branch building of Bhubaneswar was approved along with a permissible grant of rupees 17 crore for land and rupees 22 crore for the construction of the building. We thank our council members, Sri Sanjeev Sanghi ji and Sri Ravi Kumar Patwa ji for their instrumental role in securing the approval of our additional branch building. I would also like to thank Sri Charanjot Singh Nanda ji, President ICAI 2025-26, Sri Prasanna Kumar D ji, President ICAI 26-27, Sri Mangesh Panduram Kinare ji, Vice President 26-27, Sri Rajesh Sharma ji, and Sri Rajendra Kumar P ji, council members, for their support and guidance in this matter. I would also like to acknowledge and thank for the dedicated efforts of our immediate past chairperson, Sri Mahendra Kumar Sahu, for getting the approval of additional branch building for our branch. The entire managing committee are giving their best efforts to transform the dream of a new branch building into a reality. We have requested the government of Odisha for a land, and in this endeavor, we are fortunate to have the constant guidance and unwavering support of CA Prasant Panda sir, whose commitment to the Bhubaneswar branch of ICAI has always been exemplary. It is my distinct honor and privilege to extend a heartfelt welcome to CA Prasant Panda ji, Chairman of the Conference Organizing Committee. Your leadership, meticulous planning, and tireless efforts over the past several months have been instrumental in shaping this national conference. Your unwavering commitment to the Bhubaneswar branch and your continuous guidance continues to inspire us all. Sir, we are truly delighted to have you with us today, and it is a privilege to welcome you to this national conference. It gives me immense pride to share with all of you gathered here today a moment of particular significance of our branch. This year, Bhubaneswar had the honor of hosting the very first convocation of our newly qualified chartered accountants ever held in this city. Watching our young members take their oath of professional integrity right here in Bhubaneswar, surrounded by the families, was a landmark moment, a true reflection of how this city has come into its own as a center of professional excellence in Eastern India. I am delighted to share that more than 1,100 delegates and chartered accountants have registered for and joined us here in Bhubaneswar for this national conference. Over the next 2 days, this conference will bring together some of the finest minds in our profession, eminent speakers who will lead us through conversations on GST litigation, audit and regulatory accountability, data governance, financial reporting, provisions as per the new Income Tax Act, valuation for SMEs, and what it truly means to be a professional of integrity in today's world. With 12 hours of structured learning, engaging technical sessions, and of course, an evening of cultural celebration, we hope every one of you will leave this conference having gained something meaningful to carry forward in their professional journey. I once again welcome all of you to this 23rd National Conference. Welcome to Bhubaneswar. Welcome to infinity. Let us go beyond boundaries together. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Chairman, for giving a true and fair view of the history and development of the branch. And now I request our conference hosting committee chairman, C.A. Prashant Panda sir, to give his welcome address.
Namaskar, Shubho Sakalo. Our chief guest of this conference, Sri Dilip Ray, Honorable Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, respected Central Council members, Sri Sanjeev Sanghi and C.A. Ravi Kumar Patwa, our Bhubaneswar branch chairman, C.A. Dr. Gautam Lenka, Secretary Sri Somya Sunil Sahu, respected regional council members, past chairpersons, distinguished speakers, guests, senior members, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear professional brothers and sisters. A very good morning and warm welcome to all of you to this conference. Friends, today is not merely this, we are inaugurating this conference. This is a celebration of our profession which continues to redefine in every coming years. Looking to this large gathering, I think almost about 600 plus members are there. Maybe by about knowing Bhubaneswar members, another hour's time, we'll have almost about 800 to 900 members. And this remarkable journey of Bhubaneswar branch, which just our branch chairman also spoke. I came to Bhubaneswar in '85. After working in Calcutta for about 6 years, I came here. The first conference I attended, I think, as I remember, I think '85, November or December in Swasti. Bhadrababu was the chairman of the branch at that time. And that was the first I experienced Bhubaneswar branch. We had a small rented premises, as I remember it is, I think 750 Said Nagar. And total number of members were about, maybe about less than 100 might be at that time. From there we have walked a long journey. Bhubaneswar has now more than 1,500 members. And we had very little infrastructure at that time. In the next, I think in this 40 years time, we have really become a large branch of Eastern India, holding this kind of conferences. And from, I think, this is the 23rd continuous conference we are holding. And every conference have been very successful. And we are really proud of our managing committee members for holding this with the support of our Eastern India Regional Council and Central Council members. As I told, this remarkable transformation from about 100 members to about 1,500 plus members and the successful conferences. I must thank all the members who have been continuously holding these conferences for the last 23 years. So many chairmen, past chairmen sitting here who have successfully held these conferences, and my compliments and congratulations to them. And on behalf of the conference hosting committee, I extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to all of you. Today we are deeply honored by the gracious presence of our chief guest, Sri Dilip Ray, Honorable Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, and Chairman of Mayfair Group. Sir, your association with the Bhubaneswar branch is not a ceremonial one. It is a historical, personal, and inspirational. I think about 27 years back, this is what our chairman told, that we had the foundation stone in 98, later part of 98, but we didn't have any money to construct the building. Institute was not as rich and as graceful in, like he told that we have got about 40 crores rupees for construction of the building. Forget about crores, we are not hearing about lakhs also. So at that time, how to construct the building? We didn't have any money. And in 99, Dilip Babu was the steel minister. Mayfair was also not there. I, along with few of our senior members, we invited him for tea at Oberoi's. We met him, explained him, and he was very kind enough to contribute about 10 lakhs from his MP Lights fund. And that timely support, that the building construction started, and at that time our then governor, who was the past president of our institute, also Thakur Sahab, he was also coordinating the building construction. He was here for quite some time. And not only this 10 lakhs, I think when the building was inaugurated in 2005, he told that, no, for the first floor, Dilip, you must give another 10 lakhs. And he gave. But unfortunately, we could not avail that money because we had money also, and the guidelines from government was quite difficult. So getting that 10 lakh released was very difficult. We could not do that. But the building had started. This kind of the conferences, we had a little bit of surplus money. Institute also gave some money. And with that, the one more floor and one more floor, and you are giving the three, maybe in another 3.5 floors we have, and we are proud of that, sir. Sir, the building is definitely made of brick and mortar, but institutions like this are built by generosity, vision, and encouragement, by people who believe them. Sir, you are one of that, and your contribution is permanently etched in our institute by way of having in our building in the opening ceremony plaque, as you are one of the well-wishers, contributors to the building which is standing there. Thank you, sir. So you are also a very successful politician. You have been 3 times MLA, 3 times MP, a cabinet minister in the state, a minister in the union government also. And during this, as a politician, there are a lot of great things what he has done. I think I will just mention about one action of his, which as an entrepreneur only he could understand, and as chartered accountants we do understand. Incidentally, I was at that time the statutory central auditor of Steel Authority also in 1999. The steel plants the SAIL had a fund called Steel Development Fund. That was not a part of the equity. Steel was not doing well at that time. SAIL was going through a very difficult condition. Even they had to sell some quarters and so their power plants at Rourkela also. And they have been representing the government that please convert this Steel Development Fund to equity. If the equity, the ratios improved, the banks were ready to fund. But without that, it was not. But there was definitely objections from various quarters of the government. He found out a way, as a true politician and as a true entrepreneur, he got it approved in the cabinet, and during his tenure, the Steel Development Fund was converted to equity, and the ratios of sale improved substantially to get funding from the banks. The sale people were at that time, I being the auditor, I am aware of it, they were so much obliged for that, that it continued at that time. Mr. S.L. Jain was the finance director at the time, who subsequently became the chairman of SAIL also. This is the political part, sir. You are equally and well known as a creative entrepreneur par excellence. Sir, you started a small hotel in 81 in Rourkela, known as Tandoor, and 5 rooms. And from there, today, the group has, it's a big banyan tree. There are 20 properties, though mostly are in Eastern India. That is also, I always feel that hardly anybody comes from western part or northern part to invest in Odisha or Eastern India, except unless it requires minerals. Other than minerals, hardly anybody comes and invests in Eastern India. And whatever properties you see in the other brands in the hotels, those are owned by people here, managed by bigger brands. But Mayfair constructs its own hotel and manages it by itself also. There are 20 properties, all are different from each one, with different kind of a unique construction, and with a well-accepted brand. Almost 5,000 people work in that's the employment giving to 5,000 people. And this is the latest one coming up at Vizag. I think one is coming at Sanctuary also. That is maybe by the next year conference we can hold it there. That will be probably one of the biggest in Eastern India, with almost more than 4,000 person sitting capacity like this. I think it will about 4 times of this size hall. 4 times hall of this size with 414 rooms. That will be in an Art Deco design and one of the biggest one. Sir, congratulations for the property. I am associated with him for almost last 35 years. I have followed him, learned and benefit with his special qualities. I think it will be good for our younger people that I mention few of that. Sir, he speaks very less, but he walks more. So his doing more and speaking less is his character. Hardly gives very long speeches anywhere as a politician also. And he understands very fast. If the executives have to take decisions, I think no decision takes more than few seconds. Understanding is very fast. We always feel that he doesn't understand, but he do understand everything. And his decisions, whether it is political, administrative or business, you will get a decision instantly on that. Learning and implementing creativity is a day-to-day practice. The hotels that he has created are testaments to his thinking and planning. He is restless when he is not creating. He hardly stays at any location for more than 2-3 days' time. Keeps moving, keeps seeing things, keep learning and creating things. He is restless when he is not creating, and everything else for him is a natural fallout of the creative expression. As I experienced with him, he has a very, very sharp and detailed memory. I think these 20 properties, what he has, he remembers every sofa or every photo frame or every furniture where it is located. So whenever he rearranges or buys, he does it from memory. He doesn't believe on a piece of paper or a pen. Everything is in his memory. The most important thing is he never forgets friends. He treats friendship as a lifelong treasure, to be nourished and taken forward. He never burns his bridges with anyone, and he has friends in political circle from both sides of the aisle. So he is not assigned to any side on that. The most important is everybody should know that he has very, very exacting personal and physical routine. He gets up at before 4 o'clock and goes to bed by 8 o'clock. Physically, I think I have seen one of the fittest person. He doesn't like to mention about, to remind him about his age. But at this age also, I will just mention it like that. He goes up and down 7th, 8th floors without lift or anything for supervising the work. And that is because of his lifestyle. And it is definitely a great thing which we all must learn, of a very, very great discipline physically and mentally. Sir, on behalf of our entire fraternity, I express my deepest gratitude for your continued affection, encouragement, unwavering support. We are privileged to have you with us today. And one thing I did not mention, he is a true professional. In his all organization, his entire business empire is managed by professionals. But I personally feel he is the biggest professional and the best manager, because he knows when to delegate, whom to delegate, how much to delegate, what to delegate, and when to withdraw it. So he knows best that and gets the best result of the best person on that. So thank you, sir, for coming here. Sir, coming to our academics, the subject is infinity. And every conference has a theme. For us, I think we as chartered accountants, our mindset itself understands infinity. It may be a figure in a mathematics way, but we consider it as a limitless possibility, continuous learning, boundless innovation, and the courage to move beyond the known. And today, we are going beyond infinity or beyond a boundary. Today, we are expert in beyond balance sheets, that is sustainability reporting. We do forensic accounting, we do valuation, we do insolvency, we do risk management, digital assurance, data analytics, and artificial intelligence. Tomorrow, the horizon may be even wider, sir. In this next 2 days, we have our typical professional subjects of financial reporting, taxation, and goes up to artificial intelligence, startups, corporate governance, emerging professional opportunities. We have great speakers in the next 2 days. We have CA Bimal Jain, CA R.S. Balaji, CA Anand Prakash Jangid, CA MP Vijay Kumar, CA Manish Zafria, CA Vikas Goyal, and CA C. Suresh. Great names and great speakers. Very knowledgeable and learned people. They will be here to share their knowledge with you all. And only acquiring that knowledge will not be enough, sir. We must go to the next level. We must think with that knowledge, and we must apply it in our work. I feel that a man is born intelligent or not. He acquires knowledge. He cannot be a knowledgeable person without reading. He acquires knowledge, but knowledge will not give you anything. You must be able to apply your knowledge. And when you are applying your knowledge, you should be able to monetize your application. If you can't monetize your application, you will find big research scholars, they find out, they invent something. But a proper entrepreneur, he converts it, he monetizes it. The knowledge which somebody won, the application goes to both the persons, but the entrepreneur monetizes it. So we are chartered accountant, being the, I think probably the best entrepreneurs also. So we should be able to monetize that, and that monetizing, it must be making some positive impact on the society. So that's what is quite important as a chartered accountant. The world today expects far more from chartered accountants than signing of balance sheets. Business expects us to provide strategic direction, do good business advisory. For that you need knowledge. These conferences are important for that. Investors rely on our integrity, because every stakeholder, they decide whether they will fund or they will not fund, they will invest or they will not invest on the basis of our certified financials. Government trusts our competence. Society depends our ethical standards. In every balance sheet we certify and every opinion we express, we reinforce confidence in the economy. That's not only a responsibility, and this responsibility is both a privilege with us and also a sacred trust for us, on us. Organizing this kind of a conference, friends, is really difficult. I congratulate actually whatever he told that I have done something, I have not done much. Maybe a little bit of guidance here and there with my experience of 40 years of organizing this kind of conferences for almost last 25 years. But I have not done much. It's all their efforts. They have burnt, I think, quite a bit midnight. They've done a midnight to work there. And the support of the regional council, central council, without them, nothing can be done. And the most important thing for success of this kind of conferences are the participants, the delegates. We have always a little bit of problem. Now the hall is full. But when we start, always there is a delay of about 30 minutes, maybe 45 minutes in joining it. I have a humble request to all our delegates, participants. This half an hour doesn't make much of a difference if you come early. If the conference is at 10 o'clock, please do come at 9:55. It makes you disciplined. It gives a better impression to the people who are coming here to share their knowledge, and the whole conference goes in a very orderly manner. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Jagannath. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Buildings can be made of brick and mortar, but institution has to be made up with vision. Sir, we will remembering your words, and so long as we have visionaries like you and creative people like you, we are confident that very soon we will be coming up with another state-of-art building, and we are also giving assurance to our Central Council members that we will be doing it. Thank you very much, sir. Now I invite our Conference Director and Central Council member, Sri Ravi Kumar Potwa, to give his welcome address.
Seated on the stage, chief guest of the inaugural function, Sri Dilip Roy, Honorable Member of Parliament. Friends, most of us know that he was the youngest minister in the Vajpayee government. But most of us perhaps do not know that he is the only Odia to be a minister under 3 prime ministers. Not only Vajpayee ji, he was also a minister before that under Devegowda ji and IK Gujralji, Indra Kumar Gujralji. Sir, thank you so much for your presence. We are all honored to have you here, sir. And not just that, his love for ICAI is well known to everybody, especially the leaders of the profession. Anywhere there is a program, in any of the places where his hotel is there, our first choice always is Mayfair, sir. Conference hosting committee chair, Prashant Pandaji, a very senior and well-known professional whose guidance have played a stellar role in making this conference a success. My colleague in the Central Council, C.A. Sanjeev Sanghi, who has transformed himself from the technology man to the global person and is doing an extremely good job as a member of the Central Council. Chairman of the branch, C.A. Gautam Lenka, Vice Chairman, C.A. Prithviranjan Padi, Secretary, C.A. Shomya Sunil Sahu, and of the days, Treasurer of Eastern India Regional Council, C.A. Vishwaranjan Sutar, Managing Committee members of Bhubaneswar branch and Cuttack branch, past Chairman, the only UDIA to be past Chairman of the Eastern India Regional Council, C.A. Sunil Sahu, galaxy of past Chairman of the branch of Bhubaneswar branch, including Sabat sir. I am not naming everybody for the sake of time. All of you are, my pranam to all of you, all the senior chairman of the branch, and the past chairman of Cuttack branch. I can see so many of them. I am not naming you also. Leaders of the profession, both even managing committee members of Cuttack branch, leaders of the profession from other branches of Odisha. I can see chapter leaders here. I welcome all of you, ladies and gentlemen, to this inaugural function of this national conference, the annual gala event of Bhubaneswar branch. Jai Jagannath. Sir, you must be knowing that the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India is the largest accounting body in the world today. And we have our presence beyond India in 47 other countries with 89 offices outside the country. Such is the global reach of our institute, sir. No other institute in the country can actually come anywhere near us. To reiterate on what I have just told on the areas or fields, so day before yesterday we celebrated the 78th Foundation Day, the CA Day which we call. The Honorable Vice President of the country, C.P. Radhakrishnan ji, profusely praised the profession for the work which the profession is doing in building the country, and especially the ethical standard of the chartered accountants and the examination system of the institute. On top of that, sir, I would also remind you of a Supreme Court judgment where the Honorable Justice had this to say while giving a verdict on the examination system of the most powerful profession of this country. I am not naming the profession. On the examination system of that profession, while giving a verdict, the Honorable Justice at Supreme Court Chief Justice had this to say, that if you have to learn how to conduct examinations, learn it from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Sir, we are the first institute in the country to come up with forensic accounting standards. We are the second institute in the country, the first institute in the world to come up with forensic accounting standards. We are the second institute in the world to have a sustainability board. And not only that, sir, the United Nations Sustainability Board was also chaired by a member of our Central Council. Such is the might of this institute, sir. Sir, now since I have to address the August gathering over here also, and as a Central Council member, it is important for me to at least speak about a couple of things which has recently happened with at the council level or with the profession. Friends, all of you might be a little worried with section 139(12). I would not elaborate because an inaugural session would not be a session to elaborate on the, proposals and the depth of it. You all might also be worried about section 132 and 134, the proposals which are there in the Companies Amendment Bill. Let me tell you, friends, that some of the proposals are actually worrisome. But having said that, your beloved institute and its leadership had a very, very good presentation made to the Joint Parliamentary Committee. And at the end of the presentation, if I can utter one word which was uttered by the Honorable Chair of the JPC, at the end of the presentation, Honorable Chair had this to say: Jordar छा गए आप लोग तो. Such was the presentation. I do not say that whatever we want would happen. I cannot say that because ultimately it will go through the processes, and we do not as council members know what the government has in mind. But the reasonings for our suggestions which we made was so impactful that the Honorable Chair had this to say, and after that, when the question answers started, almost all the JPC members were extremely impressed and in favor of our suggestions. Just yesterday, our leadership and some of the council members, we made a presentation on the virtual digital assets to a body of parliamentarian, where your own parliamentarian, Mr. Bhartari Mahtab, was also present. We had a discussion. In fact, in the flight also last night, I was coming in the same flight and I had a discussion on that. We made a presentation on the virtual digital assets, on its accounting, on its auditing, and the most importantly, the regulatory aspect, because neither RBI nor SEBI is taking it up. Okay, would not go into the depth of it. Maybe offline, if somebody is interested, we can discuss about the JPC presentation as well as the VDA presentation. And all my professional colleagues and the students must also know that a new CRAT has been formed. You know what CRAT is? Committee for Revision of Education and Training. So the CA course will again undergo changes because of the changing developments, because of the developments in the profession, because of the developments taking place overall in the field of accounting, auditing, etc. So, of course, this process takes almost a couple of years' time because we have to get an approval of the Parliament also for any change in the course. But we have started the process. Within 6 months, we should be able to finish the, finish the development of the, or framing of the new course, and then present it to the MCA for further presenting it to the Parliament. Then, friends, one very, very important thing. You all know that for any services exclusive for the chartered accountants, we cannot quote in any tender beyond the minimum fees or beyond even the estimated fees. Some of the professional brothers have this misconception that when it is estimated, we can quote below that. It is not so. Even for estimated, we cannot quote below that for the exclusive services. Now, in the recently concluded council meeting on 29th, 30th and 1st, the council has decided, and for which the notification has already been given yesterday, that even for the non-exclusive services, if the quoting of the fee is too low, then disciplinary proceedings can be started against that firm and the chartered accountant who is responsible for quoting such fees. So please keep it in mind and tell your peers and friends that while quoting fees, one should always consider the volume of work, the manpower requirement, everything else, the costing should be done, and cost plus should be the quote always. Friends, we are running short of time, and hence I would not like to take long. But I must congratulate the Bhubaneswar branch for, holding this conference with the theme Infinity Beyond Boundaries. And as we hold this conference, I have just one dream for the branch. I dream of this branch, which is very, very close to my heart, to be, shining to infinity. Let this branch shine to infinity, and let this branch be praised all over the country as a cohesive branch, where the leadership, leaving aside the petty differences and political aspirations, work for the profession, for the students, and for the members. With these words, friends, ladies and gentlemen, let me bid adieu. Jai Bharat, Jai Hind, Jai Utkala Janani, Jai ICAI.
Thank you very much, Raviji. Your dreams are also our dreams. We assure you that thing. Now I request Central Council member or Conference Director, Sanjeev Sanghi ji, to kindly address the gathering.
Good morning, each and everyone. Jai Jagannath. Thank you, Prithvida, to give a wonderful introduction. Very respected Honorable Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, Sri Dilip Rai. I'm very, very fortunate to hear. I've always been an admirer of him, but very, very happy to hear that he was the first contributor to this branch building, which happened 23 years back. Thank you so much, sir, for being a part of it, and I expect all of you to please give a big, big round of applause to him. Sir, in this 23 years, we have walked the journey, and today we are ready with an approval that we will get one more building, one better building, with a budget of approximately 40 crores and more. And with your support and the support of all our branch and the members, we are definitely going to achieve it. So we are looking forward to get this inauguration done by this year, and we need support from each one of you to make this happen, make this dream happen. And as rightly said by our council colleague Ravi Patwa, let's name this building as an infinity building, a building where people can come and think beyond boundaries. The chairman of conference committee, Panda sir, a man known for his perfection, for his professionalism, for his timeliness, and many more things which can go on and on. We always look upon him as a mentor, as a person who always speaks about what is correct and what is right, a person who is very highly ethical. We look forward for your guidance, sir. We look forward for your perfection in the profession and take this profession beyond boundaries. To my council colleague, Ravi Patwa, who has just given a wonderful presentation and deliberation on what council is doing. There are a lot of things which we can share and exchange, but this is the time where we need to talk about all of us, a person who is always known for integrity, audit, and excellence. To the hero of today's program, I will say, and rightly said by Pandaji, Gautam Lenka, the chairman of Bhubaneswar branch. Let's put a big round of applause for him for a wonderful effort with his team to make this event such a huge success. We are seeing so many members coming from across all the regions and chapter. The Vice Chairman Prithviji, Soumya, very young and dynamic secretary of this branch. To Biswaranjan Sutar, the treasurer and the regional council member of EIRC, my बड़ा भाई वाइस चेयरमैन सुनील साहू सर, इनके लिए भी एक जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए सर. बहुत मुश्किल होती है, getting to that chairmanship level from Orissa. to the galaxy of past chairmen who are sitting over here, Bimal Jain sir, a speaker, Balaji, to the chairman of Cuttack branch and managing committee of Cuttack branch, to all the past chairmen, ladies and gentlemen, let me take a moment to speak something really, really important for all of us. When we look at this word, infinity beyond boundaries, you know, each and every one has one thought in his mind. What is there for me? What are the opportunities available for me? What are the areas I can work upon? And when I'm talking to hundreds and thousands of chartered accountants, a simple question which I have been asked always, what is the future of a chartered accountant? Am I correct? But today the question needs to be changed. The question is, what kind of chartered accountant we want to be for the future? And I think there is a huge difference in these two phrases. When we say, what is that left for me, or what is that I need to do, or what I want to become to be relevant in the future is what we need to think. So I think when we talk about infinity beyond boundaries, it is about talking within, talking inside to say we have a huge possibility. We have a huge way to work upon. And let me tell you three important words which we have bought. For the first time I'm discussing over here. And if you can take these three words in this conference, which will take maximum 2 minutes of time, is perspective, people, and possibility. And let me really talk about each and everything. When we talk about perspective, how we are thinking we thinking that we are a tax audit person? Are we thinking about we are a person who is great in this particular subject? Or we are thinking of something wherein we get into the most uncomfortable situation? Imagine you coming on the microphone and speaking. That's the most uncomfortable situation. Imagine going to a place and talking to someone and introducing yourself. Imagine a subject you are dealing with which you have no idea about. That's when we get uncomfortable. And when we get uncomfortable, that's where we get comfortable. That's where we start getting success. That's where we start getting more into the perfection zone. And that's where people look upon us. So I think perspective of each and every chartered accountant, which Panda sir has started with, is not to be a compliance officer, but to be a strategic thinker. But to be a person who is thinking beyond. To a person who's going back to the organization and saying, yes, we are there with you as advisors. We are here to grow your company. We are here to increase your bottom line. We are here to open your boundaries across the world. We are here to do your marketing. We are here to set up an automation area for you where you can drive efficiency and many, many things which we can do together. That's what the perspective is all about. The second important thing is people. You know, when we walk inside with 2 or 3 friends and we go out with those 2 or 3 friends, this is the time when we can see and learn from people around us. Because you never know, the person sitting next to you can be your co-founder, can be your mentor, can be your alliance partner, can be your client also. So try and meet each and every person who is around you. Try to travel across the country and across the world to meet people, to understand what is going around, what are the opportunities there, and how I can explore, innovate, and work upon that. That's what a chartered accountant of the future is going to do, where they can learn. What we say is that we have learned income tax, we have learned audit, we have learned GST. But the person is going to be successful in future is the person who is say, I'm ready to unlearn anything and relearn anything. I'm the most adaptable person, a most flexible person who can adjust to any situation, any environment, and any learning which can come in my way. That rigidness needs to go, and that is only possible when you are surrounded with a team of intellectual professionals from different streams, and you can network with them. And the last thing which I wanted to speak upon is possibility. You know, when we say that we are from Bhubaneswar and we are dealing with clients in Bhubaneswar, look at a person sitting over here, having a presence with 20 properties, which has a name, which is trying to work around with different people. Today when we watch movie, we see different countries, song coming in. So if the film industry where we are going to see, we see the song which are most popular, we don't even understand the words behind it. We don't even understand the lyrics behind it, but we all enjoy the music. So this is a collaborative world wherein we have to work together with people around the world, around the country, try to work around with them. So possibility of challenging yourself, not the possibility of identifying what is good for me, possibility of challenging continuously yourself with one idea, one sentence, one conversation, or one question. I repeat this word. In this conference, if there is that one word which can tick your mind, there is one question which can tinkle your mind, one conversation or one question that can change your career, that can change your lifestyle, that can change the profession. And I wish infinity is not just about beyond boundaries. It's about challenging internally and making yourself available, flexible, and trying to do things which you have never thought of. I wish, once again, this conference a huge success, and I look forward for each and every members of Bhubaneswar, Cuttack, and all the branch, including the chapter. I can see the leader of the chapter over here. All of you get one single learning to go beyond your comfort zone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sanjeev ji, for this 3P formula, the life lessons for all of us. Friends, two respected members of our profession, Sri Prashant Panda and Sri Rajiv Sahu, have jointly come forward with a generous gesture to honor our CA students who have secured highest mark in the recent examination. So, out of a corpus fund of 20 lakh rupees, each of them have contributed 10 lakhs. So, every year we are giving a gold medals to two students who have secured highest mark. I will be requesting Khushbu Agarwal, who has secured 376 mark out of 400, and Ajay Devata, who has secured 373 out of 400, to come forward and receive this award from our chief guest. I will request Panda sir to speak.
I'm not speaking on that. Actually, I missed one point, so I'll just make a request to Dilip Babu in front of all of you. Regarding this new building, what we're talking about, we have identified a plot of land, and we have spoken to the Chief Secretary. I think full credit goes to Manoj, who is steering this whole process because of his, Chief Secretary have been very kind, very kind on this for, he said that I will take it forward, don't worry. We have also made a request to Honorable Chief Minister, and tomorrow when Chief Secretary comes, we'll make a formal request to him. So we will request Dilip Babu to take up this matter with Honorable Chief Minister. And the first building was, his contribution was there, and I want that the second building, actually the plot identified was also near the next property which is coming up. So I'll request him to help us and take it forward, because nowadays getting a plot of land from the government is not that easy, because it has become, I think, per acre 26 crores. Na? And now per acre it is coming to 26 crores government rate. So we will need a government's concessional allotment. So a special request to Dilip Babu for helping us. Thank you. Thank you.
Kindly come. Khushbu Agarwal. Purnamasi Memorial Award goes to Khushbu Agarwal. Mr. Ajay Devata, please. Ajay Devata, please. God bless you. Sanjeev, acha, Khushbu has secured 376. So I think we are that category who has just cleared CA. So I don't imagine, I will be unable to imagine this kind of marks. Khushbu, would you like to speak few words? Maybe. Ajay has secured 373 out of 400. Just you can say thanks. Thank you very much. Very briefly, once one deliberate. Say thanks. Dictate, just.
Yeah, I'll be very quick. I'll be very quick. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for inviting me here. The major part of this invitation belongs to Bhubaneswar branch. I've been very fortunate to be a part of this branch ever since my foundation days. There were days when I secured All India rank 47 through this branch itself, Bhubaneswar, and now is the time where I could not get an All India rank. Certainly, it was missed by a couple of marks, but I certainly have secured a good position in the state that I belong to. I thank each one of you, and I owe each one of you here who has guided me throughout my journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you everyone for this opportunity. I dedicate my success to my mentors, the firm in which I did articleship, A.K. Sabat & Co., Sabat sir, Singh sir, Mohanty sir, Bhuya sir, everyone. They helped me a lot in building this successful career. And thank you everyone for this award. Thank you everyone.
To preserve the knowledge and memories that we gather during the conferences, we are going to release a souvenir. I request our chief guest and dignitaries to unveil the souvenir. Souvenir committee, please join on the stage. Friends, now time has come from all of us to listen to our chief guest. I request our chief guest, Sri Dilip Ray, to kindly address the gathering.
Jai Jagannath. Sri Sanjeev Sanghi, Sri Prasant Panda, Dr. Gautam Lekar, Sri Soumya Sunil Sahu, distinguished speakers, esteemed guests, my media friends, ladies, gentlemen, dear chartered accountants. I was given the task of getting the Chief Minister as the chief guest to this function. I almost got him, but suddenly Amit Shahji's program came on the 3rd and 4th. So they approached me that koi nahi mil raha, aap hi ho ja. So I became, so he has stuck with me. Unfortunately, the program also got cancelled, but it was too late. He has stuck with me now. So It gives me immense pleasure to be with all of you on the 23rd National Conference of Bhubaneswar branch ICAI. My association with the Bhubaneswar branch of Chartered Accountant goes back to 1999, as mentioned, when a group of your members approached me, and I did what I could do best at that time. In those days, I was told there were only 300 CAs in Bhubaneswar, and to my utter delight, I am now informed that it is more than 1,500 members are there now. It gives me immense pleasure and encouragement to witness such phenomenal growth of this noble procession over the years. With the growth in the industry and other statutory requirements, your profession has also attained significant prominence and thereby actively contributing to the growth of industries and to our state as well. Across all the industries, chartered accountants have become an integral part of the system, and they bring immense value to any organization in terms of system, structure, governance, trust, transparency, compliance, or long-term sustainability. Our entire nation, including the Taxation Department, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, banking system, have reposed tremendous trust in this profession, and accordingly you have authorized by the statute to become auditors. All the authorities also require an audited financial statement that gives them tremendous confidence and transparency regarding financial health of any entity. I also understand that this is the 23rd National Conference, a testimony to the branch committee to the continuous professional development. The world of finance is changing rapidly. Accounting standards are evolving. Taxation laws are becoming more dynamic. Auditing practices are advancing, and technologies like AI are transforming the profession. Conferences like this ensure the professional remain updated, relevant, and future ready. I warmly welcome all the distinguished speakers, delegates, and participants who have traveled from different corners to a part of this conference. I am confident that the deliberation over the next 2 days will be enriching, thought-provoking, and immensely beneficial. Bhubaneswar itself is a symbol of growth. I have seen this city evolve over the decades. As the city has grown, so have its industries, business, professional institutions. Chartered accountants have been silent yet indispensable partners in this journey, whether it is promoting the entrepreneurship, ensuring financial discipline, attracting investment, strengthening governance, or supporting public policy. Your contribution to national building is invaluable. Before I conclude, let me offer one humble suggestion. The greatest asset of the chartered accountant is not merely technical knowledge, it is trust. Every business, whether large or small, places immense confidence in its chartered accountant. That trust has been built over decades through integrity, independence, professional excellence. It must be preserved at all cost. At the same time, I encourage all of you to be enterprising. Do not limit yourself to traditional roles. Think like leaders, innovators, and value creators. Develop an entrepreneurial mindset, take calculated risk, embrace new opportunities, stay current, and continue to contribute to India's growth story. The nation needs professionals who can combine knowledge with vision and ethics with enterprise. I have no doubt that each of you will continue to uphold the highest standards of profession and inspire confidence wherever you serve. As a businessman, I don't understand finance, not at all. I go by gut feelings. All my business are gut feeling. I like this place, I do it. They say that 2 truths of life, one is life and one is death. Getting into business, I find my narrative is changed. Is it death and taxes? So my CA makes taxes more scary than death also. But that gives me financial discipline, financial governance, and plugging of all the loopholes. I am grateful to them. I wish the conference every success and all the delegates a memorable learning experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your insightful thoughts and the way you gave the meaning to life and taxes. Thanks a lot, sir. I am requesting branch chairman, branch secretary Sumya Sunil Sahu to offer a formal vote of thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. Namaskar. Good morning, everyone. Respected Chief Guest, Shri Dilip Rai ji, Honorable Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, our conference directors and Central Council Member, CA Ravi Kumar Patwa ji and CA Sanjeev Sanghi ji, our conference committee, hosting committee chairman, CA Prashant Panda sir, our branch chairman, CA Dr. Gautam Lenka, dignitaries of the dais and on the dais, dear professional colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. As we come close to this inaugural session, this is my privilege to offer the vote of thanks on behalf of the Bhubaneswar branch. This morning has come into being due to hard work of many people, and I thank each one of them. First, I'd like to thank our chief guest, Sri Dilip Rai ji. So your message will carry with us to our homes that the trust is the greatest asset of the chartered accountants, and we must combine ethics and enterprise. With this, I would like to request our conference chairman to offer a memento to Dilip Rai ji as a token of love and gratitude. To our conference directors and Central Council member, Sri Sanjeev Sanghi sir and Sri Ravi Patwa sir, I thank them for giving this opportunity to the Bhubaneswar branch to hold its 23rd National Conference. As a token of love and gratitude, I would like to request Sri Rasmi Ranjan Mishra, the co-chairman of the conference hosting committee, to offer a memento to CA Sanjeev Sanghi sir. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Now I would like to request our immediate past chairman, Sri Mahendra Kumar Sahu, to present a memento to our very own Sri Ravi Kumar Patwa sir. A huge thank you to our Prasant Panda sir for his guidance and motivation to organize this conference. A thank you to our branch chairman and our vice chairman. And finally, I would like to thank the students who sung the Institute motto song. And finally, to all the delegates who have traveled here to Bhubaneswar to attend this conference. With this, let us begin the 2 days of learning and friendship beyond infinity. Thank you once more. So now we close the inaugural session. We'll be starting our technical session immediately. Thank you.
a senior chartered accountant having 26 years of experience in the field of direct taxation, indirect taxation, and project financing. He is presently serving as senior partner of a leading CA firm in Bhubaneswar and also the managing committee member of the Bhubaneswar branch of ICAI. In addition to his busy professional life, he is a good orator and also involved in extracurricular activities like acting on stage on various occasions. Please give him a thunderous applause. I request CA Tapas Ranjan Pani sir, past chairman of the branch, to present a sapling and memento to the moderator of the session, CA Gagan Bihari Das sir. Please give him a huge round of applause. I also request Tapas Ranjan Pani sir to honor our speaker of the session, CA Bimal Jain sir, with a sapling and memento.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Well.
Please give him a huge round of applause. It's my privilege to give a brief introduction of the speaker of this session, CA Bimal Jain sir. Bimal Jain sir is a fellow chartered accountant, company secretary and law graduate with over 24 years of rich experience in indirect taxation. He is an expert in GST, customs, service tax, excise, VAT, CST, foreign trade policy and DGFT matters. He is the founder of A to Z Tax Corp LLP, a boutique indirect tax advisory firm. He currently serves as the president of CA, CS and CMA Council at the Chamber of Trade and Industry, New Delhi, and has held several prestigious positions with PhD, Chamber of Commerce, ASSOCHAM, FICCI, ICAI and ICSI. CA Bimal Jain is the author of widely acclaimed book, GST Law and Commentary, now in its 10th edition, which is regarded as a valuable reference for tax professionals across the country. A renowned faculty and keynote speaker, he has received several prestigious honors, including the Business Leader Award, Best Speaker Award, and had the distinction of delivering keynote address at the Guinness World Record GST session organized by ICSI. Please give him a huge round of applause to welcome him. Now I request the session moderator, CA Gagan Bihari Das sir, to kindly take over.
जार बिना निर्देश रे पत्रटीए भी हले नहीं, जार बिना निर्देश रे दिन राति भी हुए नहीं, आसंतु से जगतर नाथ जगन्नाथंक चरणाश्रित है आज आम आमर प्रथम टेक्निकल सेशन आरंभ करवा. ए वेरी गुड आफ्टरनून टू ऑल आवर डिस्टिंग्विश्ड गेस्ट प्रेजेंट हियर. दिस इज द फर्स्ट टेक्निकल सेशन ऑफ दिस 2 days seminar, next 2 days national conference with the theme Infinity Beyond Boundaries. As we all chartered accountant knows, we do not have any limit. For us, the sky is the limit. Anything and everything a chartered accountant can stand and contribute for the best interest of the nation. In the present scenario, the sensation topic is GST, and especially how to handle the litigation under the GST landscape. That is the reason why the GST is considered as the first and foremost topic today, and we have with us our distinguished speaker, CA Bimal Jain ji, for whom no introduction is required, and for your kind information, Bhubaneswar and Prabhu Jagannath is his second home, in addition to his first home at New Delhi. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to tell you one thing. There was a time when this old sale tax and VAT rules were there, and I am sure some few hand count chartered accountants will be available in the VAT office and GST office, sale tax office. But the scenario has changed today, and we the chartered accountants have taken the front seat and delivering the deliverables and helping our clients in such a manner that the peoples, those who are earlier supporting our clients, have converted and diverted to our professionals. That is the need of the hour. So we need to energize ourselves and we need to update ourselves. That is the reason why Bimal Jain ji with us. As we all know, the window is now open for filing appeals in the GST. There are lots of issues. Some of our professionals filing their appeals. Some of them are still struggling to file the appeals with the gestat. Under these circumstances, this is the need of the hour to get educated from our speaker of this session. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all gather together here to listen to our speaker Bimal Jain ji, I humbly request you, this is a very important topic, and I request every one of you to please keep your mobile in the silent mode. It is a humble request. On behalf of the members present here, I urge our speaker to guide us on certain issues like this. The difficulties faced by our members in terms of filing appeals with different authorities, how to prepare and be present before the appellate tribunal, what are the administrative and technical problems normally a member face during the appeal and how to overcome it. Kindly throw some light on amendment of GST 9 and 9C in this portal, as it is not at all available to us in the portal so far. What is the government stand? Since the gestat is now started functioning, sir, can we file the appeal directly with the authority? Sir, what is happening, sir? When a DRC 707 is issued for some orders of the lower authorities, and there are certain rectification is required for which we have gone for filing a rectification case, neither they are correcting it or sometimes assuming they have corrected it, but now the time is 120 days and more. So under that circumstances, how to go for filing an appeal with gestat? So these are all some of the issues which our members have raised. So I request our speaker to kindly address this in addition to the other issues. These are some of the issues which our members have already told me to say this. I once again urge our members, respectable members, to please keep the mobile in the switch off mode or silent mode. तो देर किस बात की, मैं आपका टाइम जब नहीं लूँगा, let us go and hear from our speaker. And मैं आपको ये बता दूँ, he is a speaker who has recorded his Guinness Book of Records. So this is more important and most important today. मैं आपको बता दूँ, आने वाले दिन में there was a time when people were be ready for the income tax. लेकिन अभी ये टाइम आ गया है, हम सबको एक्टिव होना है. मैं आपको गारंटी के साथ बोलना चाहता हूँ कि आने वाले दिन में हर प्रोफेशनल के बैलेंस शीट में GST will be a sizable vertical which will grow, and you will also grow, we all will also grow together. Let us come together and hear from our Bimal Jain ji. Thank you, sir.
Are you all ready? Gagan ji bol rahe the, he was telling me that this is second house. But for me, wherever Jai Jagannath hai, that is my first house. So we'll start with a slogan called Jai Jagannath. देखिए, listen to me. GST is such a topic, such a vast topic. Even statutory audit, internal audit, concurrent audit, bank audit cannot be completed without having fair amount of GST knowledge. So GST is integral. Whether you look at costing, pricing, or any aspect of the business. But how we can justify? First point. Second point, how we can monetize our services. We are finding challenges pan-India. We are not getting good remuneration from our client. Am I right? Am I right? I'm going to tell you how to charge your fees. Are you all ready? Within the given example, I will tell you how to monetize our services. And third, whatever GST topic issues he has communicated, I will communicate. But before I start, let's listen. GST 80 is now operational. Recent notification, you must keep to your mind, if any OIA, order in appeal, passed by first appellate authority prior to 1st May 26. 1st May 26. Last date is 31st July 2026. So this month is important. But if any order passed on or after 1st May 26, when I'm saying passed, it means communicated to us. Then the date of filing would be within 3 months, within 3 months, and condonation plus 3 months. So this is for the taxpayer. Now why this date is important and what we are going to discuss today. Gautamji, chairman of Bhubaneswar branch, wanted me to discuss GST litigation. How to handle the GST litigation. Let me tell you the first burning topic pan-India, not only in Bhubaneswar, pan-India. First topic, I'm a supplier. You all are my buyer in Bhubaneswar. I've supplied the goods from Delhi to Bhubaneswar. You are the genuine and honest buyer. Recipient paid the amount to me. But I did not pay the taxes to the government exchequer. Supplier did not pay. Whether you will get the credit or not. Pan-India topic. Am I right? A lot of divergent high court judgment. आपको समझ में आ रहा है, right? आप लोग yes no करेंगे तो मजा आएगा. समझ में आ रहा है ना? क्या कह रहे हैं सर? अच्छा. करते हैं, करते. सबका दर्द कहां पे है मालूम है? आपने सप्लायर, हिंदी इंग्लिश चलेगा? देखिए दादा, जब तक जीएसटी अंदर नहीं जाएगा मजा नहीं आएगा. आपने सप्लायर को पेमेंट कर दिया और डिपार्टमेंट कहता है आपको क्रेडिट नहीं मिलेगा, आपको रिवर्स करना पड़ेगा. रिवर्सल इज वन एस्पेक्ट. अनदर एस्पेक्ट वो बोलता है सेक्शन 74, आपने फ्रॉड किया है, आपने सेपरेशन किया है, आपका मिस स्टेटमेंट है. अरे भाई, मैंने सप्लायर को पेमेंट कर दिया और आप कहते हैं मैंने चोरी किया. दैट इज डिपार्टमेंट पर्सपेक्टिव. अब इधर में उड़ीसा में भी डबल इंजन सरकार है. सी बिजनेस नीड टू बी सपोर्टेड. ऑफ कोर्स हम इनके साथ हैं, बट वी नीड सपोर्ट टू द बिजनेस. नाउ व्हाट डिपार्टमेंट इज डूइंग, दे आर सेइंग यू मस्ट रिवर्स क्रेडिट along with interest and penalty under section 74, then on same transaction, double way में पहले आपने सप्लायर को पेमेंट किया, अब डिपार्टमेंट आपसे रिवर्सल मांग रहा है. हाई कोर्ट डिफरेंट जजमेंट. हमको नहीं मालूम क्या करना चाहिए. आज वी विल लर्न हमको क्या करना चाहिए. Recently we have national workshop with GST-80 president from Odisha only, Sanjay Kumar Mishra ji, Honorable Justice. We have national workshop. One of the participants raised one question, sir, different appellate authority, but most of the appellate authority are passing order against us under section 16, subsection 2, clause C. If supplier defaulted, recipient credit going to be denied. आप GST-80 में क्या करेंगे? अब different benches, there are 31 state benches at 45 locations, and question is being posted to the president, sir, are you going to bundle all the cases and decide at principal bench? First question. What is your take? Different state benches going to hear this case, they might decide divergently, right? Differently. If it is taken up by the principal bench in New Delhi, then maybe once for all, it is decided for all. That is a good proposition, right? Do you all agree? One. Second, sir, can you decide constitutional validity of section 16, subsection 2, clause C? What is constitutional validity? Provision says, unless supplier pays the amount, credit will not be able to get the credit. Am I right? Credit is not available to the recipient. What is the constitutional validity of this provision? What Honorable President has said. See, we can club the case, no problem. But on constitutional validity, I can't comment. That we will hear it when we are going to hear the case. So today I'm going to do this particular topic in front of you. I fought a case before first appellate authority. मैं दिल्ली से उदयपुर गया, दिल्ली से उदयपुर, to argue a case before first appellate authority. And she happens to be a lady. आपको मालूम है ना, lady अगर appellate authority है, vice versa, different approach must be there. When I entered the room, madam says to me, Bimal ji, nothing doable. कुछ नहीं होगा सर, आपको रिवर्स करना पड़ेगा. There is no choice क्योंकि सप्लायर ने हमको टैक्स जमा नहीं दिया. जैसे ही मैंने मैम का सुना कि मैम बोलती हैं कि कुछ नहीं होगा, मैं दिल्ली से पढ़ के गया था, ऑल प्रिपरेशन डन, और मैडम ने एक बार में कह दिया. मैंने बोला अब आपको मैं लिटिगेशन सिखाने वाला हूं. सो दिस इज द फर्स्ट पॉइंट. गौतम जी, चेयरमैन भुवनेश्वर ब्रांच, अगर वो नहीं है तो आप सुनिए. ही वॉन्टेड मी टू डेलिबरेट. लिटिगेशन करना कैसे चाहिए. हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू डू जीएसटी बाय द वे? रेज योर हैंड. अच्छा, जिनने हाथ नहीं उठाया है ना, कुछ नहीं होगा सर बिना जीएसटी के. करना ही पड़ेगा. आप अपना भी जीएसटीआर 1 और 3 भी बिना जीएसटी के नहीं भर सकते. तो अगर हाथ उठाने में दिक्कत है तो उठाना चालू कीजिए. सर, लर्निंग इज द वे फॉरवर्ड. फीस यहीं से मिलनी है. अब मैडम ने तो मना कर दिया मेरे से, तो लिटिगेशन करना कैसे चाहिए. मैंने मैम से कहा, मैम दिल्ली से चल के आया हूं उदयपुर, एक कप चाय तो पिला दीजिए, जस्ट एक कप चाय, और आप मेरे अगेंस्ट में ही डिसाइड कीजिएगा, मेरे फेवर में डिसाइड नहीं करना. बट मैं आपको 4 बातें बोलना चाहता हूं. 4 बातें. मैम चाय पीते पीते सुन लीजिएगा. लिटिगेशन फर्स्ट टास्क. व्हेन यू गेट नेगेटिविटी, बाय योर टाइम. मैम Sir, just give me 2 minutes. Maybe you can decide against me, but listen and out. I just want to say 2 pointers. First, learning curve, don't give up. Don't give up. So many young chartered accountant. We are all young in GST. There's no like senior age, middle age. We all are young, 9 years old chartered accountant doing GST. Same GST law applicable to 60 years of chartered accountant, and same GST law applicable to Khushbu Agrawal, who won the. So we have to really apply. Don't give up. जब मैम से मैंने कहा मैम चाय पिला दीजिए, तो मैम ने कहा ठीक है यार, दिल्ली से आया है, पिला देते हैं। चाय आई सर, मैंने मैम से कहा मैम मैं मानता हूं कि सप्लायर ने टैक्स जमा नहीं दिया, पर बायर की क्या गलती है, रिसिपिएंट की क्या गलती है? मैम पहला पॉइंट, एंड यू ऑल विल इको विथ मी कि जो मैं बोल रहा हूं वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट में डिस्कस होगा, आज नहीं तो कल। यू नो 16 सबसेक्शन 4 टाइम लिमिट, मैं इधर भुवनेश्वर में आके बोल के गया था एमनेस्टी आएगी, और फिर मैं आपसे कहता हूं constitutional validity to be tested only when law is being given as stated. अब क्या है वो सुनिए, फिर डिसाइड कीजिएगा कि 16(2)(c हम जीतेंगे या नहीं जीतेंगे। I'm damn sure, पहले सुन तो लीजिए, उसके बाद हम डिसाइड करेंगे। मैंने कहा मैम बायर की क्या गलती है? जब शुरू में जीएसटी आया था 17, 18, 19, मैम हमारे पास कोई विंडो नहीं थी जहां देख के हम ये तय कर पाए कि सप्लायर ने टैक्स जमा दिया या नहीं दिया, क्योंकि जीएसटीआर 2A नहीं था। डू यू ऑल एग्री? मैम जब हमें कोई विंडो आपने दी नहीं जो लॉ में थी, मुझे मालूम नहीं, अगर आप 2A टाइम से लेके आते तो हमें मालूम पड़ता। सर मैम मेरी छोड़ दीजिए, आपके डिपार्टमेंट को नहीं मालूम था कि कौन सा सप्लायर है जिसने टैक्स जमा, और आप हमें पेनलाइज कर रहे हैं। पॉइंट नंबर 1, कीप टू योर माइंड, एंड आपको ऐसे ही आर्ग्यू करना है। पॉइंट नंबर 2, मैम 2A आ गया, बट 2A आने के बाद भी मैम आप गारंटी के साथ नहीं कह सकते जो इनवॉइस मेरे पास है उस पे सप्लायर ने टैक्स का पेमेंट किया या। डू यू ऑल एग्री? डू यू ऑल एग्री? लाउडर आना चाहिए सर। आई वॉन्ट ए पहला टेक्निकल सेशन है, बट दिस शुड बी द बेस्ट टेक्निकल सेशन ऑफ टुडेज नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस। ये तभी होगा सबका साथ देंगे ना, सबका प्रयास। डू लाउडर से कहेंगे ना हाँ ना। सी आई एम नॉट राहुल बाबा, मुझे तो आपका हाँ ना चाहिए। सेकंड पॉइंट, 2A आने के बाद भी आप गारंटी के साथ नहीं कह सकते जो इनवॉइस आपके पास है उसका टैक्स का पेमेंट सप्लायर ने किया या नहीं किया। सेकंड पॉइंट, एंड दीज आर ऑल गोइंग टू बी डिस्कस्ड। मैं अभी आपका गुजरात हाई कोर्ट मारुति इंटरप्राइजेज भी डिस्कस करूंगा, बट गो विथ मी। थर्ड पॉइंट, मैम यू आर डिमांडिंग रिवर्सल फ्रॉम द बायर, एम आई राइट? इस सप्लायर को तो आप पकड़ते ही नहीं है। ये सप्लायर भी रजिस्टर्ड है और बायर भी रजिस्टर्ड है, आप सप्लायर को नहीं पकड़ते, बायर से कहते हैं तू रिवर्स कर। Am I right? अंडर विच प्रोविजन? कोई प्रोविजन तो होना चाहिए। तो मैंने उनको एक सेक्शन कोट किया, 41 सबसेक्शन 2 ऑफ CGST एक्ट, रेड विथ रूल 37A ऑफ CGST रूल्स। जब मैंने सेक्शन कोट किया तो मैम ने पहले ही कह दिया बिमल जी बुक नहीं देखूंगी। आपने बोल दिया था कि मुझे फाइल नहीं पढ़नी है, केस आपके अगेंस्ट में डिसाइड करना है, सेक्शन नहीं पढ़ूंगी। बट मैम तो नहीं पढ़ेंगी, हमको तो पढ़ना है। तो मैम से मैंने कहा मैम आप मत खोलिए, मैं आपको बताता हूं। आप लोगों ने 99C 24-25 का भरा था, राइट? रूल 37A पे एक क्लैरिफिकेशन आया था। रूल 37A क्या है मालूम है? ध्यान से सुनिएगा। पहले 41 सबसेक्शन 2 क्या है पहले ये समझ लीजिए, फिर रूल 37A बताता हूं मैं आपको। एंड दीज आर इंटीग्रल पार्ट ऑफ जीएसटी। आप 99C भरेंगे, क्लाइंट का लिटिगेशन देखेंगे, लेकिन प्रोविजन नहीं मालूम है तो गाड़ी आगे पेट्रोल डीजल तो डालना ही पड़ेगा। तो 41 सबसेक्शन 2 क्या बोलता है मालूम है? If your supplier default in payment of tax, buyer need to reverse the credit. If your supplier default, then buyer need to reverse the credit, and whenever your supplier pays the liability, you can re-avail the credit. Are you listening? समझ में आ गया ना? भुवनेश्वर इतना शांत नहीं हो सकता। समझ में आ गया सर? Yes. But this provision was prospectively substituted. Prospectively from 1st October 2022. Prospectively substitute हुआ था। अभी मैं आपको बताऊंगा मैंने क्यों बोला मैम से। रूल 37A क्या है मालूम है? मान लीजिए 1 मई 24 का इनवॉइस था, 1 मई 24 रिलेटेड टू फाइनेंशियल ईयर 24-25। क्लियर? आप एज ए बायर क्रेडिट ले लीजिए। मैंने पेमेंट किया नहीं किया कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं, ले लीजिए आप। बट आपके लिए कंडीशन ये होगी कि आपका सप्लायर 24-25 से रिलेटेड उसका पेमेंट 30 सितंबर 2025 तक 3B के जरिए कर दे। 99C याद आ रहा है? अगर आपके सप्लायर ने 30 सितंबर तक नहीं किया तो बायर को रिवर्स करना पड़ेगा 30 नवंबर 25। आर यू रिकॉलिंग? याद आ गया ना? अब कीपिंग दिस प्रोविजन आई एम आर्ग्यूइंग विद द मैम। आई सेड मैम ये 41 सबसेक्शन 2 प्रोस्पेक्टिवली आया था जहां पे लिखा है बायर को रिवर्स करना है। मैम अगर ये प्रोस्पेक्टिव था जहां पे रिवर्सल की बात हो रही है, अगर प्रोस्पेक्टिव है तो पास पीरियड के लिए एप्लीकेबल नहीं होगा ना। इसका मतलब आप पास पीरियड के लिए बायर से रिवर्सल नहीं मांग सकते। तो मैम कुछ पूछना चाहती थी, मैंने कहा मैम पूछ के फायदा ही नहीं है। अगर रिवर्सल था तो ये प्रोविजन आया क्यों? लिटिगेशन, अगर रिवर्सल पहले था तो ये आया क्यों? अभी गुजरात हाई कोर्ट में मारुति इंटरप्राइजेज सेम 16 सबसेक्शन 2 क्लॉज C आर्ग्यू हुआ। हाई कोर्ट ने कहा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनली वैलिड। उनने ये 41 सबसेक्शन 2 को भी रीड किया, पर उनने कैसे रीड किया मालूम है? लॉर्डशिप ने कहा बिमल जी लिखा तो है कि सप्लायर जब पे करेगा आपको क्रेडिट मिल जाएगा, पर किसी ने ये आर्ग्यू नहीं किया लॉर्डशिप ये प्रोविजन 1 अक्टूबर 22 से आया है, प्रायर पीरियड के लिए आप मुझसे रिवर्सल। सो आई एम गिविंग यू फूड फॉर थॉट फॉर सुप्रीम कोर्ट। अब मैडम को जैसे सुनने में आया ना तो मैडम का बबल, बिमल जी आप सारा चीज टैक्स पेयर के लिए बोलते हैं, हमारे लिए भी बताइए हम क्या करें। तो मैंने मैम से कहा मैम आपका डिपार्टमेंट ना काम नहीं करता, आपका डिपार्टमेंट काम नहीं। जैसे ही मैम ने सुना आई कैन सी हर फेस कि अब तो चाय भी रख जा, चाय भी रख और जा। तो मैं फेस रीड कर रहा, मैं कहा मैम नाराज मत होइए, नाराज मत होइए। मैंने मैम आपने एक सेक्शन देखा है 76। मैम का फिर वही कहना कि बिमल जी फिर आप पढ़ाने लगे मुझे। नहीं, मैंने कहा मैम आपने कहा ना कि पेमेंट, तो मैं दो बातें कहूंगा आपसे। मैम 76 में यह लिखा हुआ है कि जो रजिस्टर्ड पर्सन टैक्स कलेक्ट करेगा उसी से रिकवरी होगी। तो यानी प्रायर टू 1 अक्टूबर 2022 आपके हाथ में चूड़ी नहीं है, आपको किससे लेना है। लेकिन 1 अक्टूबर 2022 के बाद अगर रिवर्सल मांगना है तो आप मांग सकते हैं। आर यू गेटिंग मी? तो मैम आप काम ही नहीं करते। मैंने मैम को एक और बात ऐड की, मैम एक जजमेंट आया है मद्रास हाई कोर्ट का, आप मानिएगा मत, आप तो एडवर्स में ही ऑर्डर पास कीजिएगा, पर उस जजमेंट में यह था DY बेथल इंटरप्राइजेज। उस जजमेंट में यह था, पिटिशनर ने यह आर्ग्यू किया, जब हम दोनों को रजिस्ट्रेशन देने वाला डिपार्टमेंट है, एक ही है ना, GST डिपार्टमेंट, आप बिना इन्वेस्टिगेशन अगेंस्ट सप्लायर इनिशिएट किए आप बायर से रिवर्सल कैसे मांग सकते हैं? आप सप्लायर को भी तो पकड़ो, उसको रजिस्ट्रेशन आपने दिया है। एम आई राइट? पिटिशनर ने यही आर्ग्यू किया था। Judgment was in our favor. Unless you take action against defaulting supplier, you can't demand reversal from the buyer. मैंने मैम को बोला और मैम से बोला, मैम आपको सुनना नहीं है, एडवर्स ऑर्डर मेरे अगेंस्ट में। फिर मैंने उनको कुछ प्री GST के जजमेंट बताए जो आपको भी बताने वाला हूं। सेंट्रल एक्साइज में सैनवेट की क्रेडिट मिलती है, वहां पे भी ये डिस्प्यूट था whether credit can be denied for the buyer for non-payment of taxes by the supplier. There's a judgment called KK Industries Limited. Supreme Court का judgment है, and Supreme Court is holding that you can't deny credit for the fault of supplier of non-payment of taxes. मैंने बोला मैम से, मैम ये अभी का झगड़ा भी नहीं है, पुराना झगड़ा था। VAT regime में there is a recent judgment Shanti Kiran India Limited VAT regime. Supreme Court has held the position you can't deny credit for the buyer for the non-payment of taxes by the. अब गुजरात हाई कोर्ट में क्या हुआ मालूम है? एक ट्रिक बता देता हूं। गुजरात हाई कोर्ट में ये दोनों जजमेंट दिखाए गए उनको गुजरात हाई कोर्ट में। तो गुजरात हाई कोर्ट ने ये कॉल लिया कि नहीं, प्री GST का प्रोविजन अलग था, GST का अलग है। 41 सबसेक्शन 2 आपको बोलता है कि आप सप्लायर जब पे करेगा आपको मिल जाएगा, सो इट इज न्यूट्रलाइजिंग द पोजीशन। पर वो नहीं देख रहे कि 1 अक्टूबर 2022 इज द सैक्रोसेंट। लास्ट वन, मैंने मैम से बोला, मैम नाराज मत होइएगा, पूछ ले रहा हूं, आपने इनवॉइस मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम का नाम सुना है? सुना है आप लोगों ने? अच्छा है, बेकार है? नहीं नहीं सर, अच्छा तो है लेकिन क्लाइंट फीस नहीं देता, बोलता तू ये भी चेक कर और फीस इतना ही है। Am I right? I'm putting up my argument of IMS for 16(2)(c) argument, which was not discussed in Gujarat High Court judgment. Listen, what is that? जब मैंने मैम से पूछा, मैम आपने IMS का नाम सुना है, इनवॉइस मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम? मैम ने कहा, देखिए बिमल जी कुछ नहीं मालूम, अभी तो आप डिपार्टमेंट को भी दोष दे रहे हैं। तो मैंने कहा, मैम डिपार्टमेंट को दोष, आप हमारे सूझ में आइए। आपका डिपार्टमेंट 74 लगाता है मैम, ये जेन्युइन बायर हैं, रिसिपिएंट हैं, दे आर हैविंग ऑल कंडीशन सेटिस्फाइड, आप 74 लगाते हैं हमारे अगेंस्ट में। मैम सुन लीजिए, अब तो आपने चाय पिलाई दी है। आई टुक द आर्गुमेंट ऑफ IMS। मैंने कहा, मैम IMS का मतलब ये है सप्लायर जो भी इनवॉइस रेज करेगा वो GSTR 1 में फाइल करेगा, जो आपको बायर को IMS डैशबोर्ड पे दिखेगा। अक्टूबर 25 से कंपलसरी है सर, अक्टूबर 25 से, और हम कब है? जुलाई 26। नहीं मालूम हो तो मालूम कीजिए। I took this argument for 16(2)(c. तो सप्लायर जो भी इनवॉइस उस मंथ का होगा वो 1 में डालेगा, 11th ऑफ नेक्स्ट मंथ वो आपको IMS डैशबोर्ड पे दिखेगा। आप क्या करेंगे? आपके पास 4 एक्शन है, 4 एक्शन। फर्स्ट, एक्सेप्ट, रिजेक्ट, पेंडिंग, नो एक्शन विच इज डीम्ड एक्सेप्टेड। मैम, अब ये इनवॉइस जब मुझे दिखेगी बायर को तो मैं एक्सेप्ट करूंगा। जैसे ही मैं एक्सेप्ट करूंगा मेरे 2B में जाएगी और 2B से मेरे 3B में जाएगी, ऑटो। और जैसे ही आपने एक्सेप्ट किया मेरे 1 से मेरे 3B में लायबिलिटी ऑटो पॉपुलेट हो जाएगी। आर यू लिसनिंग? यानी अब क्या होगा मैडम, इस इनवॉइस के ऊपर इस सप्लायर को हर हाल में पेमेंट इनवॉइस लेवल पे। मैम, ये आपको जुलाई 17 से इंप्लीमेंट करना था, आपने आज किया है, आज इंप्लीमेंट किया है। और मैम आप बोलती हैं सिस्टम था नहीं, लॉ का प्रोविजन था, आपने एक्ट नहीं किया और बायर को आप पेनलाइज कर रहे हैं। और बायर से बोलते तुमने फ्रॉड किया, विलफुल मिसस्टेटमेंट किया, सेपरेशन किया। मैम इज टू फार। मैम, बिजनेस करने दीजिए। मुर्गी रहेगी तो अंडे आएंगे, मुर्गी रहेगी तो अंडे आएंगे। मैम, आपकी चाय बहुत मीठी थी, बहुत अच्छा लगा। मैंने आपको वॉक थ्रू कराया कि लिटिगेशन में आप एक बिमल जैन हैं तो आपकी प्रिपरेशन कहां तक होनी चाहिए। एंड आई सेड ऑल दिस प्रोविजन एंड मैम लेटर ऑन मैंने कहा मैम मैंने तो अपनी बात कर ली, अब आपने जो डिसाइड करना है कर लीजिएगा। मैम गॉट इम्प्रेस्ड इन ए प्रोसेस। वो डेटिंग के तरह से हुआ था, कुछ पहले झगड़े से चालू हुआ, धीमे धीमे बात समझ में आने लगी। मैम गॉट इम्प्रेस्ड, मैम ने मेरा नंबर लिया, मैंने भी उनका नंबर लिया। आज हम दोनों दोस्त हैं। व्हाट्सएप पे उनका स्टेटस मैं लाइक करता हूं और मेरा वो लाइक करती हैं। और fortunate part that order was passed in our favor, saying that no reversal required, and if at all to be needed, it should be collected from the defaulting. चूंकि कमिश्नर अपील का ऑर्डर है इसलिए पब्लिक डोमेन पे नहीं है। Otherwise, I fought this case and won this case. So I'm starting very first one. Litigation is an art. Litigation is an we have to learn. जैसे आज आप लोग इतना शांति से सुन रहे हैं ना, you have to create charismatic way to do it. Don't give up. But उसके लिए वो पेट्रोल, डीजल, ऑटो वाला गाड़ी सब चाहिए। तो लिटिगेशन सिखाया, अब दूसरा पार्ट समझाता हूं। इसमें समझाऊंगा फीस कैसे ली जाती है। तैयार? रेडी? बैक से रेडी? एक बार जय जगन्नाथ फिर बोल लें। जय जगन्नाथ। देखिए, मुझे बेस्ट करना है, बेस्ट आपका सपोर्ट होना चाहिए। सेकंड केस, एक टैक्सपेयर का रजिस्ट्रेशन कैंसिल्ड होता है। तो मान लीजिए आपका रजिस्ट्रेशन डिपार्टमेंट ने कैंसिल किया, तो सो कॉज नोटिस दिया आपको सबसे पहले। मनोज भाई, सो कॉज नोटिस दिया और सो कॉज नोटिस में यह लिखा था क्यों ना तुम्हारा रजिस्ट्रेशन कैंसिल कर दिया जाए, बिकॉज यू टुक द रजिस्ट्रेशन बाय मीन्स ऑफ फ्रॉड। एम आई क्लियर? दिस वॉज अ सो कॉज नोटिस। Client came all the way to my office with this so cause notice, and मेरे ऑफिस में there is charges. I don't discuss anything in my office free of cost. अगर आप ऑफिस में आएंगे ना तो फीस, बिना फीस के नो डिस्कशन। We have to value our services. हमको पता नहीं क्या डर लगता है। मैं स्टैट्यूटरी ऑडिट देख रहा हूं, उसने नोटिस भेज दिया, उसी को बच्चे से बोलते देख क्या होगा इसका। बच्चा भी क्या कहता है, चैट जीपीटी। राइट? चैट जीपीटी से निकाल के दिया, आपने भी 2 लाइन पढ़ा, पट 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 बोल दिया। सर नाउ द वर्ड इज स्पेशलाइजेशन. आपने देखा ना, डॉक्टर, कान का डॉक्टर नाक नहीं देखता, बगल में ही तो देख ले, नहीं देखता, बोलता नाक मेरा टाइम नहीं है, मैं तो कान देखता हूं. और हम क्या है मालूम है, स्टैट्यूटरी ऑडिट भी करेंगे, जीएसटी भी करेंगे, इनकम टैक्स भी. ये चला नहीं जाना चाहिए सर. डर डर के यंग चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट डर डर के प्रैक्टिस नहीं होगा. क्या सर, क्या? ओ, दादा को डर लग गया, अगर आपने एक पार्ट सॉल्व नहीं किया एंटायर बॉडी विल गो आउट. सर एक बार ना बोलना सीख लीजिए. अगर आप में कंटेंट है ना तो वो नहीं जाएगा. लिसन दिस केस स्टडी, इसीलिए सुना रहा हूं आपको. तो मैंने क्लाइंट से पूछा, भैया तुम क्या चाहते हो? तो क्लाइंट बोलता है, सर ये आया हुआ है. तो मैंने 2-3 क्वेश्चन उससे किए. शो कॉज नोटिस का डेट था 16 मई 2023, 16 मई 2023. उसे 2-3 क्वेश्चन किए. मैंने कहा तुमने रजिस्ट्रेशन कब लिया बताओ? उसने कहा फरवरी 2018 में लिया, फरवरी 2018 में लिया. दूसरा क्वेश्चन मैंने पूछा, तुम अपना रिटर्न रेगुलर भरते हो? सर लेके आया हूं, बाहर है. तो ये कैसे बोल रहे हैं कि तुमने रजिस्ट्रेशन बाय मींस ऑफ फ्रॉड लिया? तो मुझे उसकी बात से समझ में आ गया था कि थोड़ा बहुत तो गड़बड़ है. मैंने बोला बोल तभी कुछ होगा, अदरवाइज. सो ही सेड एंड कन्फेस, सर थोड़ा बहुत तो करता हूं. मैंने क्या करता है बता? सर रिकॉर्डिंग नहीं जाएगा, राइट? रिकॉर्डिंग नहीं जाएगा, स्टॉप. वो क्या करता था? वो कैश सेल करता था. कैश में इनवॉइस, जीएसटी नहीं, और ये इन्वेंट्री जो कैश में गया उसका इनवॉइस फाड़ता था. वो इनको दे दिया, 18% का 9-9 ऐसा करता था. तो मैंने कितना परसेंट करता है बोल? सर 20% तो करता हूं. तो मैंने बोली अब क्या करना है बोलो? बोले सर इसीलिए तो आया हूं आपके पास. तो मैंने बोला तुझे शॉर्ट सर्विस चाहिए या लॉन्ग सर्विस चाहिए? दादा शॉर्ट या लॉन्ग? तो उसको लॉन्ग का मतलब समझ में आ गया कि बिमल जी अब कुछ बड़ा दुकान खोलने की बात कर रहे हैं. तो चेहरा पढ़ लिया. तो मैंने बोला देख तू मुझसे काम मत करवा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, तो उधर में जा, वो तेरा चैट जीपीटी से रिप्लाई बनाएंगे. एंड आजकल क्या हो रहा है मालूम है? द वर्स्ट पार्ट ऑफ इट, हम खुद ड्राफ्टिंग नहीं करना चाहते, चैट जीपीटी पे डाल देते हैं, कॉपी पेस्ट होके आ जाता है, उसी को प्रिंट करते हैं और आगे बढ़ा देते. सर ड्राफ्टिंग करने से आपका लिटिगेशन का आर्टिकुलेशन बढ़ता है. AI can be assistant but cannot be a master. AI can be a assistant, cannot be a master. Litigation is an art. मेहनत करना पड़ेगा बोलने. Orator is a skill. वीडियो देखने से काम नहीं चलेगा. So what is my learning and which I want to pass on to you? काम अपने हाथ से थोड़ा बहुत करना चालू कीजिए, क्योंकि जब आप ड्राफ्टिंग करेंगे तो कुछ क्लिक करेगा. और मैंने देखा है नोट करने से कुछ चीजें रजिस्टर्ड होती हैं. आई होप यू एग्री. AI की हेल्प लीजिए, मैं मना नहीं कर रहा. एफिशिएंसी बढ़ाइए, बट ओनली एज ए असिस्टेंट, नॉट एज ए मास्टर. मेरा यहां ऐसा कुछ नहीं. मैंने लॉन्ग बोला तो मैंने उससे पूछा, मैंने कहा देख तू मुझसे सर्विस मत ले, लेकिन अब क्या होगा मालूम है? तू कुछ भी रिप्लाई कर, तेरा रजिस्ट्रेशन कैंसल्ड, वो भी रिट्रोस्पेक्टिव डेट से, और फिर तेरा कुछ नहीं होगा. ये डिपार्टमेंट तेरे सभी बायर के पास जाएंगे और बायर से कहेंगे चूंकि तेरे सप्लायर का रजिस्ट्रेशन रिट्रोस्पेक्टिवली कैंसल्ड हुआ है, तुमने जो क्रेडिट ली है वो फेक है. दादा दादा तुमने जो क्रेडिट ली है वो फेक है, क्योंकि तुम्हारे सप्लायर का रजिस्ट्रेशन रिट्रोस्पेक्टिवली कैंसल्ड हो गया है. एम आई राइट? भुवनेश्वर में हो रहा है, सीजीएसटी भी कर रहा है और एसजीएसटी भी कर रहा है, बट दोनों का प्राइस अलग अलग है. एम आई राइट? और फिर तेरे बायर तेरे पास आएंगे और तुझसे बोलेंगे बिमल जी आप भी, और तेरी इज्जत की धज्जियां उड़ने वाली हैं। तो वो थोड़ा उसका चेहरा देख के मुझे समझ में आ गया कुछ प्रॉब्लम लग रहा है इसको। मैंने पूछा तेरा टर्नओवर कितना है बता, 250 करोड़ है सर। मैं 250 करोड़ सुन के मैंने बोला अब तो ठीक है, फिर तो फीस बीस मिल जाएगा। सर वो नापना पड़ता है। तो मैंने बोला बॉस क्या करना है बताओ। बोले सर आप कह रहे हैं मेरा रजिस्ट्रेशन कैंसिल्ड होगा, रिट्रोस्पेक्टिव डेट से होगा, होने दीजिए, पर मैं आपसे काम तभी कराऊंगा कि अगर मेरा रजिस्ट्रेशन कैंसिल्ड हुआ तो 1 महीने में एक्टिव हो जाना चाहिए, आपको फीस तभी मिलेगी। चैलेंज। आई सेड मैं करके दूंगा, जो होगा करके दूंगा। लुक एट नाउ ब्यूटी ऑफ सिंपल रिप्लाई गेटिंग इनटू एन असाइनमेंट एंड विथ स्ट्रैटेजी प्रिपेयर्ड। मैंने 1 पेज का रिप्लाई बनाया सर, 1 पेज का, जस्ट 1 पेज 2 पैराग्राफ। पहले पैराग्राफ में लिखा सर आप इतना बड़ा एलिगेशन लगा रहे हैं फ्रॉड, अरे मुझे बेसिस और रीजन तो बताइए। वो तो मुझे मालूम है पीछे 20%। सो कॉज नोटिस में कहां लिखा, मैंने कहा यू लेट मी नो द रीजन एंड बेसिस टू रिप्लाई, जस्ट मेकिंग एलिगेशन विल नॉट वर्क। And Supreme Court subtle jurisprudence, so cause notice must be speaking one. Vrindavan Beverages Limited, हमेशा ध्यान रखिए कि so cause notice must be। हम लोग क्या करते हैं, फ्रॉड बोला तो सब लिखना चालू, नहीं मैं चोर नहीं हूं, मैं अच्छा करता हूं, मैं, अरे बोलने का नहीं, तुम रीजन एंड बेसिस बताओ चोर बोला क्यों। आर यू गेटिंग मी? पहला पैराग्राफ। दूसरा पैराग्राफ, सर कुछ भी करें मुझे पीएच जरूर दे दीजिएगा। पीएच मींस पर्सनल हियरिंग। 2 पैराग्राफ, नीचे बहुत बहुत हाईली ऑब्लाइज सिग्नेचर, सबमिटेड ऑन 23rd May 23। 29th May 23 रजिस्ट्रेशन कैंसिल्ड। पूरा पैन इंडिया हो रहा है कैंसिल विथ रिट्रोस्पेक्टिव डेट। क्लाइंट भागा भागा आया ऑर्डर लेके, बोले सर आप ठीक बोल रहे थे, कैंसिल हो गया मनोज भाई, कैंसिल हो गया। तो उसने लाइटर नोट पे पूछ ही लिया मेरे से, सर आपको ये सब मालूम था, कहीं आप दोनों का पीछे से मैंने बोला भाई मेरा कुछ नहीं है, पर ये पैन इंडिया हो रहा है, चाहे वो भुवनेश्वर हो चाहे वो दिल्ली हो। सारा चीज हुआ तो मैंने बोला कुछ नहीं है। अब वो उसने मुझसे पूछा बिमल जी आप करेंगे क्या। सी आई वॉज हैविंग ऑप्शन फॉर मूविंग रिवोकेशन एप्लीकेशन। लिसन टू मी, आई वॉज हैविंग ऑप्शन रिवोकेशन एप्लीकेशन अंडर सेक्शन 30। आई सेड मैं रिवोकेशन एप्लीकेशन नहीं डालूंगा, इट्स ऑल पार्ट ऑफ माई स्ट्रैटेजी। सेकेंड, आई कुड हैव मूव माई अपील 107, पर वो तो 3 months लगेगा, वो हियरिंग कब देगा गॉड नोच, और मेरा फीस तो तभी आएगा जब 1 महीना। आई मूव ए रिट पिटीशन इन दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट। लुक एट द ब्यूटी ऑफ दिस रिट पिटीशन। व्हेन आई मूव माई रिट पिटीशन इन दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट, day 1 हियरिंग was there, and I took courage. Courage of what? Alternate remedy था revocation application, appeal. I did not go for it. मैंने रिट कोर्ट में गया, मुझे भी डर रहता है कहीं रिट कोर्ट में लॉर्डशिप ये ना बोले हैविंग ऑल्टरनेट रेमेडी, इधर में क्यों आ गया, जाओ नीचे जाओ। बट लुक एट व्हाट ब्यूटी आई क्रिएटेड। लॉर्डशिप आस्क्ड मी व्हाट इज दिस केस ऑल अबाउट। आई सेड लॉर्डशिप they issued the so-called notice and alleging I took registration by means of fraud. Lordship, I responded back. I said, let me know the region and basis. I requested for the PH. Lordship, nothing provided. And without PH, they have cancelled my registration with retrospective date. तो लॉर्डशिप डिपार्टमेंट के बंदे को देखते हैं, भैया क्या डिपार्टमेंट का बंदा ऐसे देख रहा है। टुक 1 minute, मैं मनी मन सोचो पढ़ क्या रहा है, 1 पेज के तो कैंसिलेशन है, पढ़ क्या रहा है तू, 1 मिनट के बाद बोलता है सर इनके साथ कुछ गलती हो गई है। मैंने मनी मन सोचा रामचंद्र जी यहां पे इनके साथ गलती हो गई है। फिर बोलता है लॉर्डशिप काइंडली इशू नोटिस, आई विल फाइल काउंटर। डू यू अंडरस्टैंड द मीनिंग ऑफ दिस लाइन? नोटिस इशू, आई विल फाइल काउंटर, मतलब ये टाइम मांग रहा है और ये काउंटर 6 महीना नहीं भरेगा। और मेरा क्लाइंट ने मुझसे क्या बोल रखा है? 1 महीना। आई वॉज प्रिपेयर्ड कि वो ऐसे ही करेगा। मैंने कहा लॉर्डशिप से, लॉर्डशिप आई हैव समथिंग टू से लॉर्डशिप, जस्ट 2 मिनट एंड लिसन नो आर्गुमेंट व्हिच आई डिड बिफोर द कोर्ट। लॉर्डशिप, they are not citing region and basis in a show cause notice. Show cause notice is a non-speaking one. I'm writing back to them, tell me the region and basis. Lordship, P is supposed to be given. They're invoking section 29 subsection 2 clause E, but उसके नीचे एक proviso है, वो बोलता है cancellation से पहले PH दो. Lordship not giving. 75 subsection 4. Any adverse order without PH is null and void. Lordship, he is not giving it to me. We are all small taxpayer, Lordship. उनको क्या मालूम 250 करोड़ है? हाँ, जब तक नहीं मालूम, litigation is an art. We are small taxpayer. Where will go, Lordship? They are harassing us like anything, and they are not giving me PS, Lordship. Region and basis, they are not letting us know, and now he need time to file counter. Lordship, I'm leaving it to you. इतना सुनने के बाद तो आपका मन भी गदगद कि हाँ बिमल सही बोल रहा है, दे इसको दे. Lordship was kind enough that day and said, you people are harassing to the taxpayer. Why they are coming for such small? Your so-called notice, no region, no basis, only allegation. You can say anything, whatever you want. In an open court, he has said. And who will give the PH? Where they will go? Right to do business, where they will do. He is not invoking Article 19(1)(g, but important one. Your cancellation, your so-called notice vacated, and you people are troubling to the taxpayer and to the learned counsel coming to the court, give them 5,000 rupees also. Believe me, that is the judgment I got. So मेरे को क्या चाहिए मालूम है? Courage. लेकिन इसमें एक थीम सिल्वर लाइनिंग सिखाना है आपको, जो नहीं सिखाया मैंने आपको. Alternate remedy था ना? But still I have gone to the court. Writ petition under Article 226. There are 4 situations, keep to your mind. अगर वो 4 situation है, then alternate remedy is not a bar. You can move a writ petition. What are those 4 situations? Listen first. When there is violation of fundamental right, was there any violation? कौन सा था? Article 19(1)(g, right to do business. But मैंने invoke नहीं किया. Second, when you are challenging violation of law, did I challenge? I did not challenge. Third, excessive jurisdiction, when order is passed beyond the jurisdiction, that is also not invoked. Last one I invoked, violation of principle of natural justice. Was there? Was there? Yes. This I invoked and I got the relief. So what is the theme line? वो भाई साहब बोले पूरा टीम लेके चला जाता है. जाने दो सर, 1 महीना के अंदर करके निकाल के लेके आए, और जो 5-10 हजार रुपए का फीस था, सो हमको चेंज करना है गियर. नाक का डॉक्टर कान नहीं देखेगा. सेकेंड वन, थर्ड वन, इंटरेस्टिंग वन, कैंसिलेशन होता है, राइट? आपको अपील फाइल करनी है, अपील. एंड अपील का टाइम पीरियड है बिफोर फर्स्ट अपीलेट अथॉरिटी 3+1 month. Am I right? One of the client before Rajasthan High Court, in the case of MR Traders, sir, in the case of MR Traders, उसका registration cancelled हुआ. अपील भी फाइल नहीं किया, रिवोकेशन भी फाइल नहीं किया, कुछ नहीं किया. 160 days delayed filing appeal before first appellate authority. सर अपील हो सकता है क्या? हाँ या ना? सर एनीवन? अच्छा, वोटिंग कराते हैं. 3+1 month sacrosanct, right? Before first appellate authority. GST 80, listen sir. GST 80 3+3 months. अगर इससे डिले हो गया तो आपकी अपील जाएगी, हाँ या ना? हाँ वाले कितने हैं? जाएगी. जाएगी. अच्छा, ना वाले? ना वाले? अच्छा दादा, जो ये लोग हैं वो कौन है? नहीं 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 दादा, समझा दीजिए हमको. अरे वो आपका पार्टी गया अब. सर एक चीज बोलूं आपसे, आई एम द पर्सन हु बिलीव पार्टिसिपेशन. हाँ और ना में कुछ नहीं फर्क पड़ता सर. क्या फर्क पड़ता है? लेकिन अगर आप गलत आंसर दे रहे हैं, या मान लीजिए आपके माइंड में क्लिक नहीं कर रहा, या आप लॉजिक, दादा नो मोबाइल प्लीज, तुम्हारा गाना सुनते नहीं आया. अगर आप हाँ और ना नहीं करेंगे ना तो आपका माइंड क्लिक नहीं करेगा. अगर गलत आंसर दिया और मैंने करेक्ट किया ना तो रजिस्टर करेगा आपके माइंड में. सो बी ऑन द पार्ट ऑफ, नेक्स्ट टाइम जब बोलूं तो माय रिक्वेस्ट टू ईच वन ऑफ यू, देखिए हाँ और ना करेंगे ना बाबा जगन्नाथ आपको देख लेंगे, और नहीं किया तो नहीं देखेंगे, फिर फीस नहीं मिलेगा. नेक्स्ट टाइम see law provision are sacrosanct, your appeal going to be dismissed on limitation. That is the law position. Matter went up to the Rajasthan High Court. 160 days delay. Petitioner argued before Rajasthan High Court. And what he argued, Lordship, मेरे से डिले हो गया. क्यों हुआ? लॉर्डशिप, मेरा पापा का तबीयत खराब था. मेरे पापा का, वो तो आपको मालूम है तबीयत किसकी खराब करनी है. सेकंड, लॉर्डशिप, जो मेरा कंसल्टेंट था ना, उसने मेरे को बताया ही नहीं कि कैंसिलेशन हो गया है. कंसल्टेंट को दोष दे दिया. लॉर्डशिप, कहां जाएं? आप नहीं सुनेंगे तो कौन सुनेगा? एंड आर्गुमेंट वॉज बिफोर द कोर्ट एज, लॉ में प्रोविजन है, जीएसटी लॉ में, कैन यू अप्लाई लिमिटेशन एक्ट? डाइवर्जेंट जजमेंट, कुछ कोर्ट लिमिटेशन एक्ट मानता है, कुछ नहीं मानता. राजस्थान हाई कोर्ट ने कहा स्पेसिफिक लॉ, स्पेसिफिक लिमिटेशन विल प्रिवेल ओवर लिमिटेशन, बट वी कांट लीव टैक्स पेयर रेमेडीलेस. हम इसको रेमेडीलेस नहीं छोड़ सकते. इफ वी कैन प्रूव जेन्युइन रीजन, then we are having plenary power under Article 226 to give him relief. So यानी अगर आपका बार्ड बाय लिमिटेशन भी हो जाए तो कईयों का होगा कि फर्स्ट अपील पे गया ही नहीं है. किसी ने पूछा जीएसटी 80 पे चले जाएं. सर पहले फर्स्ट अपील देन जीएसटी 80, बट you must file appeal. Let it be dismissed on limitation, but give reasoning. बीमार तो आप कर ही सकते हैं. ऑलवेज रीजन बनाइए, पीछे बैकअप बनाइए. आई एम नॉट सेइंग आर्टिफिशियल, क्रिएट सम बेसिक बैकग्राउंड. जो भी लिमिटेशन पे बाहर है दे कैन रिवाइव इमीडिएटली. एंड यू नेवर नो, यू कैन सी एमनेस्टी. दिस आई एम गिविंग पर्सनल थॉट. सो डोंट वेट फॉर द एमनेस्टी, फाइल अपील, let it be dismissed, let it go to GST 80, but try to push it. And Rajasthan High Court has said under Article 226, having plenary power, we can condone the delay. Hence he can go back, remanded back the matter for listening and reviving his cancellation. What Rajasthan High Court importantly said, GST law का मतलब है to do business. अगर आपका कैंसिलेशन ही कर देंगे और रेमेडीलेस छोड़ देंगे तो जाएगा कहां? होप आई एम क्लियर टू ऑल ऑफ यू. लास्ट वन फॉर द डे. वो 2:15 बज रहा है, 1:30 बज रहा है, राइट? चलेगा ना? 2 o'clock, till 2 o'clock. सर एक केस बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है. इसमें आपको ये सिखाऊंगा फैक्चुअल्स वर्सेस टेक्निकल. factuals versus technical. Are you all ready? Are you all ready? एक क्लाइंट सर मेरे पास आता है, वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग वन, और यहां पे भी फीस कैसे लेना है वो बताऊंगा आपको. एक क्लाइंट मेरे पास आता है ऑर्डर लेके, जिसमें डिमांड कंफर्म है 50 करोड़. 50 करोड़ ऑफिस में आता है, सर डिपार्टमेंट ने 50 करोड़ का डिमांड कंफर्म कर दिया. मैंने पूछा तुम करते क्या हो, व्हाट यू डू? उसने कहा सर हम लोग कॉम्बो सेल करते हैं, चार्जर एंड रिचार्जेबल बैटरी. चार्जर एंड रिचार्जेबल बैटरी. चार्जर 18% एंड रिचार्जेबल बैटरी 28%. तो मैंने कितना रेट लगाते हो कॉम्बो के ऊपर? उसने कहा 18%. डिपार्टमेंट का एलिगेशन इट इज 28% लीविएबल. एम आई राइट? फैक्चुअली क्लियर? तो मैंने बोला ठीक है अपील पे जाओ. फर्स्ट अपील मीन्स 10% प्री डिपॉजिट विच वुड बी 5 करोड़. सो नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन आपके लिए होगा, प्री डिपॉजिट आपके पास नहीं है, आप क्या करेंगे? लिसन दिस केस विच आई फॉट and we won. That is the reason I'm sharing this live experience to all of you. उसने कहा सर मेरा ना सिर्फ 3% डिस्प्यूटेड है, ओनली 3%, पर डिपार्टमेंट ने टोटल टर्नओवर पे डिमांड पे कंफर्म कर दिया. सर अगर 3% डिस्प्यूटेड मान के कंफर्म करते तो देयर वुड बी टैक्स लायबिलिटी ऑफ 1.37 करोड़, whereas department has confirmed on total turnover which is 50 करोड़. तो मैंने क्या चाहते? बोले सर 5 करोड़ रुपया नहीं है मेरे पास, आई कांट डिपॉजिट, प्री डिपॉजिट नहीं कर सकता. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन गोज टू ऑल ऑफ यू, विदाउट प्री डिपॉजिट कैन यू फाइल योर अपील? हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू से यस, विदाउट प्री डिपॉजिट अपील जा सकता है? लॉ वांट प्री डिपॉजिट, तुम आपको देना ही पड़ेगा, चॉइस नहीं है सर आपके पास, देयर इज नो चॉइस. इसके पास 5 करोड़ रुपया नहीं है, बोला जैन साहब जो करना है करो. अब सर बताते हैं, वही बताते हैं. रेक्टिफिकेशन एप्लीकेशन इधर आएगा अभी, आप ध्यान से सुनिए, आपको मजा आएगा कि जीएसटी को तैयार कैसे करना है. तो मैंने कहा क्या चाहते हो? बोले सर जो करना है कीजिए आप. उस ऑर्डर में एक जगह लिखा था कि आपने डिटेल्स डॉक्यूमेंट सबमिट नहीं किए, इसीलिए डिमांड कंफर्म्ड ऑन टोटल टर्नओवर. मैंने पूछा आपने ये डिटेल्स डॉक्यूमेंट क्यों नहीं दिए? बोले सर मैंने अपने सीए को दिए थे, आई गिवन टू माय सीए, ही इज कंप्लेनिंग ऑफ माय ब्रदर in front of me only. प्रॉब्लम कहां पे है मालूम है दादा? उस सीए ने भी उतना ही पैसा लिया होगा, उसने उसी तरीके से काम किया. भैया ऑपरेशन आपका लोकल हॉस्पिटल में भी होता है और मेदांता में भी होता है, मतलब चार्जेस आर डिफरेंट. एम आई राइट? सो व्हाट इज माय से स्पेशलाइजेशन? मैंने कहा आपने डॉक्यूमेंट दिया उसको? बोले सर दिया था, पर आपको मालूम है कौन सा डॉक्यूमेंट देना है, कहां देना है? तो मैंने कहा आप चाहते हो मैं करूं? बोले हाँ सर आपने जो करना है कीजिए, असाइनमेंट आपका, बस 5 करोड़ रुपया आप मुझसे नहीं मांगिएगा. आई फाइल्ड ए रेक्टिफिकेशन एप्लीकेशन अंडर सेक्शन 161. कैन आई गो फॉर रेक्टिफिकेशन? हम अच्छा वोटिंग करना है मुझे, और जेन्युइनली हाँ ना बीच में नहीं. How many of you say it is worth going for rectification application? सर रेक्टिफिकेशन एप्लीकेशन नहीं होगा. Under 161, when there is apparent mistake on the face of it, he is confirming demand because we have not submitted the details and document. So आपका पर स्ट्रेटेजी का पार्ट था. आई मूव माई रेक्टिफिकेशन एप्लीकेशन नोइंग दैट कुछ नहीं होने वाला, फिर भी लगाया. दैट ऑफिसर इज नॉट गिविंग एनीथिंग. not listening to our case. Nothing he's doing. I went up after 1.5 महीने बाद मैं चला गया उनसे मिलने के लिए. तो उन्होंने बोला भाई हम तो PhD नहीं है, ये क्यों आ गए हैं यहाँ पे? बोलो PH के बिना नहीं होगा, कुछ नहीं होगा, जाओ. CGST एडिशनल कमिश्नर, CGST SGST थोड़ा समझने का. CGST एडिशनल कमिश्नर मतलब थोड़ा सा. तो मैंने बोला नहीं सर 2 मिनट का टाइम तो चाहिए आपसे. मैं अंदर गया, मैंने बोला सर आप ये ऑर्डर पास कर दिए 50 करोड़ का. बोले आप लोग डिटेल्स नहीं देंगे तो कैसे होगा? तो मैंने सर आप लिख भी तो नहीं रहा, आपको चाहिए क्या? 1 लाइन. आप कहते हैं मैंने डिटेल्स नहीं दिया, डॉक्यूमेंट नहीं दिया. क्या नहीं दिया वो तो बोलिए. एंड यू आर कंफर्मिंग ऑन टोटल टर्नओवर. Dispute is only to the extent of 3% of total turnover, which is 1.37 crore. आप क्या कर रहे हैं सर? What are you doing? बोले सर वो क्या नहीं दिया आपको मुझे नहीं मालूम, अभी आपको जो चाहिए ना मुझसे बोलिए, मैं ला के देगा. जो भी चाहिए, जो भी चाहिए, समझ रहे हैं ना? हाँ हाँ बस समझना चाहिए. हाँ कहीं उधर में भी कंफ्यूजन हो गया तो मुश्किल. उधर अलाइनमेंट होना चाहिए अपना. बोले ठीक है मैं देखता हूं. इट इज अबाउट टू 3 months एंड. आपने क्वेश्चन किया था मुझसे कि रेक्टिफिकेशन एप्लीकेशन डाला है, ऑफिसर कुछ कर ही नहीं रहा. 3 months अबाउट टू क्लोज, आई मूव्ड ए रिट पिटीशन इन दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट. मैटर ऑन दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट day 1. Lordship asked me what is this case all about. I said, Lordship, only 3% disputed turnover, but they are confirming demand on total turnover. That is the only dispute, Lordship. Department का बंदा immediately वही वाला paragraph कि they have not submitted documents, details. I said to the Lordship, but they are not saying what document they are looking for. Lordship, how come this order? Do you want facts to be read here? Go. File your appeal under section 107. मैंने बोला भैया ये तो चाहिए नहीं मेरे को. तो मैंने बोला Lordship, but they are supposed to. And in the meanwhile, Lordship has said, you are complicating the life of tax officer. She sounded a word. You are complicating life of. अब मेरा gear change हुआ. मैंने Lordship, I'm complicating their life. Lordship, rather they are complicating our life and making sure we should die. Lordship, he's not saying which document he's looking for. I move my rectification application. He's not willing me give me PH. He's not willing to give order, rectified order. Where I will go, Lordship? Lordship, you have to listen to us, otherwise no window. इतना सुनने के बाद जैसे आपको लग रहा है ना एकदम exact that day Lordship was looking at me. Oh, he's saying right यार, rectification application लगाया है ना उसने, वो बोल रहा है ना कि देगा क्या चाहिए तेरे को, तो ले रेक्टिफाइड ऑर्डर पास कर within 30 days, स्पीकिंग ऑर्डर. मैंने कहा यही चाहिए लॉर्डशिप, वापस बाहर ऑर्डर लेके बल्ले बल्ले. राइट? अरे स्टोरी खत्म नहीं हुआ, सुन तो लो यार, पिक्चर पूरी सुन लो, अभी स्टोरी खत्म नहीं हुआ. जैसे ही ऑर्डर हुआ 28 अप्रैल 2025 इसने मुझे पीएच दिया, वही सेम ऑफिसर जो मुझसे मिलना नहीं चाहता था. मैंने उसको लिखा मेरे पास टाइम नहीं है, मैं दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट में हूं आज, एडजॉर्न द केस. अब मैं उसको दिखा रहा हूं साम दाम दंड भेद. लिटिगेशन इज एन आर्ट, अगेन आई एम टेलिंग यू. ये वही बंदा था जो मुझे टाइम देने को तैयार नहीं था. आज 30 दिन के अंदर दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट का ऑर्डर है, इसलिए उसको पीएच इमीडिएट देना पड़ा है, वरना 3 महीने से वो सो रहा था. मैंने कहा 2 मई का डेट दो. 2 मई आई वेंट, आई मेट विद द एडिशनल कमिश्नर. क्या बिमल जी आप बोलिए ना, अपील लगा देगा. बस सर 5 करोड़ होता तो अभी लगा देता, हम रेक्टिफिकेशन एप्लीकेशन क्यों लगाते आपके पास? सर है नहीं. 1.37 करोड़ डिस्प्यूट है सर, आपने 50 करोड़ जस्टिफाइड नहीं है सर, हो नहीं सकता. सर इस बात देख लीजिए, जो चाहिए, जौन सा डॉक्यूमेंट चाहिए, ग्रीन वाला, रेड वाला, जो भी चाहिए आप बता दीजिएगा. बोल ठीक है मैं देखता हूं. बिलीव मी, ही टुक 3 months, 30 days का टाइम था. They are having no fear in their mind. एंड गिव एंड टेक, डॉक्यूमेंट ले, डॉक्यूमेंट दे, गिव डॉक्यूमेंट, मैं भी देता रहा। 3 महीने बाद उसका सुपरिंटेंडेंट फोन करता है, बिमल जी इसका क्या करना है? मैंने सर किसका क्या करना है? बोले वो 50 करोड़ का रेक्टिफिकेशन एप्लीकेशन। मैंने कर दो सर। बोले ऐसे ही थोड़ी होगा, इधर आइए आपको मिलना पड़ेगा। आई एम टेलिंग यू द रियलिटी ऑफ टुडे, रियलिटी ऑफ टुडे, इट इज हैपनिंग। मैंने बोला मैं तो नहीं आ सकता, मैं क्लाइंट को भेजता हूं, क्लाइंट से बात कर लो क्या करना है तेरे को। क्लाइंट गया, अब उनका कुछ हुआ नहीं, पैचअप, वो वापस आ गया, रेक्टिफाइड ऑर्डर पास विद द सेम डिमांड ऑफ 50 करोड़। अभी आप ताली बजा रहे थे ना आप लोग, फिर से 50 करोड़। ये क्लाइंट फिर मेरे पास, बोले बिमल जी क्या करना है अब? बोले फिर रिट डालेंगे। वन लिटिगेशन, आई एम टेलिंग द आर्ट ऑफ जीएसटी 80 ऐसे नहीं होगा जैसा हम सोच रहे हैं। जीएसटी 80 नीड टू बी बिल्ड अप एंड यू नीड टू गो विद द थॉरो प्रिपरेशन। फिर रेट डाला, फिर सेम बेंच के सामने, एंड बेंच सेड यू आर कॉम्प्लिकेटिंग द लाइफ। सो लॉर्डशिप को याद था कि मैंने इसको बोला है कॉम्प्लिकेटेड, तो उन्होंने ऐसे ही स्टार्ट किया, व्हाट हैपेंड नाउ मिस्टर कॉम्प्लिकेटेड, व्हाट हैपेंड नाउ? आई सेड लॉर्डशिप अगेन दे हैव पास्ड द सेम ऑर्डर। व्हाई? वी हैव सबमिटेड ऑल द डॉक्यूमेंट लॉर्डशिप बट स्टिल दे हैव पास्ड। तो डिपार्टमेंट के बंदे ने वो ऑर्डर निकाल के दिखाना चालू किया, लॉर्डशिप देखिए ये लोग चोरी करते हैं, फ्रॉड, सपरेशन। 28% का माल है 18 पे बेचते हैं। So they are doing all fraud. Lordship again got annoyed. You people are doing like this. This is not acceptable. Go and file appeal 107. Nothing doable. अब मैंने लॉर्डशिप को रोका। लॉर्डशिप लिसन। लॉर्डशिप हम लोग चोर हैं, हम लोग चोर हैं लॉर्डशिप। But look at the order. They are saying disputed turnover 3%, balance turnover this much, total is this much. What they are supposed to pick up? Disputed turnover? Why they are not picking disputed turnover? I'm चोर। अब वो डिपार्टमेंट वाला बीच में फिर कूदा, बोला लॉर्डशिप बट दिस कांट हैपन। लॉर्डशिप देन साउंडेड, अरे बोल तो रहा है चोर है, पर तू डिस्प्यूटेड पे कंफर्म करना, टोटल पे कैसे होगा? तेरे ऑर्डर में लिखा है ना, देख उसके पास कुछ नहीं है कहने को। Then I shown something to the lordship. Lordship, this is not only complete part of it. Look at 122 subsection 1. याद आ रहा है सर? रोमन 1, रोमन 4, रोमन 7, रोमन 20, 50 करोड़ का 250 करोड़ की पेनल्टी। Well, Lordship, I'm not complicated when I said, na, they are making sure we should die. Lordship, that's the reason we come up to you only. And we look for the justice. Otherwise, they are not giving justice to us. Lordship, we are not complicating. And then she passed the order. Yes, pre-deposit only to the extent of disputed turnover. 1.37 crore means 13.17 lakh. Appeal to be filed within 3 months from today's order date. Otherwise, वो 3 months जा चुका था। I said, Lordship, highly obliged. करके बाहर आए. And we got that particular benefit. But story यहाँ पे भी खत्म नहीं होती। अब अपील फाइल करनी है। पोर्टल पे ऑर्डर है 50 करोड़। उस पे अगर आप अपील डालेंगे तो 5 करोड़ की प्री डिपॉजिट मांगता है। Am I right? हमने इनको लिखा, एडजुडिकेटिंग अथॉरिटी, अपीलेट अथॉरिटी को, सर इस ऑर्डर को ठीक कर दो। कोई ठीक करने को तैयार नहीं। When 30 days about to end, I send physical appeal with physical DRC 03. अब वो सुपरिंटेंडेंट बोलता मैं फिजिकल लूंगा नहीं। मैंने क्यों नहीं लेगा? हमने तुमको लिखा था ना कि ऑर्डर ठीक कर दो एज पर दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट जजमेंट। आप लोगों ने क्यों नहीं किया? Who stopped you? Why you are not supposed to do that? एंड अगर आप नहीं लोगे, लिख के दो नहीं लोगे आप, लिख के दो नहीं लोगे आप। बिमल जी आप हम लोग की प्रॉब्लम हम ही को करे जा रहे हैं, ऐसे करके मीन्स एवरीथिंग। मैंने कहा सर आप लोग कर रहे हैं, आपको लिखा था कि ऑर्डर ठीक कर दो। जीएसटी सच ए ब्यूटी एंड देन ही एक्सेप्टेड द मैनुअल अपील। यानी ऑनलाइन के अलावा भी फिजिकल होगा, प्री डिपॉजिट कम होगा, प्रोवाइडेड यू कैन प्रूव योर केस। And it changed from one situation to another situation. And अभी recently मैं argue करके आया हूँ उस केस का। 1.37 करोड़ पे. So client is happy कि मेरा 50 करोड़ का डिमांड यहाँ पे 1.37 करोड़. Now I need to argue 18 versus 28, जो किया छोड़ देते हैं. Last topic of the day. सफारी रिट्रीट करेंगे और खत्म करेंगे हम लोग. Last one, only 5-10 minutes and 2 o'clock sharp I will finish it off. Are you all ready? Are you all ready? हमारा सेशन बेस्ट होना चाहिए, होगा ना? ओके, चलिए आइए लास्ट. सफारी रिट्रीट कितने लोगों को मालूम है? हाथ उठाइए ऑनेस्टली. नहीं, मुझे हाथ उठाइए. सफारी रिट्रीट. ओके, चलिए, ऑल राइट. इससे पहले मैं 2-3 आंसर दे दूं सर को, हमारे मॉडरेटर साहब के क्वेश्चन के आंसर. सर, अगर आपने रेक्टिफिकेशन एप्लीकेशन डाला है और डिपार्टमेंट को 6 महीने का टाइम है और अपील मेरा 3 मंथ्स में जाना है, तो मेरा टाइम पीरियड कहां से स्टार्ट होगा? फ्रॉम द डेट ऑफ रेक्टिफाइड ऑर्डर. देयर इज जजमेंट कमिंग इन. एम आई क्लियर? सो नथिंग टू वरी अबाउट. सेकेंड, GST-80 इज नाउ गोइंग टू एक्सेप्ट. अभी उन्होंने कह दिया कि डेफिशिएंसी सब्सटेंस नो फॉर्म, सो वो डेफिशिएंसी भी रेज नहीं कर रहे. प्री डिपॉजिट इज एडिटेबल वन. देखा है ना आपने, प्री डिपॉजिट आप एडिट कर सकते हैं. सो एवरीथिंग इज ओपन. यू हैव टू हैव बैकअप फॉर द कैलकुलेशन डन. सो देयर आर लॉट ऑफ ओपनिंग ऑन GST-80, लेकिन अब आपको अपील डालनी है. इसके बाद 31 जुलाई के बाद आई एम नॉट श्योर वी विल गेट एक्सटेंशन. सो आपको डालना है. लास्ट सफारी रिट्रीट करेंगे, देन विल क्लोज इट. What was safari retreat, by the way? Safari retreat was, if I'm constructing a mall, मनोज जी भी बैठे हैं तो हम होटल को भी आज कंसीडर करेंगे. If I'm constructing a mall, then whether I will get the credit on goods or services or not. Goods means cement, iron, steel. मुझे क्रेडिट मिलेगा या नहीं मिलेगा? याद आ रहा है सर? As per 17 subsection 5 clause C and clause D, negative list. They are saying credit is नहीं मिलेगा. आप CA हैं, अपना ऑफिस का कंस्ट्रक्शन करा रहे हैं, उस पे GST लगा, आपको क्रेडिट मिलेगा? नहीं, हाँ वाला कोई नहीं मिलेगा. पहला क्वेश्चन ये था सफारी रिट्रीट में, whether it is constitutionally valid. Negative list. Safari retreat mein Honorable Supreme Court has said it's constitutionally valid. Acha, GST credit is your fundamental right. It is statutory right as per the law. If you satisfy the condition, then available. So it is not your fundamental right. Hence, it is not your vested credit. Article 300 capital A, जो argument हम लेते हैं ना, vested credit, it is not vested credit. It is only statutory credit as per GST law. So आपका ये कहना, कई लोग बोले थे हाँ fundamental right है, नहीं है सर. Second, GST law में negative list है. Is it correct? Constitutionally valid? इनने बोल दिया ना क्रेडिट नहीं मिलेगा, तो आप क्या चाहते हैं कि ये मॉल होटल हम बनाएं, उसका आउटवर्ड पे GST लगेगा, इनवर्ड पे आप हमें क्रेडिट नहीं देंगे? Is it constitutionally valid? हाँ या ना? वोटिंग करना है मुझे. क्वेश्चन समझ गए ना? नेगेटिव लिस्ट इन GST लॉ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनली वैलिड है, यानी क्रेडिट नहीं मिलेगा. हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू से यस एंड हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू से नहीं सर मिलेगा? सर फिर भी लोग हैं, सबका खाने में हम मिर्ची मिलाएंगे. जिन जिन ने हाथ नहीं उठाया सबका खाना में ज्यादा मिर्ची. सर कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनली वैलिड. अगर लॉ में नेगेटिव लिस्ट है तो है, आपको क्रेडिट नहीं मिलेगा. आपको याद है इन्वर्टेड ड्यूटी स्ट्रक्चर, VKC फुटस्टेप्स. इनपुट 18 पे आता है, आउटपुट 5 पे जाता है, राइट? एक्युमुलेशन. वहां पे ये था इनपुट सर्विस का भी रिफंड मिलेगा या नहीं मिलेगा इनपुट के साथ। सुप्रीम कोर्ट हैज सेड नहीं मिलेगा, इनपुट सर्विस पे नहीं मिलेगा। एंड सुप्रीम कोर्ट वेरी सेड लॉ में इनपुट है, इनपुट सर्विस नहीं है। बट पिटिशनर बोला लॉर्ड साहब हम लोग कहां जाएं? बोले हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते, जीएसटी काउंसिल। एम आई राइट? तो अगर लॉ में नेगेटिव है तो नहीं मिलेगा। अब आते हैं मॉल के ऊपर। मॉल कंस्ट्रक्शन पे क्रेडिट मिलेगा या नहीं मिलेगा, ये सफारी रिट्रीट में उड़ीसा हाई कोर्ट से सुप्रीम कोर्ट में पहुंचा। उड़ीसा हाई कोर्ट ने कहा अरे यार कंस्ट्रक्शन करके ये लेट आउट करेगा कॉमर्शियली, तो इसका इनवर्ड के ऊपर क्रेडिट मिलना चाहिए। सुप्रीम कोर्ट में आर्गुमेंट, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा अच्छा 17(5)(c एंड 17(5)(d). सी में क्या है मालूम है? They are saying that you will not get credit on works contract services for construction of immovable property other than plant and machinery. Am I right? But D में क्या है मालूम है? You will not get credit on goods or services for construction of immovable property other than plant or machinery. तो हमारा जो सफारी रिट्रीट के जो लॉयर थे उन्होंने कहा लॉर्डशिप अगर मॉल प्लांट है तो क्रेडिट मिल जाएगा, पर प्लांट तो जीएसटी लॉ में डिफाइंड ही नहीं है। तो उन्हें इनकम टैक्स का जजमेंट ताजमहल होटल लिमिटेड सुप्रीम कोर्ट का उसमें पढ़ा दिया, मॉल मींस प्लांट मींस, लेकिन उसमें अदर देन होटल था। तो अगर मॉल प्लांट है तो क्रेडिट, बल्ले बल्ले सब लोग ने ताली बजाया जो जो से, अरे मिल जाएगा फंक्शनल मॉल पे मिल जाएगा। तब तक 55th जीएसटी काउंसिल मीटिंग, वो लोग आए बोले नहीं नहीं हमारा तो इंटेंशन था ही नहीं आपको क्रेडिट देने का, हमारा इंटेंशन नहीं था, हम रिट्रोस्पेक्टिवली अमेंड कर देंगे। सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जजमेंट जाने के बाद भी रिट्रोस्पेक्टिवली दे हैव अमेंडेड एंड दे हैव सेड वी हैव डन क्लरिकल एरर। अच्छा तुम क्लरिकल करते हो और हमारा 74, am I right? This is not ease of business, but nevertheless it happened. Now we are here. अब मैं बताऊं सफारी रिट्रीट का जरूरत थी नहीं, फालतू। अब मैं मनोज जी को होटल का भी मैं क्रेडिट दिलवाऊंगा, मॉल का भी दिलवाऊंगा और बिना सफारी रिट्रीट के दिलवाऊंगा। आई एम कोटिंग पैरा 32 of Safari Retreat. Listen very beautifully. Para 32 में उन्होंने क्या कहा मालूम है? They have explained 17 subsection 5 clause D. What they have explained? They have said credit is not available on goods or services or both for construction of immovable property other than own account. Are you recalling? Other than? So what is the meaning of own account? Supreme Court saying when you are constructing for letting out to others, then it is for usage by others. It is not for your own account. To that extent they have stopped. But it means that अगर मैंने होटल का कंस्ट्रक्शन कराया for letting out, commercial let out, मॉल का कंस्ट्रक्शन कराया for letting out, तो क्रेडिट सफारी रिट्रीट, मैं कहीं बाहर से नहीं बोल रहा, तो यानी मुझे सफारी रिट्रीट देखना ही नहीं था। बट एक चीज और ऐड कर दूं, मान लीजिए मैं कंपनी हूं और मुझे स्टोरेज वेयर हाउस बनाना है, तो मैं कभी नहीं बनवाऊंगा, मैं बीच में किसी पार्टी को डाल दूंगा, ये स्टोरेज वेयर हाउस बनाएगा और फिर लीजिंग करेगा कंपनी को। लीजिंग करने से कंपनी की क्रेडिट आपको मिल गई और इसको भी क्रेडिट ऑन ओन अकाउंट नहीं है, फॉर थर्ड पार्टी इसको भी क्रेडिट मिल गया। तो सफारी रिट्रीट जरूरत नहीं थी। पर डिपार्टमेंट का माइंडसेट, लास्ट पार्ट, अच्छा ये अभी इलाहाबाद में हुआ था ना महाकुंभ, कितने लोग नहा के आए थे सर? कितने लोग नहा के आए थे सर? इनका तो मुख छूना है, जो लोग नहा के नहीं आए थे इनको छू लीजिए। क्या कह रहे हैं मैम? मैम क्या बोले? यू गॉट द वाटर बॉटल ऑल्सो? थोड़ा थोड़ा पानी हम लोगों को कल डिस्ट्रीब्यूट। मैम वो पानी दीजिए मत दीजिए, आप बता दीजिएगा कि आपको छू लेंगे हम लोग। महाकुंभ अथॉरिटी का सीईओ who is IAS sent a so-called notice to me from GST department. What GST department alleging to them कि जो तुम ये वो टेंट बनते हैं ना, ये टेंट बना रहे, ये इमूवेबल प्रॉपर्टी है, आपको क्रेडिट नहीं मिलेगा। सो कॉज नोटिस पूरा डिपार्टमेंट का। तो मैंने उस सीईओ साहब से पूछा, सर आपने मुझे क्यों भेजा है? वो आप ही के भाई लोग हैं, उनसे बात कीजिए। सर आउटपुट आप टेंट लेट आउट होता है ना उस पे, अब गए नहीं ना महाकुंभ, जाके देखिए। ओहो, बट इट इज गवर्नमेंट एंड नॉन गवर्नमेंट, ओनली अमाउंट स्पेसिफाइड, बियॉन्ड दैट जीएसटी लीविएबल। ओहो, नो नो, लिसन टू मी, इनका कहना है वो गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट है, बट जीएसटी लॉ में एग्जिम्पशन ओनली टू द एक्सटेंट ऑफ थ्रेशोल्ड अमाउंट, whether government or private does not make difference. That is, you can see later. You can say logical and illogical rather. जब सो कॉज नोटिस दिया तो वो सीईओ मुझसे बोलते हैं, सर ये इनने हमको दे दिया, क्या करें सर इसका? सर आप बताइए ये आपका क्रेडिट मिलेगा या नहीं मिलेगा? वेदर ये जो हमने बनाया यहाँ पे टेंट वेंट इमूवेबल प्रॉपर्टी है क्या? आई सेड it is not immovable property and you will get the credit. You will 100% get the credit, and I given my opinion to them. Later I got one judgment. आप लोग ने देखा या नहीं देखा, आपको याद आ रहा है? Anyone knows the judgment name? एयरटेल। ऊपर में हम टेलीकम्युनिकेशन टावर लगाते हैं ना, बिल्डिंग के ऊपर एक सिविल स्ट्रक्चर बनता है, स्क्रू से टाइट कर देते हैं, और जब हुआ हम मूव करके ले जाते हैं। डिपार्टमेंट डिस्प्यूट वाज इमूवेबल प्रॉपर्टी है, लेकिन पिटिशनर ने कहा लॉर्डशिप नो, इट इज मूवेबल, इट कैन बी ओपन एंड शिफ्टेड फ्रॉम वन प्लेस टू अनदर प्लेस, इज अ मूवेबल वन, क्रेडिट इज अवेलेबल। लेटर ऑन सुप्रीम कोर्ट कंफर्म भारती एयरटेल। सो व्हाट आई एम टेलिंग यू, जीएसटी हैज गॉट लॉट ऑफ ब्यूटी इनसाइड। तो थोड़ा बहुत आप भी जीएसटी को समझने की कोशिश कीजिए। लास्ट एंड फॉरमोस्ट, एज आई सेड 2 बजे मैं क्लोज करूंगा, so I'm about to close at 2 o'clock, but let's listen 1 or 2 minutes more. Sir, GST litigation requires lot of passion. सर ने जैसे अभी मुझे क्वेश्चन किया, सर गवर्नमेंट अथॉरिटी है, उन्हें तो मुझसे कहा था कि बिमल जी आप आ जाइए, आपका VVIP नवन कराएंगे। 10 नहीं नवन, वो तो नवन था। तो मैंने कहा मेरा मत कराओ, वो कमिश्नर साहब का करवाओ जिन्हें सो कॉज नोटिस भेजा है आपको। सर जीएसटी लिटिगेशन रिक्वायर्स लॉट ऑफ पैशन विद द लॉ नॉलेज, फैक्ट्स नॉलेज। फैक्ट्स पे कब आर्ग्यू करना है, कितना करना है, दैट इज द पार्ट। लास्ट 2 मिनट थोड़ा मोटिवेशन। जय जगन्नाथ। 2 मिनट सर, ओनली 2 मिनट्स। नहीं, थोड़ा प्लेट का भी हड़बड़ी हो गया है, उस प्लेट के हड़बड़ी को रोकने के लिए मैंने कहा 2 मिनट। We are at such a lovely place, Puri, just next here. देखिए मैं एक कहानी हमेशा सुनाता हूं, कुछ लोगों ने सुनी भी होगी, अगर सुनी है तो फिर से सुन लीजिए, और नहीं सुनी है तो फिर से, बड़ा मजा आएगा। क्या हम फाइनेंस, अकाउंट्स, टैक्स ये सब करते रहेंगे? अभी मुझे किसी ने बोला सर आप डांस बहुत अच्छा करते हैं। किसने बोला सर? Somebody said in the morning, डांस बहुत अच्छा कर। Who are there on my social media? कितने लोग हैं? अच्छा जो नहीं है सर, बिना पैसे में, नो चार्जेस। आपको जो इंस्टा अच्छा लगता हो, फेसबुक लगता हो, इट इज ऑल जीएसटी नॉलेज, बट आई पोस्ट समटाइम पर्सनल ऑल्सो। पर्सनल भी पोस्ट डालता हूं, वो इसलिए डालता हूं, ओनली जीएसटी नहीं करना, ओनली ऑडिट नहीं करना, लाइफ को भी जीना है। दैट इज ऑल्सो इक्वली इंपॉर्टेंट। लाइफ को भी लगना चाहिए ना कि हम यहाँ पे आए हैं, वरना जीएसटी करते करते जीएसटी हो जाएंगे और किसी को याद नहीं रहेगा। फैमिली को टाइम देने का है, फैमिली को टाइम देने का है। और जगन्नाथ वाली जगह पे हैं बाबा जगन्नाथ, तो अच्छा काम करने का है, जिससे आगे जहां जाए वहां भी कुछ अच्छा अच्छा मिले। क्या सर? दादा यहां भी मजा लेने से नहीं चुक रहे हैं, दादा को यहां भी मजा चाहिए। सुन लीजिए, चलिए। एक लेडी थी, अगर सुना है तो फिर से। जब भी वो खाना बनाती थी तो 2 रोटी एक्स्ट्रा बनाती थी, 2 रोटी एक्स्ट्रा, जो भी आए लेके जाए। ये उनका CSR और PSR था, कॉर्पोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी या प्रोफेशनल सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी। हमारा भी होना चाहिए। हमारे इनकम का एक पोर्शन गॉडेस को, सोसाइटी को, चैरिटेबल पर्पज में जाना चाहिए। तो एक साधु बाबा लपक गए, जब भी वो 2 रोटी लेके जाते तो ये बोलते थे, तेरा बुरा तेरे पास रह जाएगा, तेरा बुरा तेरे पास रह जाएगा और तेरा अच्छा तेरे पास चल के आएगा। Am I right? अब ये लेडी सोचती थी मनी मन कि मैंने क्या बुरा किया, मैं तो जो भी कर रही हूं अच्छा कर रही हूं। तो एक दिन इस लेडी को गुस्सा आ जाता है। उस गुस्से में उस दिन उसने जहर की रोटी बना दी और बाहर रख दी और बोली आ और लेके जा। तो जब तक वो वेट कर रही है तो उसका कनेक्शन प्रभु से, अगर आपका प्रभु से कनेक्शन है ना, तो आप विश्वास मानिए, आप मेरे साथ इको करेंगे, ये सोल ना समझती है सही क्या है और गलत क्या है। उसको मनी मन लग रहा था, यार नहीं गलत कर रही हूं मैं, ये कह रहा। कई बार होता है हमको सोसाइटी में अप्रिसिएशन नहीं मिलती, कई बार होता है हम यहाँ पे अच्छा काम करना चाहते हैं फिर भी अप्रिसिएशन नहीं मिल रही। कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता सर, कीप डूइंग द गुड वर्क, इफ यू डू गुड, गुड विल कम बैक, राइट? दिस इज द मंत्रा। आई जस्ट नीड 1 minute मोर। जो लोग जा रहे हैं, जस्ट 1 minute मोर, दैट क्रिएट डिस्ट्रैक्शन, जस्ट 1 minute मोर, उससे ज्यादा टाइम नहीं लूंगा। सो जब जहर की रोटी बना दी एंड दिस कम्युनिकेशन गोइंग ऑन, तो उसे लगा मुझे खराब नहीं करना चाहिए। मैं भी ऐसे ही करता हूं, आप हाथ नहीं उठाते ना तो मैं कभी डिस्टर्ब नहीं होता। आई कैरी ऑन गिविंग माई गुड, वॉट एवर बेस्ट पॉसिबल। तेरा बुरा तेरे पास ही रह जाएगा। तो उस लेडी ने फिर क्या किया, फटाफट वापस आई, आके वो जहर वाली रोटी उठाई, फिर फ्रेश 2 रोटी बनाई, फ्रेश 2 रोटी बना के रख दी बाहर। अब उसका मन क्लियर था, भगवान तो देख रहा है मेरा अकाउंट, डेबिट क्रेडिट भगवान को मालूम है, मैंने सही किया है। अब जो जो बोलता है बोलने दो। तो कई बार कई लोग बोलते हैं नहीं सुनने का, अच्छा करने का, उधर लिटिगेशन नहीं आएगा। बाबा जगन्नाथ के वहां लिटिगेशन आ गया तो हम सब लिटिगेशन में फंस जाएंगे। सो लिटिगेशन वहां नहीं करेंगे, वहां तो ऑलवेज दे नॉट ले। सो फिर साधु बाबा आए, 2 रोटी लेके गए और वही तकिया कलाम, तेरा बुरा तेरे पास रह जाएगा और तेरा अच्छा तेरे पास चल के आएगा। अब इस लेडी को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता था। तो एट लास्ट शाम को देखती है कि उसका बेटा लथपथ, खून से लथपथ, खून निकल रहा है, चल नहीं पा रहा, कपड़े फटे हुए हैं, दूर से आ रहा है। माँ का मन, भाग के जाती है, बेटे को गले लगाती है, बेटे से पूछते बेटा क्या हुआ। बेटा बोलता माँ पूछो मत, माँ मैंने 1 महीने से खाना नहीं खाया माँ, मैं आज मर जाता माँ, मैं इतना भूखा था। पर पता नहीं मुझे रास्ते में एक साधु बाबा मिले, प्रभु का आशीर्वाद। माँ मैंने उनसे खाने को मांगा तो माँ उनने अपनी झोली से 2 रोटी निकाल के दी और माँ वो 2 रोटी खा के मैं तेरे पास आया हूँ माँ। माँ अगर समझ नहीं पा रहा, पर साधु बाबा ये कह रहे थे कि तेरा बुरा तेरे पास रह जाएगा और तेरा अच्छा तेरे पास चल के, ये नहीं समझ पाया। पर इस माँ को समझ में आ गया था कि अगर आज जहर की रोटी दे दी होती तो बेटा मर जाता। चूंकि अच्छा किया तो अच्छा चल के वापस आया है। सो कीप डूइंग गुड वर्क, कीप डूइंग गुड वर्क। विद दिस आई एम थैंकिंग ईच वन ऑफ यू, थैंकिंग ईच वन ऑफ यू। थैंक यू वेरी मच। थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
Request to all the delegates, please sit for 2 minutes. Please, please. There is a small announcement that we have made lunch arrangement in 2 places. One is in the ground floor and another place is on the 2nd floor near boardroom. So there it is limited. So I request all the senior delegates to kindly visit to the 2nd floor near boardroom for lunch, and for others it is the ground floor where you can have your lunch. And just to conclude this, please 1 minute बस, नहीं तो अच्छा नहीं लगेगा.
On behalf of Bhubaneswar branch of AISC of ICAI, I would like to place a formal vote of thanks and extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed speaker, CA Bimal Jain, for his insightful session on GST litigation landscape, emerging trends, and judicial developments. Your practical approach, real-life perspective, and deep expertise made a complex subject both engaging and immensely valuable. We can conclude that litigation is truly an art. Thank you so much, sir. My sincere thanks to our respected session moderator, C.A. Gagan Bihari Das sir, whose vibrant oratory, heartfelt words, and unwavering connect with the CA fraternity of Bhubaneswar added great warmth and direction to this session. I also thank all the delegates for their enthusiastic participation and interaction, which made the session a grand success. Thank you all, and let us carry these valuable insights into our professional practice. With this, we conclude the first technical session, and I request everyone to enjoy your sumptuous lunch and come back quickly for the upcoming session. Thank you.
I request everybody to please be seated. So it's my privilege to introduce the session chairman, C. Siladitya Sengupta sir. Sir is currently working as a CFO of TPNODL. Prior to taking up this role, he was the financial controller at Tata Power Solar, spearheading the company's finance, accounts, project finance, taxation, internal audit, and risk management. With a career spanning around 28 years, he has expertise in diverse areas like financial management, business plan and strategy, accounting, taxation, import and export. He also handled commercial negotiation, offshore fund inflow, and its management. During his journey, TPNODL became the first state-level discom to achieve single-digit aggregate technical and commercial loss, secured A+ rating in 14th integrated ranking, 9th across the country. This rating is from the Power Finance Corporation and Ministry of Power. Please give a huge round of applause for sir. Now I request C. Pratyush Mahanti sir to present sapling and memento to chairman of the session. Please give a huge round of applause. Please give a huge round of applause, Professor. Now, it's again my privilege and honor to introduce the session speaker, C. R.S. Balaji sir. R.S. Balaji sir is a practicing chartered accountant specializing in audit, assurance, and indirect taxation. He is a certified peer reviewer empaneled with peer review board of ICAI and has served as a co-opted member of the Auditing and Assurance Standard Board of ICAI during 2019 to 2021. He is a member of Academic Council of Sri Sankara Arts and Science College, Kanchipuram, and serves on the editorial board of Paduka's publications. A renowned faculty for CA courses, he teaches auditing and assurance at CA intermediate level and advanced auditing and professional ethics and indirect tax laws at CA final level. He has co-authored the widely acclaimed Paduka's Company Law Ready Refresher and Paduka's GST Ready Refresher, and has also contributed to the professional publication handbook to ChatGPT. An award-winning academician, he was recognized as the best outgoing student and secured first rank in college. He is a sought-after speaker and professional forums, delivering sessions on GST, standards on auditing, peer review, AQMM, and other emerging professional topics. Now I request our past chairman, C. Rajendra Das sir, to present the sapling and memento to the speaker of the session. Please give a huge round of applause. Now, I request session chairman, C. Siladitya sir, to kindly take over. Thank you.
Good evening, good afternoon everyone, and Jai Jagannath. So the topic is chosen basically the three key words are involved in the topic, and I'm having the eminent speaker, which needs no introduction, Mr. Balaji, but as a session chairman, so my duty is to get you connected to Mr. Balaji through a very short introductions, because you all people are practicing, majority are the practicing chartered accountant, and it would be very obtrusive and brazen behavior for me if I stand between you and Professor Balaji, because I have been coming from the industry background. Though a very limited period of my journey, I had been to the practicing as a audit assistant in my during very early stage of my career. So, so for the audit is concerned now, it is getting a majority shift, and it is driven by the era of huge, unprecedented enforcement as of now. And during my interactions with many of the big, small, medium firms, so I could recall and understand that what kind of challenges as of now my professional brothers and colleagues are facing as of now. So if I just take the session forward and then touch base on those three key words, what it has been given. So now if you go through the session's heading, the control, accountability and investor protections, these are the three very key words which is emerging from this current session, and with that what kind of challenges facing by our professional colleagues. So here in India, if you see that two of the eminent regulator is there. One is NAFRA, basically it is the oversight and penalty. The second one is the SEBI, that is the market integrity, and of course ICAI is there for standards and bids. So if I correctly understood the accounting profession, these are the major broad three categories. In fact, some of the companies accounting sections will also pitch in wherever is required, but these are the major three. Now if I take you through the control matter here, so firstly, now there is a P90 and R90 concept has come, which I think Mr. Balaji will take us through. So P90 stands for Plan 90, because whatever the shortcomings in your reports are coming, you need to give a plan for 90 days within. And R90 means resolution 100, R180 means that resolution in 180 days. So you have to make a plan in 90 days and then make the resolution also in 180 days. So then the second control objectives here is coming as that how you are going from reactive mode to risk-based auditing mode. So whenever I am talking from reactive mode to risk-based auditing mode, the regulator wants that auditor also to get the veracity of the accounting assumptions what we are making in our books of accounts. If I say that in days 36, you have to disclose your methodology, how you are calculating, how you are understanding the CGU, that is the cash generating unit. Then comes to 24, RPT, how you are assessing the related party. Then comes to the 115, that how you are making your policy, how you are assuming your policy. Then 108, that segment reporting, CDMM. Then another will be coming your 116, that how you are classifying your lease. So these are a lot of the things over there. I am sure that Mr. Balaji will take us through for that. That the next come in the, wherever you have a group complexity in your business. That in our group we have been operating with approximately 96 groups of companies, but your head office auditor's role is non-delegatory. You can't delegate the head office role. You had to be very interactive. You have to make your paper document ready. Even if you have your subsidiaries abroad, you can't absolve or abstain from your responsibility not to qualify in their reports. So this is a very critical that impediments in the auditors. And the next one is that if you see that the NAFRA and SEBI, they are asking that our professional colleagues to go beyond a professional skepticism and to reach far more beyond the compliances to identify where the funds are siphoning or there is a round tripping of the funds. So these are the primary 4 challenges which all my professional colleagues, I believe, are dealing with, and we will be very, we are looking forward to Mr. Balaji also how he can enlighten us on that. And if I come to the next word is the accountability. You see, accountable regulator makes us also the accountable. Now here, you see, the NAFRA also mandates that they will debar the compromised auditor from handling the PIE, that is public interest entities. So these are the very critical provisions and rules what NAFRA and we are experiencing as of now. And then of course the SEBI LODR, we are all aware that LODR regulation 23. And then the last one is that you have to, all the auditors, the big or small or medium auditors, they have to evaluate their partners' independence and also the incentive frameworks. This is the very, a very critical rule that NAFRA has also brought in. And if I last come to the investor protections here, of course you have the, you can't leak the price sensitive informations before your accounts are published, right? And then you have to very critical in your judgment of related party transactions. And then there are a lot of whistle and whistleblower mechanism and you have to follow. And recently, I think many of you are aware that those charged with governance, there's a very critical clause that has been also introduced that the NAFRA and all the regulators are asking us, that auditor, that they have to be a very critical two-way communications with all their auditors as well as the board members as well as the audit. So having said that, I will not stand between you and Mr. Balaji because it is a very technical session and he is very eminent and specialist over there. So I would request Mr. Balaji that he can enlighten us further with this kind of challenges and also the accountability and also all my brothers and the professional colleagues how they can deal with it. Thank you. Thank you. Have a nice session.
Slide it. Jai Jagannath. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Very good afternoon, one and all present here. It indeed a pleasure for me to be with you. The moment there is a Bhubaneswar, automatically mind goes to Jagannath. The moment there is a call from Bhubaneswar branch or any part of Eastern India, immediately our calendars will be blocked towards that particular program only. Because last month we had a session at Roorkela, AIRC, and then after completing the program, when I was returning back, your immediate past chairman, Mahendra Sahu sir, called me, and then he told me that we are having this particular conference, and immediately chairman also called to have something very, very practical, something very, very implementable, something very, very approaching to the practicing professionals at specifically at Bhubaneswar and related areas, where the concentration is not primarily on to the big accounting firms. We are not going to talk about a big accounting firm who are all convenient with all infrastructure, sophisticated accounting software, or sophisticated infrastructure team. We are going to address about a small and medium practitioner with sole proprietorship, or with 2 partners and 3 partners, or even 4 partners with a little bit of scalability. What is this impact that I am going to change? How I need to go forward with regard to my professional requirements relating to the main area that is nothing but auditing. Sir, after hearing lot of information and developments, there are certain people who say that whether I need to practice, whether I need to do for audit assurance function at all. Can I do only for consulting activity? Let us not sign anything on assurance practice like that. There are certain people who are also having a thought process, because there are a lot of restrictions, lot of requirements, and lot of questions that to the auditors. So let me only do on a consulting part. Why I need to do for an attest function? Why I need to certify a balance sheet and then get a remark on me? Like that, there are mind and there are thought process that are working on. This particular today's topic that we are going to discuss about is something on specifically with regard to the auditing under regulatory scrutiny, challenges that are there in front of me, a practicing professional with small and medium practice, and accountability with regard to my practice, what are all the requirements that I need to satisfy, and how I may be in a position to do the investor protection. That is the core activity that all along as an auditor that I was doing. The moment I am an auditor, the moment I am a chartered accountant, I sign this particular balance sheet. Entire world relies on it. There is no more further question whether this particular auditor has done this job appropriately or not. Investors rely on it. Share trading is happening based on the audited financial statements, and banks lend loan based on this particular audited financial statements. There is a huge responsibility that is costed to the auditor. There is a huge authority also that is associated with me the moment I sign my balance sheet. If that being the case, there is a regulatory question on to the manner with which audit is being conducted, the manner with which my audit documentation are there, the manner in which investor protection is doing it appropriately or not, like that. There are multiple questions. Let us go and understand these particular aspects in a very specific manner. Just a minute. Sir, there is a change in the regulatory perspective with which the audit is happening some time back, and what is the environment today with which we are operating. There are multiple regulators who are into it and then who want to know whether the auditor has done the job properly or not, irrespective of the clientele that you are doing. Sir, I am not doing listed company at all. Why this particular regulator needs to come and do audit for me? Why the regulator is bothered about my quality? Like that, no longer I may be in a position to say, because there are multiple regulators who are all into it, starting from the so-called big brother, someone called as NAFRA, National Financial Reporting Authority, which is constituted under section 132 of the Companies Act 2013. All along before Companies Act 1956, there is no such regulator. There is no such overseeing authority at all. Only after introduction of Companies Act 2013, we have someone called as NAFRA. Who is this particular NAFRA? I have a specific, whatever that I am discussing in my personal capacity and nothing to do with this particular forum, because there are certain sensitive aspects that we are discussing. The moment it is not from the institute's perspective I am talking in my own individual capacity. I have a certain little bit of grudge with regard to this particular NAFRA, who is an authority, who is constituted under the Companies Act. Sir, Companies Act, every forum that I used to tell this particular fact, Companies Act is like a pond or a pool in a forest, where many animals into that particular forest will take water from that particular pond. Similarly, in a professional perspective, Companies Act is a pool where very many professionals are associated into this particular Companies Act. Taking from chartered accountants, my appointment is through Companies Act. There is an audit requirement for every company, whether it is a private limited, public limited, listed, unlisted, single sole, whomsoever it may be, there is an audit requirement where a chartered accountant is only, chartered accountant or chartered accountancy firm are eligible to be appointed, and then we do that particular work based on the Companies Act. Companies Act enables me to do the audit. chartered accountants. There is a second professional like cost accountants. Again, cost accounting is based on the Companies Act requirement, where there are certain specified companies where cost audit is mandatory, and then cost audit is also carried out by a cost accountant. Company secretary, another third professional, whose whole activity is only based on the Companies Act. So Companies Act is the sole breadwinner act for them to do this particular activity. Everything is based on Companies Act only for them. At least for chartered accountants, I have GST law, I have income tax law and all, I can go all along. But that's not the case for a company secretary. Their complete work is based on the Companies Act only. There are valuations, there are IBC, like that. There are multiple professionals who are all associated in this particular Companies Act. Companies Act enables them to do a professional work, and then they need to respond it back. When that being the case, a authority which is constituted under Companies Act, say for example like NAFRA, needs to oversee all the quality of all the professionals who are involved in this particular Companies Act. Say for example, chartered accountants, cost accountants, company secretary, valuation professionals, IBC professionals, like that. Everybody needs to be monitored. Everybody needs to be worked upon with regard to the quality. But that's not the case. Practically, fortunately or unfortunately, NAFRA is set up exclusively to monitor the work done by the chartered accountants and chartered accountants only. This creates a little bit of aversion towards that particular authority. Why you are monitoring only me? Why not others? It is not that I should not be monitored. Let all others also to be monitored is what one of the thought. Let them monitor, no problem. But the problem is, there is a change in the regulatory perspective or the mindset with regard to the regulators operate. I'll give a small background about this, sir. I want your concentration. Let us go for the Punjab National Bank case, which is a very famous case, a recent fraud that has happened. Very large number, 16,000 crores of fraud that happened in a bank audit, Punjab National Bank. You are all aware? Yes. There is a huge fraud. The first question, the moment fraud was detected, it was detected at a very later point in time, because management by itself may not know that there is a fraud that's happening, because entire activity was happening outside the core banking solution, CBS. There was SWIFT codes that are generated even without linking with the CBS. It was a completely carefully laid down scheme of fraud by a top official of the people, and then there are other players who are also involved in it. The moment there was a fraud, the first question was to the auditors of that particular Punjab National Bank, why you have not been in a position to detect it. Being a bank setup, you know there are something called as central statutory auditors and there are branch auditors. The central statutory auditors stated, sir, we relied on the work done by the others. That is SA 600, which is again a contemporary issue. There are a lot of aspects that is getting discussed on this SA 600 also. Whether a central statutory auditor can relay the work done by the other person or not. Can relay the work done by a branch auditor or not. So the answer given by the central statutory auditors was, sir, we were relying on the work done by the branch auditors, and based on that particular working, we have proceeded further. Nothing to do with this. Next question is to the branch auditor. Dear branch auditor, why you have not detected that particular fraud? Please understand, in a branch audit case, the appointment of the auditor happens on 31st March. And then they have been instructed that you need to commence the audit on 2nd April. They have been again instructed with circulars, all meetings and all, to complete the audit on 9th of April or maximum 10th of April. Do you agree with me or not? Every bank is the same status. In between you will have Good Friday, in between you have Sunday, Saturday, all bank closures, accounting may not be getting completed. Like that, there are practical problems, and you need to complete this particular audit within a max of a week's time. With limited resources, like my own article assistant, where last year there was an article assistant, the same article assistant is not there today, because 2 years only articleship, you would have gone for examination leave, gone. So with no prior experience or a technical experience with regard to doing the audit, the auditors are forced to do this particular audit within a week's time. Technically speaking, only 7 days are available for me to complete 365 days, 24/7 transactions. Do you agree with me or not? 365 days transactions are happening in a bank. 24/7 transactions are happening, which is to be evaluated by the auditor within 7 days' time and then to report it with all the major observations and all. Okay, I am also doing that particular activity, but this is a fraud which is not detectable. Even if I plan my audit appropriately, this particular fraud, which is very specifically laid down, concealment, I may not be in a position to detect irrespective of all the care and caution that I would have taken. So when the question was asked to the auditors, the branch auditors, why this particular mega fraud was not detected, the auditor said, sir, fraud detection is not my responsibility. Fraud detection is not the responsibility, it's the responsibility of the management. Our responsibility is to only express an opinion on the finance statements. There ends the matter. When the auditors responded like this, immediately the regulator's question was, sir, if fraud detection is not your responsibility, then what is your responsibility? Who will be saying, you are always escaping the responsibility that fraud detection is not yours. As the session chairman was rightly pointing it out, the top level at the regulatory wants the auditor to travel beyond this particular aspect of fraud detection. We always have this particular thought process that is something called as Kingston Cotton Mill case, very, very old case law, right from our CA student days that we would have taken this particular aspect, that auditor is just a watchdog and not a bloodhound. Do you remember this phrase or not? Yes, I'm only a watchdog, sir. I'm not a bloodhound. I'm not a detective agent. I'm not coming and doing detective investigation with regard to an audit. I rely on very many people. Unless there is something suspicious that I should not rely on, I must very much rely on this particular work. Also, I'm not a watchdog. I'm just a watchdog and not a bloodhound. When this was the answer that was provided, there was discussions to include even fraud detection as the role of the auditors is what the mindset of the regulator. So there is a shift in the regulatory perspective, the expectation from the auditors. What is the expectation? What is the change? Sir, 40 years I'm doing practice, no question onto my work. Now suddenly everybody is asking the question with regard to the quality. They talk about peer review, they talk about quality review, they talk about NAFRA, they talk about AQMM, audit quality maturity model. Why suddenly there is a hype that is getting created? Why it is getting affecting me like a small and medium practitioner? If at all that is the question, certainly we have answer to this. Because the environment with which we are operating got completely changed, sir. In spite of the fact that we don't do listed companies, where NAFRA will be looking at the listed company aspects, there is something called as QRB, Quality Review Board, which is also a part of a regulator, will verify the financial statements along with the financial reporting, which is next to NAFRA, where there are a lot of observations that are getting made with regard to poor quality of audit reporting, poor quality of documentation, poor quality of non-compliances, like that. There are many, many observations that are even made by Quality Review Board. You have FRRB, you have Financial Reporting Review Board, you have TAQRB. From last year onwards, this is making lot of news. Tax Audit Quality Review Board, institute by itself, on their own can select items for scrutiny, and then they will ask the auditors to send the working papers for this particular tax audits that is conducted. They specify the assessee name, they specify the partner who signed, and then they want the papers back. Like that, there is a Tax Audit Quality Review Board. You have PRB, Peer Review Board, which is also mandated for phased manner. So 31st December 2026 is the last cutoff date. For any person to do a bank audit needs to have a mandatory peer review. This is another important aspect that I would like to insist upon here. Because assuming that I want to do a bank audit, I am a 2-partnership firm or a 3-partnership firm, I need to have a mandatory peer review certificate as on 31st December 2026. So another 6 months time only we have, with which we need to comply, and then we need to have this particular peer review certificate. Otherwise, on 31st March 2027, I may not be appointed as a branch auditor at all, bank branch auditor. I'm not talking about central statutory. I'm talking about even a statutory branch audit. This is a requirement. So the expectations is something very, very enormous. The changes that are happening is something very, very rapid. The technology advancements, the regulatory perspective are all completely changing. We need to gear up is what the thought process that I thought I need to put it to you. Sir, there are 3 specific aspects that we need to address in this particular session. One is the challenges. What are the challenges in front of me? Including AI is a challenge, including say for example, non-availability of articleship students is a challenge. 3 years to 2 years is what another challenge. Like that, multiple challenges that we are facing, including regulatory change. Shift in the regulatory perspective is also a challenge. There are challenges that we are facing. There is something called as audit expectation gap. I want you to think over on this particular thought, something called as audit expectation gap. What is audit expectation gap? Usually people think the following as the audit expectation gap. What people want from me and what I do is what something called as audit expectation gap. Because people want something from me, I am not doing that particular item will be treated as audit expectation gap. It is not so. There is a specific definition with regard to the audit expectation gap that we need to address upon. Accountability, from the auditor's perspective, I need to comply with standards on auditing, which is considered to be very, very essential and very, very imperative. Apart from standards on auditing, there are legal and regulatory compliances are also to be made. Companies Act requirement, RBI requirement if it is, or CAG requirement if at all a CAG audit, or IRDA requirements if at all it is an insurance audit like that. There is a legal and regulatory framework with which we need to operate, and that is considered to be very, very essential. And lastly, something about investor protection. Investor protection, how as an auditor I may be in a position to continue to do this investor protection. As an auditor, I am protecting the interest of everybody else without protecting myself. That is the fact. I am protecting the interest of the users. I am protecting the interest of the shareholders. I am protecting the interest of the management. I am protecting the interest of the government revenue, because I am saying appropriately my customers to pay the taxes duly. Is any auditor says don't pay advance tax? Is any auditor said you deduct GST but don't pay GST? Is any auditor says deduct TDS but don't pay to the department like that? Any one of us are saying no. We are protecting the interest of the company, we are protecting the interest of the owners, we are protecting the interest of the revenue, we are protecting the interest of everybody else other than our own interests. When there is a question on the quality with regard to the auditor's office, sir, show me an engagement letter. Whatever the audit that you have performed, very good, you have performed an audit. Please show the engagement letter between you and your client, where SA 210 specifically talks about engagement letter to be entered into, which is the base contract between myself and my auditee. Do I have an engagement letter or not will be a question. Just I want an introspection with you. Dear members, let us just have a thought process. Assuming we are doing 20 company audits, just 20 or 10 company audits, some 10 tax audits or 30 tax audits that we do. Sir, are you all with me? Yes? We are doing 20 company audits. It may be a private limited company, small company, whatever may be, and some 20 tax audit that we are doing in my firm. So totally I am doing 40 audit engagements, only 40 audit engagements. Out of these 40 audit engagements, in how many engagements we have an engagement letter, which is the base as per SA 210, engagement letter between myself and my client out of these 40 cases, which is required for all the 40 cases. Just have a thought process in how many cases that I have. Assuming that I have in 30 and above, I have engagement letters. Very good, I salute you, pranams. Sir, I have only 20 cases, I have engagement letter. Very good, you are absolutely right, please try to improvise. Sir, I have engagement letter from 10 to 20. Sorry, we need to improvise. Sir, I have engagement letter from 0 to 10. Sir, are you all following? If at all my answer is 0 to 10, then there is certainly a change, there is a protection level requirement that we need to go for a change in this particular regard, sir. Absolutely there is a change required. It is no longer that I am doing my audit appropriately is a valid point for me to come and protect me. No, it will not come and protect us. As per NAFRA or as per any of the regulators for that matter, anything that is documented is equal to that is not performed. State. SA 230 is very, very specific onto it. And a matter that is not documented is equal to not performed. The moment I don't have an engagement letter, then it is void ab initio. Whatever else that I have done very, very carefully will not come for my protection. So let us please understand, sir, then what is required for an engagement letter? Sir, you are talking about all this engagement letter and all. My client and all will not accept. My client doesn't know what is an engagement letter. I only have created everything. Very good, sir. Please understand. This is what the point that I would like to insist upon, emphasis upon. Even one person from this particular hall is going to implement this. That is the success of this particular entire conference. Sir, let us have this particular thought. For a private limited company, which is owned by husband and wife, 100% shareholding by them, no bank loan, for that particular private limited company, whether AGM notice is to be given or not to be given. Yes or not to be given? Yes. Whether you need to give a notice stating the map of that particular place wherein AGM is going to be held, it is to be given or not to be given? Yes. Whether you need to give a valid notice for the participants? Yes. Whether quorum is required for that particular notice? Yes. Whether resolutions are to be passed in that particular AGM? Yes. All these are all just a paper A4 sheet AGM. Do you agree with me or not? When husband and wife are the shareholders and they are the complete directors, where is the question of conducting AGM, this, that and all? But still, for the sake of protecting the company, with regard to complaints with the MCA, we are making all this particular documentation, calling for a notice, creating an AGM, and then there is a resolutions that are getting passed, there are proxy, there are signatures, quorum that are being made, and then we are filing the return appropriately to the MCA. Company is protected. Even though there is no external borrowing, even though it is not a public interest entity, still for the sake of compliance, to protect the interest of the shareholders and the management, we are complying all these A4 sheets. Sir, you are all with me? When it comes to my own aspect of engagement letter, which is the base for my entire activity, I don't have an engagement letter. Again, an A4 sheet. One single A4 sheet stating that this is your responsibility, that is my responsibility, I will be doing this particular audit as per this particular law. Over. One page of A4 sheet, if I at all in a position to create and then signed both the parties, my SA 210 compliance is over. Many of the aspects what we are doing is, the problem here is, sir, we do practically lot of compliances. But when it comes for documenting that particular part, we are not in a position to do, or we need to improvise, is what my own observations during the lot of reviews that we have done. When it comes for, I'll go to another example where there is a compliance of standards on auditing. Whether are we compliance with standards on auditing or not. A simple example is there is a purchases for a company, it's a private limited company, manufacturing entity, purchases are 1,000 vouchers are there. As an auditor, should I need to verify all the 1,000 vouchers, or I can verify based on samples? Samples, you are right. I can verify based on test check basis, which is nothing but sampling. Out of 1,000 vouchers, I have verified 100 vouchers. On what basis you have selected that particular 100? It is based on my own judgment. On my own judgment, you take these vouchers like that. There is something called as auditor's instinct that will work. Right from articleship days, we know how to do audit. We no need to come and teach us how to do an audit. Do you agree with me or not? We are very good at in auditing, because that's why our names are auditors. We are not called as GST consultant. We are not called as income tax consultant. We are called as auditors. Because our base ground is auditors. Our core competency is to do audit. Nobody needs to come and teach us how to do an audit. We already know it. But are we demonstrating that we have done the audit appropriately? Is a very bigger question. Coming back to the example of this 1,000 vouchers, where I take 1,000 vouchers, out of 1,000 vouchers, only 100 vouchers are going to be verified, which is nothing but a sample. Out of this particular 100 vouchers, I am keeping something as a materiality level, a statement threshold level, and then I verify, and nothing was there, no problem. Every 100 vouchers, whatever I have verified, absolutely fine. I am satisfied with regard to the working. I am satisfied with regard to the purchases. I go to the next area, sales. I go to the next area, banking. I go to the next areas, HR. Like that I go it. Thereafter, after my audit is over, I have signed that the financial statement reflects true and fair view. Like today morning, Prithvi sir told that true and fair requirements. True and fair is the basis. That's why we have Mayfair. So in Mayfair, we are talking about true fair. The owner of the Mayfair was also there, graced this particular occasion. It was very touching one. Sir, the auditor stated true and fair view. Yes, true and fair view is available, like that he has stated. Later on, 2 months later, there is an investigation that is happening. There is a fraud that has happened in the purchases. Immediately, the question is to the auditor, why you have not detected this particular fraud? What you are doing with your audit? Again, what is the answer that can be given by an auditor? Sir, my responsibility is not to detect frauds. Fraud detection is not the responsibility of the auditor. Super. Fraud detection is not the responsibility of the auditor. Then what is your responsibility? My responsibility is to conduct my audit in accordance with standards on auditing. If you take your SA 700 audit report, in every report, in auditor's responsibility paragraph, we ourselves voluntarily declare this, that we have conducted our audit in accordance with standards on auditing. Super. Regulator wants this para only. You have stated that in your audit report, you have conducted your audit in accordance with standards on auditing. Please prove me you have conducted your audit as per standards on auditing. First standard is with regard to SA 210 engagement letter. Show me the engagement letter. Sorry, sir, not available. Okay. Strike off. Sampling, this particular sampling, how you have verified? Why you are not verified 100%? Sir, sample verification is permitted. Where it is stated SA 530 that talks about audit sampling. Show me that you have complied as per SA 530. I don't have a paper. I have worked. I have verified very reasonably all car and caution that I have taken, but I don't have a documentation to prove that I have complied with SA 530. So then what is required? How it can be proved? Simple, one A4 sheet. What is I am talking is only about a A4 sheet. Take one A4 sheet. Make the heading as audit sampling. Make the heading as purchase verification. Total number of population, 1000. Population taken for verification, sample taken for verification, 100, within bracket 10% of total population. The methodology with which the 100 was taken, judgmental basis. It need not be statistical basis always, because SA 530 says you can go for statistical basis, no problem. You have random sampling, you have stratified sampling, you have simple random, you have random number theory, that and all not required. Let me go for a judgmental basis, which is permitted as per SA 530. Yes, judgmental sampling taken. What is the misstatement level? That is threshold limit, tolerable range. The tolerable range is 1 lakh. Based on materiality, based on judgment of the auditor, I have stated 1 lakh. Whether tolerable range has been exceeded or not, no, not exceeded. So all the 100 vouchers, whatever that I have verified, we found there is no problem. Sign it. There is a person who needs to review it. There is a person who has to verify it. Over. This particular A4 sheet is there. I may be in a position to prove that I have complied my audit as per standards on auditing. My SA 530 with regard to audit sampling is over. No more further aspect is required. What I am doing practically is, I am doing my audit with all reasonable care and caution, but not having any paper to substantiate that particular case. I am exposing myself. For your kind understanding, please see that NAFRA has totally taken 103 verification reports. As of now, NAFRA has done 103 quality verification. For your surprise, you may note, in all the 103 reports, the auditor was found guilty. In all the 103. I don't know how come. In a case, judgment is happening. Some cases I will win, some case other party will win. In this particular court, all the cases are won by the authority only. All 103 cases, the auditors are found guilty. And then there are punishment, there are debarring, there are fines, there are penalties that are being levied for these particular auditors. In one of the cases, it was very interesting. A state slapped to the auditor. The auditor was given a punishment of, you go and undergo a 6 months standards on auditing training course and then give me a certificate that you have completed the course. What more is required for an auditor? It's a state slap on him. You doesn't know auditing, standards on auditing, you go and learn a standards on auditing certification course is what one of the direction, one of the order that is passed by NAFRA. Please be very, very clear. So, under this particular compliances, under this particular expectation level, I need to certainly improvise on the quality, certainly improvise on the documentation, so that I may be in a position to substantiate and prove that I am taking all reasonable care and caution, which is I am already doing it. Please understand, sir, out of my audit experience and with the verification review that I am taking care, every auditor is taking all reasonable care and caution, sir. Not even a single signature is made just like that. Every auditor, that even from our articleship days, we would have encountered this. When you go and give a paper to be signed by your principal, whether principal will sign just like that or he will find some fault in that particular paper. Certainly he will find fault. Date column is not there, margin is not there, you need to change active voice into passive voice, both will be same only, but he will try to change because in order to ensure care, he is verifying and then signing. Even for a letter he is doing like that. With regard to a balance sheet, just like that an auditor will sign, never. That never happens. He takes all reasonable care and caution, but he is not in a position to prove through his documentation is what the problem. There is an expectation gap, there is a regulatory challenge, there is an accountability with regard to us where I need to comply with legal and regulatory requirements, and most importantly, the last very important aspect is shareholders protection because of the signature. Because of the assurance that I am providing, a reasonable assurance on the finance statements that I provide, entire shareholders relies on it. Based on my signature, share markets move, the companies are getting listed, there are all other economic activities are happening, economic decisions are also happening through this particular investor protection. In this particular regard, my aspect is there is a reporting enhancements to be made, appropriate reporting to be made by the auditor so that I am reporting appropriately. Say for example, the problem is when I need to give a qualified opinion, the auditors are giving clean opinion. When the auditors needs to go for a qualified opinion, instead the auditor is going only with an emphasis of matter paragraph in the auditor's report. There are reporting mistakes that are being committed by the auditors, including CARO reporting. So there are multiple aspects that we need to improvise upon, so that this particular 3 aspects can be very appropriately can be addressed by the auditors here. Let us move on to the further aspects where there is an expectation gap. What usually expectation gap people think will be what is auditors required to do and what auditors actually do. That's not the case of expectation gap. There is something called as knowledge gap, something called as performance gap, and something called as evolution gap. All 3 put together is called as expectation gap. Knowledge gap is what people think that the auditors are to do. People may think that the auditor is with a magic wand, that everything will be auditor's responsibility. No. Auditor is having a responsibility as stated by the law. So there is a knowledge gap. People need to understand what their responsibilities of the auditors. That is from the knowledge gap perspective. Performance gap is what exactly where we need to improvise. What the legal and regulatory framework wants from the auditor vis-a-vis what the legal and regulatory framework that the auditor is complying with, something called as performance gap. And the last and important one is evolution gap. The way in which we are doing audits some 10 years back is no longer the way in which we are doing the audit today because of the technological framework that are happening. Even in a bank audit assignment, previously we will be looking at lot of vouchers, say for example deposit vouchers, withdrawal vouchers, fixed deposits, stationaries and all. We were doing audits. Nowadays it is no longer relevant because the technology has taken over. So I need to embrace that particular technology. Without Excel, without AI tools, I may not be in a position to do the voluminous transaction because business are completely driven through technology here. So as an auditor, I need to necessarily adopt. As Bimal Jain sir was talking in the previous session, AI will not take over the role of the auditor, will never take over the role of the auditor. AI will be a very good companion where we have brought in something called as a professional book on ChatGPT, like that. I was also a contributor to that particular publication, where we find that the ChatGPT or all other AIs can make mistakes, certainly can make mistakes. It is all updated to particular level. It is the human brain which cannot be replaced. Please understand that particular fact. AI should not be treated as a competitor. It is only a companion. It is like a horse. It will make you to reach the destination very fast, but you need to know how to ride that particular horse. If you don't know how to ride the horse will lead you somewhere else. So we need to be very careful in using this particular technology. We need to adopt this particular changes so that the expectation gap can be addressed by the auditor very appropriately. So these are all the major weaknesses that are identified by many regulators, including peer review regulators, sir. Because peer reviews that are happening at the ground level, these are all the weaknesses that are identified. I'm not here to talk about negative, I'm talking about to enhance our quality. How to enhance? These are all challenges, real-time challenges. Nobody can say this is not there in my firm. No. There may be possibilities that your firm may be doing good, very nice, but try to improvise is what the matter that I'm trying to talk about here. Say for example, audit documentation is not proper, no practice manual or quality control manual is being maintained, management's representation letter not taken. This is a very serious aspect where the management's representation letter, that is an MRL, which is a separate essay 580 that talks about written representations, are not being taken. Just like that I do a signature. I'll give you a very practical live example, sir, so that we will understand what is the importance of this particular management's representation letter. In CARO, where we usually report, even for a private limited company, CARO is applicable, there is one standard question and standard answer has been provided by the auditors. Whether physical verification of PPE, that is nothing but the fixed asset, was carried out at reasonable intervals by the management, and is there a material discrepancy, and how it is handled in the books of accounts, is what a simple state question by the CARO. Usually, what is the answer given by the auditor? Based on the information explanations provided to us, and based on our verification examination of books of records, the proper fixed asset register have been kept by the company, showing full details of particulars, showing location and quantity details. And considering the size and nature of the business, the management is having a phased manner of verification of fixed asset once in 3 years, 100%. During the year, part of the fixed asset has been verified, and we found that it is reasonable, no material discrepancies have been identified, so the question of adjustment in the books of accounts doesn't arise. Like that we give an answer. Sir, you are all with me? Do you agree with this or not? Have you seen this in our audit reports or not? Yes, in every audit report, in my audit report, I include it. Every audit report, in spite of the fact that we know very much that fixed asset register is not at all available at the client's place, in some cases, because it is getting recorded also, that's a problem, great problem. In some cases, I need to go and report like this, that they maintain fixed asset register, they maintain PPE records, complete records are there, like that I say. Not only that, it is not the question of me whether I have verified the physical verification or not. I need to answer whether management has conducted physical verification at reasonable intervals. I have stated that the management has conducted physical verification at reasonable intervals and there are no material discrepancies identified. Like that I have given my audit report. In my audit report I am giving. Assuming that there is a review that is happening with regard to your audit report. Dear auditor, you have stated that the management has conducted physical verification at reasonable intervals. On what date that they have conducted physical verification? Do you have a record? What was the physical stock? What is the actual stock? What is the difference? You state that there is no material discrepancy, no? What is this particular data? Do you have that particular record? On what basis that you have concluded there is no adjustments in the books of accounts is required? Please show me with the data that is available that on what dates management has conducted physical verification, what was the book stock, what was the physical stock, and what is the adjustments that is required to be made. If this simple question is asked to the auditor, whether auditor is having answer to substantiate this question, the answer that he has given voluntarily. Sir, are you understanding the veracity? Then you can say, sir, no. Management has told me that they have conducted physical verification appropriately. See the report. I have stated very clearly, based on the information explanation provided to us, I have stated this, no? Very good. Where is the record that the management has communicated to you? Where is the record that the management has confirmed to you that these dates that they have verified physical verification? Even without this particular basic data, if I expose myself by protecting the company, who will come for the protection of auditors? No, sir. It is nothing but a data, sir. Management may confirm it. But where is your data that's stating that the management has conducted physical verification? On what date? How it will help me? The point is, a management's representation letter will be helping me. Let me take a management representation letter for Caro specifically, but for finance statement specifically. For Caro points, this particular point, let us put the management, put the dates. On these dates, I have verified physically. This was my book stock, this was my physical stock, there is no discrepancy. Let the management sign it and give it to you. You have that as a documentation. You have it that as an audit evidence. You have that as a management representation letter. And on that particular basis, you give. I don't say you don't give. It is not possible that we cannot give. We can give, we need to give. Okay, fine. But you need to have the evidence, you need to have the paper to protect you. Without that particular verification, without that particular documentation, how come I may be in a position to certify the finance statements where I am exposing myself is what the problem. Management has made a mistake, whether management will be questioned, whether management will be liable, that is management's thought. That is management's headache. Why I need to take that particular headache where I have given my audit report? That is what my point that I am driving here home is, management's representation letter needs to be necessarily taken. Even in companies like Big Four, that so-called Big Four, Big Five companies, NAFRA has found out in one of the examples that they have taken, the audit report, say for example, the audit report was given by the auditor on 20th May. The management representation letter was obtained from the management on 22nd May, after the date of auditor's report. Are you getting the point? After giving my audit report, I am getting a management representation later date, which is absolutely void. I need to get the management representation at least a day before or on the same day. It cannot be a later date. Even the Big Four are making that particular mistake. That the point that I am taking Big Four is, with due respect, that I am taking because of their sophistication of the softwares that they have, the infrastructure and the knowledge base that they have. That's the reason that I'm taking it here. So the point that I'm driving here home is, even for a smaller and medium enterprises, even for a private limited companies, even for a trust where we are doing audit, even for an individual where we are doing a tax audit, we need to necessarily obtain management's representation letter. There is no other choice available. Sir, how to prepare this management representation letter? Click of a mouse, it is all available by ICAI portal. I need not do a rocket science to research and prepare this particular management representation letter, engagement letter and all, I may necessarily download. It is all easily available. Templates are available, little bit of customization to be done so that it can be an appropriate documentation that I can do here. With regard to audit documentation is not proper, a simple analogy that I always used to take, sir. Say for example, a person is diagnosing with severe stomach pain. He goes to the doctor. Doctor identifies, sir, you need to undergo a test. You do this particular testing and then get back to me. He undergoes a particular test, CT scan, this scan, that scan and all. And then the doctor says that we need to go for an immediate surgery. Then only it can be recovered. So he got admitted into the hospital and then he does the surgery. 2 days of post-surgery medication is happening. And then he is now discharged after payment of bulk fees. That is different. Whether insurance claim or normal, that's a different story. While discharging, whether the doctor will send a 2-page summary documentation called a discharge summary, will it be there or will it not be there? It will be there. He goes along with the discharge summary and then he moves off. The instruction is don't travel for another 30 days time. But unfortunately, the person travels from Bhubaneswar. He is basically from Bhubaneswar. He travels to Chennai for some other immediate reasons. Chennai, because of the travel, there was a post-surgery complication, and there is a surgery place, there is a severe pain. Should he need to brought back to Bhubaneswar same hospital, or he can be admitted in Chennai hospital? Chennai hospital can be admitted. Whether the doctor who made the surgery from Bhubaneswar, he needs to come and explain to this Chennai doctor, or simple this particular discharge summary will talk about what is the problem. This discharge summary, 2-page discharge summary, will talk about what is the problem that was diagnosed on this person, what is the medication that was done, what is the surgery that was provided, what is the medication that is provided in case of emergency, what is to be taken, like that. Entire summary is there on that particular 2-page documentation. The doctor who is in Chennai, who doesn't know about this particular patient, the moment he was admitted, he may be in a position to go through this particular 2-page documentation and will have a complete control over this particular patient, and then he can give the treatment immediately. Do you agree with me or not? Exactly, this is what wanted by the authorities with regard to audit documentation, summary documentation. I have completed a statutory audit of a company. Am I having a simple 1-page note about what is this particular company? Whether this company is into manufacturing, whether this company is into trading, whether this company is into service, what is this particular nature of the company, how I have assessed the risk of material misstatement of the company, how the good internal controls of the company, how I have understood the understanding of the entity and its environment, including its internal control, how I have concluded. A simple 2-page summary memorandum will be helping me, the auditor, to go for a documentation. One of the part of documentation is this. Sir, I know the company for 40 years. I know completely who are all there in that particular company. Fine, but where is the documentation? Where is the paper, summary, discharge summary to show that this is the company for which I have done the audit? In the absence of it, whatever that I have performed as an auditor, whatever reasonable care and caution that I have done, will not come and substantiate my professional integrity or professional quality without a documentation. That's the importance of my audit documentation, sir. SA 230, which is a very, very simple standards on auditing, SA 230. I request every one of you to just read that particular SA 230. And there is also an implementation guide to SA 230 that is given by the institute, a beautiful FAQ format wherein what are all these simple points that I need to do so that I am protected always. I am always getting protected. Without that particular A4 sheet, I am completely exposing myself. This is what exactly when the reviewers are also wanting it from the audit firm to be completed. Sir, I am a small firm. I am only doing trading related companies. I am only doing a little bit of tax audits with some trust and all. I am not doing listed company audits. For me, whether this is required or not, answer is yes. Whether you are, whatever may be the company, whatever may be the clientele with which you operate, it all depends on the inclination of our mind. Are we in a position to adopt this particular quality improvement or not? If my mind is blocked, I need not do all this. All along I am doing why I need to do it today. Then there is a blocker. Then I cannot do anything. The moment we intend to improvise, it is a culture, sir. The moment you are, as a leader at the top, the moment you are insisting upon, every client, new client, I need to have an engagement letter. They need to be a KYC. I need to understand about this particular entity. Then only I will state it like that. When we introduce the system, my office staff will automatically foster that particular system into beautiful culture. So what we want is a change in the mindset with regard to the adoption of the requirements, enhancements of the quality. It is not that I am doing great job, is not the matter. I need to do a great job. We are all doing great job, no problem. But the point is I need to also substantiate that fact that I am doing a great job is what expected from the regulators here. So written communication to those charged with governance are not issued. This is a very great blow. Those charged with governance, definition by itself was changed by NAFRA. Originally we thought in listed companies, usually those charged with governance, there is a separate essay that discusses about. Essay 260, Essay 265, read with Essay 701, key audit matter. All are talking about those charged with governance. Who are all these people who are called as those charged with governance? Generally, wherever listed company is there, there will be an audit committee where independent directors will be forming majority of that particular audit committee. They will be entrusted with regard to the overseeing the financial reporting process. So normally, people consider those charged with governance means that particular audit committee. Auditor is appointed through that audit committee. So auditor communication will be to that particular audit committee, normally. However, during the quality finding of the NAFRA, they said, those charged with governance includes the entire board of management. Entire board of directors will be treated as those charged with governance. Why you are confining only to audit committee? You have not communicated appropriately. Communicate to everybody is what the thought process of NAFRA also here. So there is a change in the perception. Whatever we thought that this is to be treated as those charged with governance, there is a larger perspective where there is a lot of governance that are also involved. There are transparency that are involved. So there are regulatory perspective also getting changed here. So let us be very clear on our communication aspects, technical standards not followed. All these are all observations by peer review board. There are multiple observations made by QRB also, quality review board, which is, sir, beautiful documentations are available at our websites, at our ICAI website. You just go and search this QRB. In the QRB observations, there will be lot of information that will be available. What I should not do, like that we may be in a position to do. The only point is, yayeshu supteshu jagrati. What is that point? Yayeshu supteshu jagrati. The person who is awake while others are asleep. Exactly we, the chartered accountants, needs to be always awake. Someone told in the morning that are we ready to unlearn? Are we ready to relearn those particular things or not? Exactly, this is the point. We need to relearn, including Income Tax Act. Income Tax Act, a little bit I know, 194J, 194H, 194I, and then section 32 and a little bit of salary chapter, capital gains 45, 50C, like that I know sections. Now that is also gone. You made 1961 Act completely changed into 2025 Act where what is this TDS section to be deducted? Usually what happens, sir, we have trained the accountants in such a way that TDS and all accountant will be very clear. He will be doing appropriately 194C, sir. This is 194J, sir. I have filed, sir. Like that, accountant by itself will have taken care. Now accountant calls me, sir, what is the section with which I need to deduct tax, sir? The great problem is that 195, no? Seller is non-resident, buyer is Indian, I need to get a TAN, I need to deduct TDS. 195, now you have something on table, in that table 393, A, B, C. When accountant calls me, considering I am an auditor, expert in income tax, sir, what is the section with which I need to deduct TDS? Oh, that section, wait, I will come back to you. Signal problem, I will get back to you like that. I need to cut the call. Ask my article assistant, what is the section? He will go to ChatGPT. Sir, that section become this section, sir. You yourself tell, I don't tell. Because I don't know. Unlearning, at this, relearning, unlearning, and then newly learning is all, first of all, we need to learn. When service tax was there, we learned service tax. VAT was there, we learned VAT. Suddenly, one fine day, when I was celebrating CA day, immediately finance minister came in, no more service tax, no more VAT, you change it to GST. Completely, we need to relearn. Something on purchases, purchase return, sales return. No. These words are bad words. I have been removed. Supply. Only one word. Everything will be treated as supply. I need to relearn everything. So the point is, challenges are something not new to CA. Challenges are always there to a CA right from the point that I have adopted CA. The moment I chose CA, the question will be, you are a very good student, why you have taken commerce group? As if commerce is an abandoned group. My father was astonished, sir, Balaji, you better change the group, because everyone where I am talking, they say, why commerce? Your boy will be doing good, why you have taken commerce group? They also said that person's neighbor's brother-in-law who is doing CA for 14 years, 2% pass percentage, nobody will pass. These are all inputs to the parents. Pollution. Parents will immediately give it to the student. No, better reconsider your thought process. We know what we are doing. We know it is a challenging subject. Please understand, other than chartered accountant, nobody can understand our marking. What is your pass mark? 40. Oh, you got 40, you pass? No, I fail. Why, sir? No, 40 pass mark, but 50 only I need to get in order to secure pass. Okay, you got to pass? No, I need to write the entire group. Why you got 50? No, 50 I got, but the group got. See, our marking by itself, nobody can understand. We know the difficulty. We have taken it and successfully completed that, and then we are into practice. We know the challenges. Challenges are absolutely no new to CA. It's all, we are all chartered accountant, and also we are all challenge accountant only. Challenges are always there. So when there is a challenge, like documentation not there, regulatory compliance, standards on auditing compliance, okay, let me withdraw is not the point that I'm trying to do here. We are always there to overcome these particular challenges with our courage, with our knowledge, with our experience, that whatever that we have handled. I can proudly and very privilegedly say, CA is the only course, the moment you become a chartered accountant, you are an experienced person. Yes or no? No other profession can say, the moment I have just now qualified, I have an experience. Nobody can say, but a chartered accountant can say, because of the 3 years of rigorous imprisonment. Now it is 2 years. Again become 3. Yes, if it is 3, very good, sir. I am the first person to welcome it. Because suddenly people are just now joining and say, sir, 31st July is the last date, sir. 1st August is the last date, sir. He is ready to just like that withdraw. Over. 2 years, no, 2 years over. When I was doing articleship, even after completing articleship, to my principal to say, sir, I am leaving, I was very frustrated. How to go and see the boss and say, I am leaving the organization. That was the affiliation that we have. Today, nothing doing. You joined this date, you completed this day, say, tata, bye-bye, going, sir. Fine. With regard to the challenges that I am meeting, where the only point that I am driving here home is, the inclination to change, the inclination to adopt. The moment I have it, beautiful resources are available, simple techniques that I need to follow. Sir, Institute, CAQ, Center for Audit Quality, brought in a beautiful Excel tool to have an engagement letter to be generated in 1 minute, sir. It will take only 1 minute, I will challenge. Simple Excel tool you download, give some 8 cells, you give the data, who is the assessee, what is the PAN of the assessee, what is the date with which you are appointed, to whom the appointment letter it will be addressed, what is the fees, like that basic data you fill it up, and then click at the place, generate an engagement letter. In 1 minute's time, it will generate a beautiful 8-page engagement letter. Over. You need not do any modification. If at all you want to do modification, let you do it, no problem. It will come in Word file. So CAQ, just to go to CAQ website, lot of tools are available. Materiality determination tools are available there. Your engagement letter tools are available there. When you need to go for a qualified opinion like that, there are tools that are available there. There are multiple tools where the only point is we need to open our eyes. The moment we open our eyes and then we see that we need to implement importance with regard to the quality, certainly it can be implemented is what the point here. Let me go to the other aspects relating to the observations. These are all the non-compliances with regard to the QRB finding by the CA firms. SA 230, 16%. That is nothing but the documentation. SQC1, standards on quality control, not complete, 30%. SA 505 with regard to external confirmation, 14%. SA 700, the audit report format by itself is not there, like 12% like that. Sir, one another important point with regard to the reporting, let me give you. SA 505 that talks about external confirmation, which is usually a problem find by every chartered accountant here. In order to protect myself, we will be so cautious in including a note. Sir, are you all with me? Yes. Debtors, creditors, confirmation is sent by the auditor. Debtors, there is a huge value. Creditors, there are huge value. Bank confirmation, somehow we are in a position to adopt it, get it. But debtors and creditors, there is a huge value which is exposed. So the auditor says, I need to have an external confirmation from the parties. Immediately management will say, no, sir, in our area there is no practice of sending external confirmation. Even if you send, nobody will respond. He himself will call, don't respond like that. Even if you send, he will not respond, sir. No, let us do that. So auditor sends external confirmation, debtors, creditors and all, no confirmation arrived. When there is no confirmation, how come the auditor can proceed? No, the auditor is not happy with this. Management suggests, sir, we will put one note. Constantly we are putting it. The previous auditor also has put this note. Debtors and creditors are subject to confirmation and reconciliation. We will put a note, sir, so that you are protected. No, when there is a question at a later point in time, we can show the notes that it has stated that there is subject to confirmation and reconciliation. Auditor also accepts, okay, very good. But auditor says, I have seen, what I am talking is only reality. I am not talking anything in air. But the auditor wants to be protecting himself. Instead of only the notes on accounts, where there is a note number 32, they stated that debtors and creditors are subject to confirmation and reconciliation. Auditor also, to be very, very cautious, he put that particular fact in the emphasis of matter paragraph in his auditor's report. Under emphasis of matter paragraph, he stated, we draw attention to note number 32, wherein the debtors and creditors are subject to confirmation and reconciliation. Our opinion is not modified in this regard. Like that, he has given a complete disclosure on it. Sir, are you all following? So management has done its duty. Auditor has done his duty. He has given a clean opinion stating that the financial statement reflects true and fair view. Over. FRRB came in. Financial Reporting Review Board. They identified, based on the emphasis of matter. Emphasis of matter is to draw the attention. Even if that emphasis of matter is not given, this fault may not have been detected. Because of the fact that to protect myself, I have given emphasis of matter, FRRB stated, sir, you have drawn an attention of a matter which you should have qualified. When there are debtors and creditors, when you don't have a confirmation, how come you have that particular valuation? How come you say that there is no material misstatement in the financial statement? When you don't have audit evidence, sufficient appropriate audit evidence of a significant component of the financial statement, which is nothing but a debtor and creditor, you cannot give a clean opinion. You should have given a modified opinion. Simply giving the fact that the debtors and creditors are subject to confirmation reconciliation by itself is a fact that is accepted by the auditor that he doesn't have sufficient appropriate audit evidence. When he doesn't have sufficient appropriate audit evidence on a material component on the financial statement, he should have given a qualified opinion. Except debtors and creditors, the financial statement reflects true and fair view, like that he should have gone for a qualified opinion. He has given a clean opinion. The auditor was found guilty. Please do remember, it is not a protection. It is actually an exposure to our own problem. Let us go for it. Sir, if debtors and creditors confirmation is not there, then how to proceed for the audit? Should I need to mandatorily give only qualified opinion? Need not be. That's the point that I am driving here. Are you all with me? The point that I am driving here is, there are practical difficulty. I know, I am not talking theoretical. I am talking only practical. Sir, practically client may not have debtors and creditors balances. Then what I need to do? Debtors and creditors confirmation is one of the audit procedure. SA 505 says that is not the sole audit evidence. That is only of the methodology to obtain an audit evidence. You may perform alternative audit procedures, additional audit procedures like subsequent collection. Say for example, as on 31st March is what the date, you are doing the audit in the month of June. Subsequently, after 31st March, there are collections that are made. That itself is a confirmation that debtors was there. Your subsequent audit procedures, you document it and you make a working note in such a way that irrespective of non-availability of external confirmation, based on the subsequent audit procedures, alternative audit procedures performed by me, based on subsequent collection from the debtors, we are comfortable, we are satisfied that there is no material misstatement in debtors and creditors. Like that, you make a working note accordingly and then go for reporting clean opinion, no problem. But don't give a note or don't give a emphasis of matter of that particular point, which is to be qualified only. So our working papers will be very, very important Wherever there are non-compliances are happening, why the auditor has accepted that particular fact has to be established. So the point that I am driving here home is practically there are solutions. The point is we find it as a blocker. We find standards on auditing as an instructor. Standards on auditing as an imposition. Never ever don't do that. Standards on auditing are always a helping hand. The moment I am in a position to comply with, document what I have performed, automatically it will come for our help and support here. Let us move for this. These are all non-compliances that are there. Yeah, Yeshu Supteshu Jagrati is what the point that always I insist upon. That's why we need to always, as an eagle, or as a Garuda, where we are beyond that particular challenges, we need to go ahead. So there is something called as audit risk, sir. In every conference that I would make this particular point a very, very important point. The risk that are associated with an audit. The moment I take up an audit, there is always a risk. The risk of auditor going wrong is something called as audit risk. Can anybody say that I will always go right? My audit reports are always right? We may not, because there are inherent challenges, inherent limitations with regard to an audit. The possibility of auditor going wrong is something called as audit risk. Technically, as per standards on auditing SA 200, that is the base standard or mother standard for all other standards, defines audit risk. The audit risk, the possibility of auditor expressing an inappropriate opinion when the financial statement contains material misstatements. Financial statement contains material misstatement, auditor not detecting it is something called as audit risk. Inherently, there are possibility with regard to inherent limitations, there are inherent risk, control risk, as well as detection risk. Failure from the auditors to detect it will all lead to this particular audit risk. To reduce this audit risk, which cannot be eliminated, to reduce this audit risk, the possibility of auditor going wrong should be reduced. How it can be reduced? There is a formula to be followed. There is an important formula to be followed by every one of us, so that I will be protected, so that my possibility of going wrong can be reduced. Substantially it can be reduced. There is a formula of 2+3 formula. If at all you are interested, I will tell you the secret. 2+3 formula. Are you ready? What is the formula, sir? 2+3, very simple. Yes, you are right. Very right. I want your careful consideration so that this particular standards on auditing is absolutely made easy at your fingertips. Because all the standards are like planets which are revolving around the sun. All the standards on auditing are around this particular 2+3 formula only. They all address to meet this particular requirement of 2+3 only. Let us understand what is this particular 2+3. 2 in the mind, 3 in the finger. I don't know, in first standard, second standard, additions and all is taught like this by teachers. 2 in the mind, 3 in the finger, after 2, 3, 4, 5. My little kid used to do like this, and then from there I took it. 2 in the mind, 3 in the finger. 2 in the mind is constant. Any audit you do, this particular 2 constant item should be there. There is no change that is required. But 3 in the finger will be going for a change from entity to entity. If at all you are into manufacturing company, the 3 will be different. If at all you are into bank audit, the 3 will be different. If at all you are into service industry, the 3 will be different. But the 2 is constant. 2+3 is equal to my audit. What is this 2+3? The 2 constant factors are, let us go for this. The standards on auditing always contain items to support the auditors. That is there a general statement. The standards require that an auditor to exercise professional judgment, maintain professional skepticism, are the 2 constant factors in any audit that I do. Professional judgment. What do you mean by professional judgment? Making informed decisions is called as professional judgment. In a particular point, 1 lakh will be material. In another point, 5 lakhs may be not material. It is again based on the auditor's judgment. I cannot say 1 lakh will be always be material. No. In a case that 1 lakh may be immaterial item for me. In another case, 1,000 rupees of non-compliance may be material for me. So the materiality, including the various judgments that are made by the auditor, including sufficiency and appropriateness, whether this particular audit opinion is appropriate or not, like that, many decisions are to be taken, estimates to be evaluated, many assumptions are to be validated. All this can be done through my professional judgment, which is nothing but making an informed decision by the auditor. By experience, this professional judgment will be appropriate. That's why experience is what an important factor for an auditor. The second constant factor that always I need to mandate it is professional skepticism. What is this professional skepticism? Professional skepticism is an attitude of an auditor having questioning mind. That's it. Having questioning mind. It is not a suspicious mind. Auditors are never having this particular suspicious mind. Auditors will always have a questioning mind. That is there in our blood. Do you agree with me or not? I will not just like that accept any paper. I need to validate that particular paper. I need to why this particular purchase has been made, why not that particular item, like that. I will always have a questioning mind. That is something called as professional skepticism. Technically, the standards on auditing define professional skepticism as 3 parameters. Having a questioning mind, being alert to conditions that could indicate possibilities of errors and frauds, and critical assessment of my audit evidences, is it sufficient and appropriate or not. Like that, I need to have a questioning mind. I need to critically assess the audit evidences. Is it sufficient? Is it appropriate? Is it relevant? Is it reliable? Like that, the audit evidences are to be evaluated, and being alert to conditions that could indicate possibilities of errors and frauds. The moment I feel there are possibilities of errors and frauds, I need to go for a deeper verification. Being a watchdog, when there is something wrong, I cannot go and simply sleep. I need to bark. In Lord Lindsay, in Kingston Cotton Mill case, he has given a beautiful analogy of a watchdog. Why I am a watchdog? Why watchdog? When there is a stranger who is approaching the house, the watchdog has to bark. With what intention? With 2 intentions. One is the intruder needs to withdraw his approach, or the owner who is sleeping inside the house needs to be awake. Either of this particular objective is not reached, you should not go and simply sleep. You should bark. This is what judgment of Lord Lindsay. I am not talking anything from my own. It is not like a veterinary note. It is a judgment on auditor's role. I need to bark. The moment there are possibilities of indicators, there are internal control deficiencies, there are indicators for frauds, there are indicators for errors, the internal control weaknesses are identified by the auditor, I need to go for a deeper verification. I need to extend my audit procedures to identify or to establish there is a fraud, or to establish that there are no material misstatement in the financial statement. So the professional skepticism and professional judgment are the 2 constant factors that the auditor has to maintain in all the audits. Are you all following, sir? The 3 variable factors which will be changing from entity to entity is this. The first one is identify and assess the risk of material misstatement by understanding the entity and its environment, including its internal control. Nothing but KYC, know your customer. Know your knowledge about the client's business is something very, very essential with which you can change your audit approach. Without understanding the client and their environment with which they operate, including their internal controls, I can never do an effective audit. This is basically discussed by SA 315, which is the spine of the entire standards on auditing. SA 315 exclusively talk about this particular risk assessment, including internal controls evaluation, which is very, very important. So KYC of a particular client will be very, very essential. Say, for example, in a bank audit, I need to understand the bank's business. What do you mean by NPA? What do you mean by RBI? What do you mean by IRAC norms? In a manufacturing industry, I need to understand their business. In a service industry, I need to understand their business. I need to have my audit plan and audit approach accordingly. KYC is the first variable factor. Yes, sir, I now understood the client. I understood their internal controls. Then what you need to do? You need to assess the risk based on that internal controls, and you need to modify your audit procedures to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidences. For having assessed the risk, you need to place your responses to the assessed risk. It's like a doctor making a diagnosis is point number 1. Based on the diagnosis, he gives a report, he gives a medicine, he gives a cure. That is point number 2. Based on the problems that are identified in point number 1, I need my audit procedures, change my audit procedures accordingly. There is something called as NTE. Nature, timing, extent of audit procedures. What is the nature of procedure? What is the extent of audit procedure that I need to perform? And to what extent it is to be performed, like that the auditor has to create. That will be based on first point. It is interdependent on the second point. Through my audit procedures, I will be obtaining sufficient appropriate audit evidences. The moment I obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidences, the third point will be an automatic point. I need to give my audit opinion accordingly. So the 3 variable factors and 2 constant factors, the moment I am in a position to do this, my standards on auditing compliance is over. What are all the 2 constant factors? Professional judgment, professional skepticism. 2 constant factors. What are all the 3 variable factors? KYC, knowledge about the client's business. And after understanding the business, I need to make audit responses accordingly. Audit procedures has to be performed accordingly. And audit reporting has to be made appropriately, like SA 700 are to be complied with. This is all nothing but standards on auditing. The moment I am in a position to do this particular 2+3 formula, document whatever that I have performed, my standards on auditing compliance will be over at a easy perspective here. Let me go for certain practical aspects that are identified by NAFRA within the time that is available to me, where NAFRA has made a recent output of certain quality verifications. Sir, I am going to take some interesting, very, very important, impactful observations made. I'm not going to take all the discussions made by it. They have made in some 10 audit firms. All are considered to be so big entities. It is not you and me that who are talking about. They are talking about great companies which are having beautiful infrastructure, software, accounting software, audit software, and HR software, like that. All are policy-driven entities, multinational accounting firms. You identify what are all the problems that they have identified. I'll go to that. In one of the company, but that they have talked about, even the session chairman was talking about independence with regard to the partners. They were talking about partner shareholding in audit client group. In spite of me appointed as an auditor, the auditor was holding shares in the holding company. Sir, I am a low-level auditor player. I am not a big entity. My wife is having interest in another company. Will I be accepting myself as an auditor of that company? No. Something called as code of ethics, something called as Companies Act, something called as professional integrity, something called as independence will bar me from getting myself appointed. But here, let us see this particular big entity. An audit firm network was engaged as a statutory auditor for company ABC Limited. Company ABC Limited was part of a large corporate group with a holding company. So there was a holding company and ABC Limited is a subsidiary company. So subsidiary company, I am appointed as an auditor. Partners of the audit firm network held securities in that holding company. So when you are holding shares in the holding company, you are debarred from appointing as an auditor of that holding company. If you are disqualified to be appointed in a holding company, then the entire chain of the companies you are disqualified. You cannot be appointed as an auditor. In this case, they were holding company and it was not detected by that particular firm at all. Multiple partners across the audit network held securities, which is a listed company, shares and financial interest in the holding company of ABC company, an audit client. The breach was not just at the time of accepting the engagement. The partners continued to acquire securities even after the audit relationship was established. They were purchasing shares. Please understand, as per Companies Act, myself or my partner or my relative should not hold 1 share in that particular company. If I am holding it, I am disqualified. And then they have given a relaxation with regard to the family, where they can have shares up to a face value of 1 lakh, like that. There is a relaxation that they came in. But the relaxation is not available to the partner or the engagement partner or the other partners, which is barred. Even 1 share I am holding, I am disqualified. It is a deemed vacation of my office. It is a casual vacancy will be created automatically. But here in this case, there was, they were holding shares in this company. The firm's independence monitoring mechanism failed to detect this particular breach in real time. The firm self-detected the breach, but with significant delay. By that time, the audit had already been conducted and the conflict in place. Remedial action, disinvestment of securities was taken before NAFRA inspection, that they have sold that particular shares also. Independence should not only be there, it should always visible to be there is one of the point of independence here. firm intimated the steps taken. Now they have arrangements with the depositories. What the firm was doing it, after this particular NAFRA's finding, after the correction has taken out, now they are having a tie-up with the depository. I will give list of my partners. If any one of the partner is purchasing that share, automatically the depository will give me intimation, so that I will ask my partner to sell that particular share. Like that, they are making that particular level of independence insurance here. Eligibility letter I need to give where a relative definition was wrongly construed. This is the second case. Relative is an extended word in Companies Act, section 277 of the Companies Act, which says what do you mean by relative. And there is a company's definition, details definition rules, like that there is one rule which included what do you mean by relative. A relative includes father, stepfather, mother, stepmother and all, they were including it. Previously the relative definition was very, very simple. Members of HUF and husband and wife are to be treated as any other person as notified, like that they was keeping on the relative part. Here what happened is, before an auditor is formally appointed at a company's board meeting, the firm must issue an eligibility letter confirming it is not disqualified under section 141. The firm's tool for generating these letters use the immediate family member while checking the independence. Sir, please understand, Companies Act doesn't talk about immediate family member. Companies Act talks about family member only. If any one of the family member is holding shares, I am disqualified. But here they are talking only about immediate family members, which is a very restrictive covenant here. Immediate family member is typically a member understood as a spouse and dependent children only, but that is not the case. It extends to many other people also, but they have not identified, and this was a problem that later on they deducted by the company here. This is beautiful. A Big Four appointed one chartered accountant, and he was made responsible for the team manager. He worked 4,000 hours. Lot of audits was completed by him. 4,000 hours was worked by the chartered accountant. Later on, they identified that he is not at all a chartered accountant. Whom we are talking about? We are talking about the so-called multinational big entities. A major audit firm, for the sake of decency I am using the term, a major audit firm hired an individual as a chartered accountant at the associate level in January 2021. The individual was deployed on audit engagements immediately. Because it's a chartered accountant, immediately it was deployed. Verification of their qualification with ICAI was initiated 2.5 years later. In August 2023, ICAI responded confirming the CA degree certificate submitted by the individual was fake. Then what happened to the audits that was done by that particular person? Gone, over. Individual hired as a CA associate, deployed on audit engagements. January 21 to 23, individual worked for approximately 2.5 years, clocking 4,000 hours of verification. He was the manager also. Firm initiated formal verification after 2.5 years, and then they confirmed it was a fake CA. See, my appointment, my HR, my verification process absolutely failed in this particular regard, so that I am not having an appropriate person. The individual resigned from that particular item. Another aspect is signing not by the engagement partner, by other partners, which is wrong. Actually, engagement partner has to sign the audit reports, not by the other partners. But there is something called as EQCR, wherever in case of a listed entity, the EQCR will be applicable. This is one of the other finding. Beautiful. Revenue recognition, emphasis of matter used instead of qualified opinion. I should have given a qualified opinion, saying that the financial statement subject to this particular item reflects true and fair view. Like that, I need to carve out something, and then I should have given a qualified opinion. But what the auditor did was, let me go for an emphasis of matter instead of a qualification. Please let us understand, emphasis of matter is widely wrongly used. Let us understand the concept of emphasis of matter paragraph. SA 706 specifically talks about 2 points. One is emphasis of matter, the other one is other matter paragraph. When you can go for an emphasis of matter paragraph? A matter which is fundamental to the user's understanding, which is already disclosed by the management, the auditor just to want to draw attention of that particular point, he may use that point as an emphasis of matter. I am only emphasizing that fact, which is already disclosed by the management, which is not a qualification, which is only drawing attention. On the other hand, wherever there are qualification to be made, when qualification to be made? When there is a material misstatement. When there is a material misstatement which is not corrected by the management, please understand, we need to learn SA 450 that talks about beautifully. Sir, there is a material misstatement, auditor identifies that material misstatement and immediately wants the management to correct it. Management has corrected it, no problem for me. But the management does not willing to correct it, then it is called as uncorrected material misstatement. When uncorrected material misstatement are there, and based on the auditor's judgment, he finds that it is material considering the financial statement as a whole, I need to go for modified opinion only. I need to go for either adverse or qualified opinion, like that I need to go for an opinion. I cannot simply give an emphasis of matter paragraph and give a clean opinion, which is wrong. Reporting perspective, the auditor has to very much improvise. Let me go for a different example. Forget about NAFRA. I am a statutory auditor, sir. I want your attention. This is very important. Many people make a mistake. I don't want my community to make any mistake in this particular regard, which is very easy, but we are not opening our eyes. That's the problem. I am a statutory auditor. There is a statutory non-compliance. Should I need to report that fact or not to be reporting it? Report or not to report? I am a statutory auditor. There is a statutory non-compliance. Should I need to detect that particular statutory non-compliance? What will happen if I don't detect that statutory non-compliance? Say, for example, I am an auditor in a match factory, crackers match factory. There is a child labor which is completely prohibited. The company engages child labor, which is a statutory violation. Should I need to report this or not? Which is a statutory non-compliance. I take a different example. I am a manufacturing entity where there are pollution which is effluent or not treated, and then it is just like that given in land, where the pollution control board operates, and then they say that there is a violation, which is to be identified by the auditor or not. Let us go for this particular point very, very clearly, sir. I need to go and have the guidance from SA. Standards on Auditing, SA 250, talks about consideration of laws and regulations in an audit. Are you all with me? Consideration of laws and regulations in an audit. As a statutory auditor, what is my role and responsibility? Please take this particular from me, where as a statutory auditor, I am responsible for expressing an opinion on financial statements and financial statements only. That doesn't mean all the statutory compliances the auditor will be made responsible, or non-deduction or reporting will be auditor's responsibility. No. My SA 250 very categorically says, please divide the laws and regulations into two types. One is laws that do have direct effect on the financial statements. The other one is laws that do not have direct effect on the financial statements. Say, for example, laws that do have direct effect on the financial statements, like Companies Act, Income Tax Act, GST law, FEMA, all these will be treated as laws that do have direct effect on the financial statements. Exactly. Laws that do not have direct effect on the financial statements, it doesn't have direct effect on the financial statements, but non-compliance will affect the going concern of the entity. You categorize these two. The first one, laws that do have direct effect on the financial statement, the auditor needs to identify non-compliances. If there is a non-compliance, I need to accordingly modify my audit opinion or report accordingly. In case of the laws that do not have direct effect on the financial statements, but which will have an adverse effect on the company to continue as a going concern, or it may end up in penalties, or it may shut down the operations. In those cases, if non-compliances are brought to my attention, take action. Please be very clear. It is not my responsibility to go and detect those non-compliances in those cases. It is a responsibility of the management. Please remember, management, sir, are you all with me? I'm going a little bit deeper. With regard to the management's responsibility, they cannot bifurcate laws that do have direct effect, laws that do not have direct effect, like that management cannot bifurcate. All the laws and regulations that are applicable to the company, management has to comply. As an internal control perspective, all the legal and regulatory requirements that are required to be complied by the company has to be complied. So it is the management's responsibility. If there is a non-compliance, if it is brought to the notice of the auditor, then I need to identify its effect, whether I need to disclose, whether I need to modify, whether I need to bring something on this, like that I need to go for a working on this. That doesn't mean I will close my eyes on those laws. I will also have a careful watch where there are non-compliances that are visible to me during the course of my normal verification. If I come across a non-compliance, I need to immediately look into that. Say, for example, I vouch the legal expenses that is incurred by the company. There is a 5 lakhs paid to a lawyer. Why this lawyer has been paid for 5 lakhs? They say, sir, there is a pollution control non-compliance. There is a notice issued on the company. We are fighting that case. Very good, bring it to me. I need to read the effect. What is the effect that I need to go in for? Whether provision to be made, whether disclosure to be made, whether it is affect the going concern or not, like that. I need to go for a deeper verification when it is brought to my notice. So let us not have a wrong impression that being a statutory auditor, any statutory non-compliance will be to my account, will be my responsibility. No, we need to comply with the SA 250 so that our documentation can come for our protection here. So here in the given case, there was a dispute with regard to a revenue recognition. Instead of modifying an opinion, he has given a clean opinion, so problem. Sir, yes, sir. Correct. Very good. Sir's question is, for the sake of all, sir's question is, sir, there is a non-compliance of a child labor. The same example, whatever you were told, I am taking there is a non-compliance. Auditor is aware about this particular non-compliance. What I need to do? How I need to report? How I need to report? Again, it is based on the circumstances, based on the volume, based on the veracity, I need to go for it, and also based on the intention of the entity, whether they are consistently they are violating or unfortunately there was a one of the event that was there, irrespective of it, whether it is a one of an event or not, how the management is taking, what is the disclosure that is made by the management. Say for example, management is making a disclosure. There is a child labor non-compliance and there is a case against the company. The company says that we are going to win the case, or there is a provision to be made in this particular case. In the notes on accounts, they will be making, there is a non-compliance and the authorities have levied a penalty of 10 lakhs and then we are fighting that particular case. Like that, there is a disclosure to be made, and that is to be, if at all the auditor feels that it is fundamental to the user understanding, I may even bring it as a point of emphasis of matter as well. Emphasis of matter, again, there is no parameter. These are all the matters to be brought in as a emphasis of matter. It is again based on the judgment of the auditor, which in his opinion he feels that is something fundamental to the user understanding, he may bring in. Even this particular case of non-compliance, the auditor wants to give back to the shareholders that there is a statutory non-compliance, he may very much do so. Or there is a financial impact also needs to be evaluated. The 10 lakhs, whether it is to be provided, whether contingent liability to be disclosed or not, like that, he needs to go for verification and then he needs to conclude on it. Correct. Correct. Certainly, yes. Sir, in this particular case, where
the report will be like, because the company is engaging a child labor, this law is not being followed by the company, or just खाली ऐसे ही लिखेंगे कि this law is not being followed by the company.
Correct.
So what will be the reporting pattern of the auditor?
Super. Sir, in this particular case, I need to necessarily insist upon the management to disclose this fact of non-compliance. If the management is not willing to disclose it, then that itself will be treated as material misstatement. I may even qualify my opinion. Sir, are you all with me? Sir, please understand the qualification or the misstatement in this case, misstatement need not be only in numbers. Misstatement may even be at disclosure levels. A particular disclosure which is required to be made, if it is not made, still it can be treated as material misstatement only, again based on judgment. So, auditor wants to management to disclose this fact and then corrective action taken in this particular regard, and then I may emphasis of matter. Fine. If the management doesn't willing to disclose that, I may even qualify my report stating that this law is not complied. Yes?
Sir, non-compliance by a contractor appointed by the company.
Huh.
And company is in know of the things.
Correct.
Then what will happen?
Super.
As a principal employer.
As a principal employer, I shall be responsible for it. Anyway, it will be a non-compliance by the principal employer only. Again, the fact is to be disclosed, sir. The fact should be disclosed by the management. Management should take action. this will be treated as an internal control weakness. The management is not having appropriate methodology or measure to evaluate the contractor and his compliances. If the contractor is continuously a non-compliant, you need to remove and then I need to make a corrective action. This fact, if it is going to be material, needs to be disclosed by the management, and reporting should also to be made accordingly. Management will be responsible for this, being a principal employer. I proceed further, where in one of the case, again it is a big firm, Q4, there is a PP additions that got made. January, February, March, there is a huge PP additions that got made, no working papers available with the auditors. On the question that they have asked for, a company made material additions to property, plant and equipment in the 4th quarter. The audit file contained no working papers evidencing any substantive audit procedures for these additions. On what basis you have concluded? Because depreciation effect also there. You see the firm's response, the work was performed, but relevant audit work papers could not be assembled in the audit file at the time of assembly. Sorry sir, it is not available. Who says this answer? Answer is said by a multinational accounting firm. They don't have papers. No audit file was available when NAFRA was questioning this. So there are gaps that are there across. So these are all pointers so that we should not miss out. Wherever doing the audit, any material additions that was then made by the PPE, by the client, I need to have the verification, I need to have the documentation that they have purchased this particular item. It is not that I need to get a Xerox of all the invoices. I'm not talking about that. We need to have our own audit procedure, have a documentation that how we have verified on the material additions that got made to PPE here. Other key observations, there are multiple aspects. I'm just running out of time. There are CARO non-compliances. Audit risk assessment is not as per SA 315. Engagement quality review was falling short. Sir, I would like to go for one specific aspect, sir. One specific aspect relating to documents are signed. You see, documents are signed off as completed before the completion of the audit procedures. All these are all NAFRA findings. Yes, sir. Sir? Huh.
Maintaining accounts in electronic form.
Correct.
Format. The management should take a certificate that they are taking backup every day.
Correct.
The server is located outside India, it should be in India.
Correct.
So these violations should be reported if it is there in compliance, audit compliance.
Correct. Yes, sir, absolutely right. Already it is there in Companies Act. Income tax, it is not something new. Companies Act, already it is there. They need to maintain the books of accounts backup, where section 128 of the Companies Act talks about books of accounts and their backup, and also on a daily basis. Previously, Companies Act provision said on a reasonable basis. That reasonable word was replaced with the basis daily. So it is the responsibility of the auditor to look at. That's a very onerous responsibility. Sir, I would like to conclude this discussion only with one specific point with regard to going concern aspects, sir. There is something called as material uncertainty, which is especially after COVID time, there are a lot of indicators that could have a material uncertainty affecting the going concern. Going concern could be affected on account of financial parameter, on account of non-financial parameter, including labor or including statutory non-compliances and all. So when there is a question on going concern, when there is a question on material uncertainty, certainly the fact has to be disclosed by the management. The auditor needs to evaluate whether going concern is really affected or there is a mitigating mechanism that is available. If there is a mitigating, say for example, there is a mitigating mechanism is available, I need to still include a paragraph called material uncertainty relating to going concern. Like that in my report, I need to include a paragraph. I want your careful understanding. Let us not go with emphasis of matter paragraph, not possible. SA 570 got amended, which says that you need to include a separate paragraph called material uncertainty relating to going concern here. Let us go for this particular item, where this is what specific reporting change, sir. Where there is a material uncertainty is there, but going concern is not affected. Management has given a disclosure appropriately. Still, the auditor needs to include material uncertainty relating to going concern. Like that, auditor has to include a paragraph. When material uncertainty is there, going concern not affected, but management doesn't want to disclose the fact, auditor needs to go for a modified opinion only. Very, very careful. And the third case, when there is a material uncertainty is there, going concern got affected, but the management is preparing the financial statements on going concern basis, I need to go for adverse opinion only, stating that the financial statements do not reflect true and fair view. Like that, the auditor has to go for a reporting. This is a very important change that got made. Let us be very, very careful here. That's it. Thank you. Sir, it gives me an absolute pleasure to be part of this elite group of EARC, Bhubaneswar, the land of Jagannath. I always feel a privilege to me to be part of this. Thanks to the chairman, the management committee, and also the immediate past chairman and all the MC members for making this particular event a very grand success and giving me an opportunity to discuss the facts with you all people. Thank you. Thanks again.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of Bhubaneswar branch of EIRC ICAI, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed chairman of the session, CA Siladitya Sengupta sir, for his gracious presence and for steering the session with wisdom and clarity. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to our distinguished speaker, CA R.S. Balaji sir, for delivering such an enlightening session. Sir, your profound insights and practical experiences have provided us with valuable perspectives that will strengthen our professional practice. Thanks for highlighting the need to protect ourselves, sir. With this, we come to an end of this technical session. Now I request CA Poonam Agarwal to take over. Thank you very much, sir.
Delegates are all requested to please attend the cultural evening. And we have a very fabulous singer with us, Asima Panda. So all are requested to be a part of the wonderful event, and family coupons will be available at a charge of 500 per person. So please get your family and friends along. And tomorrow we'll have the fourth technical session in the morning, which is going to start at sharp 9:30 a.m. So, and it's going to be a session by Sir MP Vijay Kumar. So all are requested to please be present on the right time. Thank you. Delegates are all requested to please come inside the hall and take their seats. Requesting all the delegates to please take their seats. Warm, wonderful welcome to the incredible, intellectual, yet inquisitive delegates, respected dignitaries, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and dear members. I, CA Poonam Agrawal, on behalf of Bhubaneswar branch, welcome you all to the last technical session of day one, which is on artificial intelligence, unlocking infinite possibilities for the CA profession. I request CA Mihi Kumar Sahu sir and CA Anand Prakash Jangit sir to kindly grace the dais. Please give them a huge round of applause. CA Mihi Kumar Sahu. Sir qualified in May 1987, and since then he is the founder partner of a reputed CA firm in Bhubaneswar. He was the chairman of Bhubaneswar branch in the year 1995 and 6. He is presently the independent director of Odisha Lift Irrigation Corporation Limited. He was the co-opted member to the Central Council to the Internal Audit Standards Board, ICAI New Delhi, in 2018 and 19. And co-opted to the Central Council to the Committee on MSME and Startups, ICAI New Delhi, for the year 2022 and 23. I'd like to take this opportunity to please request Mr. Mohit Jain, who happens to be the CFO of Tata Power Western Odisha Development Limited, to please come over and present a flower bouquet to Sir on this occasion. Okay, he's going to present a sapling. It's my privilege to introduce the session speaker, CA Anand Prakash Jangit sir. Sir is a senior chartered accountant, certified information systems auditor, and managing partner of ICAI, a firm specializing in forensic audit, information systems audit, fraud analytics, blockchain, and risk advisory. He is widely recognized for driving technology-led transformation in the audit and finance profession. Before establishing ICAI, he was part of the risk management team at Goldman Sachs, where he led audits across multiple geographies in areas including foreign exchange, anti-money laundering, Basel II, business continuity planning, and operational risk. Earlier, he worked with Infosys Limited, contributing to regulatory compliance frameworks, including SOX and Basel II implementation. He's led enterprise risk management and IT audit engagements across US, UK, Japan, China, and other countries. Our distinguished educator, he's a visiting faculty at the Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, ISACA, ICAI, and Wellington Institute of Management, and is a regular speaker at ISACA's North America and Euro CACS conferences on technology, audit, and fraud analytics. I'd like to request the past chairman of Bhubaneswar branch, CS Suru Venkat Swaralu sir, to present the sapling to the speaker of this session, CA Anand Prakash Jangit. Well, I have to make a special announcement here. We'll have a cultural evening, we'll have a special evening today, which is going to be graced by a very famous singer, Asima Panda. So requesting all the members to get their family and friends along with them and make the best out of this evening. And the coupons and passes are going to be 500 per person. So please get them and have a wonderful evening. Thank you. I'd like to request the session chairman, CA Mihir Kumar Sahu Sarji, to please take over. Thank you.
Thank you, Poonam, for a beautiful introduction of myself as well as my fellow speaker. Friends, the topic from balance sheet to data sheets, navigating DPDP Act, governance and accountability in AI era. You see, most of the seniors have left. Seniors of my age, my contemporary, they have got little things to do with this. Because it is Mr. Jangit and his contemporary professionals, and after that, the generation coming after that, they are interested in this. And this is a very upcoming area, and which will have less competition. You catch it fast, otherwise, somebody else will take this. I have seen my own nephew. He is working in US. He qualified from IIT and he is working in US. He was working in Intel. Suddenly he told me, he asked something about the auditing. And I said, what you are doing, how you are associated with auditing? No, he said, I have joined a company as a coder, which is doing the auditing services. Through AI, he is doing that. So it is high time engineers are learning accounting and auditing. Either they will take our business, and they have taken to a great deal. In advanced countries, they have already taken it. It is high time we accountants learn how to use AI and coding. Otherwise, only Mr. Jangit and his fellow, those people who are working in this area, they will survive, we all will perish. engineers will take over. So friends, this DPDP Act, what it is, why it has come, this has got nothing to do with Odisha politics. DPDP Act is everything to do with digital personal data protection. See, nowadays, previously we had roti, kapda or makan, three necessities were there. 3 decades before, some 2 decades before, Mr. Business Visionary, Mr. Dhirubhai Ambani, he told roti, kapda or makan and internet, that is digital data. These 4 are necessary. How many of you know Gaur Gopal Das? Gaur Gopal Das is an IITian, and what he does? He is a preacher, spiritual preacher. He told in present day, if you are doing fasting with food, it is of no meaning. If you want to do fast, then keep aside internet for a day. That is the meaningful fasting for the day. And today, I am not getting political, but today you see somebody, some great person is doing fasting in Jantar Mantar, but he is broadcasting that through internet. So in present data, in the present day, that fasting is of no meaning if you are broadcasting it in internet. Friends, we all know that Income Tax Department has mined so many data, all personal data. We have seen our speakers, they say that I lost an FD, and the income tax people, they could inform me that you have got this FD and all those things. The meaning, the purpose of my telling is that it is not only income tax who mines data, it is all the companies who process data. They are also having all your information. Once data mining is done by some company, keep aside the company is ethical or not. There are cyber frauds who take data from that. You apply credit card, from that data is misused. You order something online, somebody takes OTP, and there becomes a fraud. So all these difficulties are there. That's why of late, Data Protection, Personal Data Protection Act has come, DPDP Act. In 2023 it has come. In 2025, the rules have also come. Mr. Jangid is an expert in that. Of course, we'll hear from him. Now, we are in a 5 trillion economy. Roti, kapda or makan for human being is not a challenge now. We are all self-sufficient in that. Now, we have to think of roti, kapda or makan for computer. Computer के लिए रोटी क्या है? Data and power. Computer के लिए कपड़ा क्या है? Anyone? It is cyber security firewall. उसका protection है. उसका घर क्या है? मकान क्या है? Data storage. Yes, data storage. Now we all have to think about all these things. I have a friend. Now he is practicing in Mumbai. We were working together in a big company. We were the fellow auditors. And that time, in 2008 or 9, he went to USA. I said, why you are going? Is it for CPA? CPA course? No, he said, no, I want to go there to have a certification course on ethical hackers. I did not know what is ethical hacking. Then he said, he had that interest in that area. He said, ethical hackers are those without any permission, they enter into databases of other companies and then they intimate them, look, these are the fallacies, these are the weak points in your database or internet, and get yourself corrected to that. And I said, what is the use? Then he said, well, you see, in this, our institute doesn't allow us to advertise our services. So this is how I make my knowledge available to big companies, and they, for their other services, they contact us, the services which I offer. So the meaning is, this is another way of advertising, and now he is having 60 to 70, recently I visited him, he is having 60 to 70 employees in his office. And he started with this. Friends, I was just going through this act little bit because before this I did not know. When Gautam told me you have to be chairman in this, I am very weak in computers. So I said, I do not know anything about DPDP Act. So what do I do? Then I was just going through the Act, and I was shocked to see the provisions. The penalties, I don't know whether it is right or wrong. The penalty is 250 crores for something, for non-compliance. If you don't follow the provisions for the child data, then it is 150 crores, 50 crores, 100 crores, like that. All fines are that minimum 10,000, maximum 250 crores. I think let us all hear from Mr. Jangid why it is so. I think 250 crores, 50 crores, 100 crores, like that, the company will come into liquidation. With these few words, I am just now inviting Mr. Jangid to come and have his input. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I think I'm audible, right? Okay, great. So, Sahu sir has been very nicely, he put it up some point, and I also noticed it, like he said, okay, the seniors have gone contemporary and all thing. But let me, actually when I was coming in the hall, and I think Saqib is sitting here, and they were talking, ab AI ka session hai, but this is not an AI session actually. The topic says something on this one, okay? The topic today, and I have to give it up, I have been, coming to Bhubaneswar for some of the sessions, and this is actually being brought out very nicely. It says from balance sheet to data sheets. And when I'm talking about this, friends, there is a reason why this topic has been made on this slide. I'll explain you a very important point. In fact, it is a little misnomer if you think it is also on DPTP. And if you think the discussion on AI also, we are confusing you on the topic. The actual crux of today's discussion, it's something bigger than all of this. Can anyone guess from the topic what would be the central theme of our discussion? Any guess? Data protection, data privacy, anything more? Certification. Did you notice that in all the 3 points, what is the common factor? Data. Data is the main crux. Now you will ask me, ki, theek hai, we are all chartered accountant, we all know about this, what is so special about that? There is something very special. You remember there was a statement made by Mr. Mukesh Ambani when he launched Jio, and people actually were like, oh my God, it is great. आपने वो पूरा line सुना, data is the new oil, एक उन्होंने बोला था at the launch of Jio, and people like, oh my God, this is great. But there is a catch. Half knowledge is dangerous. If I challenge you to go back on the sites, internet and all things, the full statement is not what you are telling me. The full statement is, data is the new oil. Every organization has to become a refinery. The challenge is a different one. Data भरा पड़ा है आपके organization में, आपके office में and all thing, but how can you leverage it up? Now, Sahu sir rightly said we are a 5 trillion economy, we want to become bigger and bigger. And I don't know how many of you have noticed a news item which came 3 days back, 2 days back, that first WhatsApp says that you can reserve your username, and then Government of India said no. and then they said you can't have username for any of the thing. Any of you had an idea why government of India is fighting with all this big technology company only on a small thing like username? आप थोड़ा सोचा है, मतलब क्या है ऐसा यूजरनेम में रिजर्व करने में, क्या बड़ी बात है? गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इन्वॉल्व हो रही है इसमें, ऐसा क्या है? दैट इज इट. एक तो चार्ज है, ओके, और इज दैट ओनली दैट मच? सर, I'll tell you something. Today, all of us who are sitting in this room, if you are using an iPhone or a Android phone, how many of you know that you have a different advertisement ID on your phone also, through which you are traced everything you do? कहाँ जाते हैं, क्या खाते हैं, all this data is being generated. Now there is a problem. It is not about data collection and all things. This data, you remember there was a time when Aadhaar came initially, and a lot of people said, "Ore, government is becoming a police state, they are taking our biometric and all the thing." Do you remember that controversy? How many of you think twice before giving your biometric to a Chinese company which is selling a mobile phone to us? We are giving it, right? iPhone guys, we will very clearly give our biometrics. All other we are giving, but we don't want to give it to government. There is a big change happening. I remember a time, and I always say about this because I just want to have a show of hand here. How many of you here in this room are pre-internet era person? Like, do you remember there was a time कि पहले internet नहीं था? Okay, just raise your hand. Okay, okay, बहुत कम हाथ है, मतलब पीछे okay थोड़ा बहुत है, ठीक है. वो 10-10 रुपए में, 20-20 रुपए में हम साइबर कैफे में जाके बैठते थे, जीमेल आईडी के लिए लोगों को बोलते थे इनवाइट भेजो. There was a time like that, right? Have you noticed today these things are taken for granted? There is one generation which has born with a kind of thing that internet हमेशा से था. They think from that perspective. Why I'm giving you all these examples is, guys, whether you like it or not like it, our traditional approach. I remember there was a time when if in our audit trial balance tally, audit is over. Manual books of account used to be there. We used to have a cake cutting ceremony I did my articleship in a small and medium firm in Bangalore. So the client will order a cake कि अरे trial balance tally हो गया, अब cake cutting ceremony है. And एक time था, there was a time, right? हाँ, वो होता और वो समोसा वमोसा भी आता था साथ में. And today, don't you think you take it for granted कि trial balance tally नहीं होगा, ऐसा हो सकता है क्या? मतलब how this is a bullshit thing you are thinking of. We have come a long way. But there is one thing we have to understand, our landscape is changing. See, I wanted to give you this example because I wanted to see ki, can I just give a gyan of DPDP and all the thing, or should I give something tangible which you can take back today? The most tangible thing is, agar you are doing an review and physical inventory में अगर issue आता है, don't you think you basically will jump and report it up कि oh this is a big issue and all the things which has happened? We will always say that okay, the company has lost 50% of their physical inventory. Yes or no? Yes. What if we deal with a new kind of asset class, which is the data? I'll give you an example. I teach at IIM Bangalore. There is a professor of IIM Bangalore, Professor Ramesh. He came out with a new concept now. There is a kind of economy right now. I don't know if you know. We call it as SMAC economy. What is SMAC? Social, mobile, analytics, cloud. अब एक कंपनी है, सोचिए थोड़ा सा, फ्लिपकार्ट. फ्लिपकार्ट का कितना बड़ा फैक्ट्रीज है? They run only on social media, mobile, they have a analytics everything about you, and उनके पास में खुद का data center भी नहीं है. Everything is hosted on a cloud. आज they can scale up from 1 lakh rupees to 1,000 crore rupees overnight, because the business model उनको वेदांता के जैसे जाके एक नया पूरा यूनिट सेट करने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है. They can just scale it up, scale it down at a thing. And when this kind of new businesses are coming, as chartered accountant, are we ready to do or provide services to them? अगर हम बोलेंगे कि physical inventory and all the thing, they are all going to change. And in this situation, how do we still talk about balance sheet when there is a new thing or new kid in the block? DPDP sir was right. I will be touching upon that, but I'm going to touch it from a perspective of data. Data accountability, data governance, data protection, and especially digital personal data. Here, I will tell you this is the next 45-50 minutes what we are going to discuss, and I like to keep some time for Q&A if possible. I want to talk about that there is a new shift. आज अगर आप किसी कंपनी का वैल्यूएशन करते हैं, आपको याद है व्हाट्सएप कितना रेट में बिका था? एनीवन नोज मेटा परचेज व्हाट्सएप फॉर हाउ मच? हाँ, $19 बिलियन. उनका कोई फैक्ट्री है, लैंड है, ऐसा कुछ है क्या? कितने बेस पे किया था? नंबर ऑफ यूजर के बेस पे वैल्यूएशन बना था. आर यू गेटिंग माई पॉइंट? आज अगर आप मर्जर्स एंड एक्विजिशन में भी काम करते हैं, वैल्यूएशन निकालेंगे, there are a lot of companies, the valuation comes exactly based on their data assets. We call the rise of intangibles. We'll start with that. We'll talk about the DPDP Act provision, and Sahu sir was right, but he was partially, he couldn't complete it. There are some offenses, it says 250 crore per case, per instance. So if you do 10 times, it will not be just 250 crores. It's 250 into 10, 10x. उतना पैसा आप बोलोगे गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया पागल हो गया. नहीं, there is a reason for that. You will understand why they are doing it, and it is actually to protect us. Because we are $1 billion population country, and we generate a huge amount of data. आपको पता है एक सबसे interesting चीज, I don't know how many of you know, I also came to know this just 1 week back. Per capita consumption of data in India is 35 GB. मतलब हमारा जितना पॉपुलेशन है, हर आदमी ऑन एवरेज 35 GB डेटा लेता है, और वर्ल्ड में सबसे सस्ता डेटा इंडिया में अवेलेबल है, और वी आर वेस्टिंग इट ऑन ऑल द शॉर्ट वीडियोज एंड ऑल द थिंग. इट कैन बी यूज मच बेटर. सो वी विल टॉक अबाउट द डेटा सीट फ्रेमवर्क्स एंड द नेक्स्ट फ्रंटियर. I think my main objective of the session, I was telling sir also, chairman sir also, what is the services we chartered accountants should be able to give it in this one. And it's very important that we leverage it out. See, time has come. We can't be in a situation, and I'm sorry to use little harsh word, there is a kind of thing which we are trying to do is, there is more and more people trying to do the same work, which is leading to, you remember class 9-10 में हमारा एक statement होता था, write an essay on disguised unemployment. Have you heard this term? सुना है? class 9-10 में हम लोग लिखते थे disguised unemployment. उसका मतलब है I have 2 acres of land, I am taking care of that, I am a farmer, I am busy, I show I am busy. After I die, I have 2 sons, they work on 1 acre of land, they said we are farmer. But there is a disguised unemployment of 1 person. Because that work can be finished by a single guy, there are 2 people doing it now. And that is something we should not let it happen. So this is the kind of interesting thing. This slide, it took me some time to analyze it up. More and more organization, if you take 1975 as a baseline, 83% of the assets which used to be there in the balance sheets were all tangibles. But if you come to 2026, And if you have been seeing it up, I would highly recommend you one of the, आपने इसका रेड हेडिंग प्रस्पेक्टस आपको पता है वॉलमार्ट ने फ्लिपकार्ट के लिए डाला है, आप उसको थोड़ा सा एक बार एनालाइज कीजिए, बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग फैक्ट्स मिलेंगे. आई एम एक्चुअली यूजिंग द नेम ऑफ फ्लिपकार्ट बिकॉज आई नो सम फ्रेंड्स आउट देयर एंड they gave me some information which I, wow, this is interesting. This kind of things is moving. The valuation of an enterprise is totally gone now. And there is a corporate tipping point coming out there where more and more organization, मैं आपको एक example देता हूँ. You heard from my introduction that I worked at Infosys. At one time, I have come to Infosys Bhubaneswar multiple times because we were doing some work here. At one time, Infosys was on top of the game. Our share prices below 1000 चला गया था, अभी बीच में 940 हो गया था. What is changing? What business worked 15 years back will not survive the new onslaught which is coming. And that's something we need to understand. There is a term, fiduciaries. आपने ये सम तो सुना होगा ना, fiduciaries, fiduciary. As chartered accountant, we were financial fiduciaries. From a perspective of good corporate governance and all things, we used to work it out. Now, there is a change where we need to go to become someone who can actually understand the concept of data fiduciary. This is the new point. Coming to the business data, as Sir rightly said, the DPDP Act. If you see the whole timeline, it started with Justice Puttaswamy's judgment which came where they said right to privacy is actually a fundamental right. After that, government has done a lot of back and forth discussions and everything, and at last DPDP Act got passed in 2023. But udhar bhi, with all due respect, there was two lobbies fighting. Do you know which are the two lobbies which didn't want DPDP to come? RTI lobby never wanted DPDP to happen because this is like one Right to Information Act. The second one was privacy, कि we will not give it up. A big fight happened, but ठीक है, जो भी हुआ. At last, rules got drafted, initial things, and we are right now, abhi, we are here taking it forward. This is one or two slides which I want to tell you because DPDP I can keep on talking and the whole session, we have some singer also coming, it will all go away, you can blah, 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 I can keep on doing it, I don't want to do that. The main thing is that there are three important roles. Data principal, the person who is sharing their data. अब एक क्वेश्चन आपसे, आप में से कितने लोगों के पास में एक एप्लीकेशन है मोबाइल पे क्रेड, CRED, हाँ क्रेड है, ओके, क्रेड पॉइंट्स. क्या आपको पता है आपने उसमें क्या क्या एक्सेस क्रेड को दे रखा है आपके फोन के ऊपर? हाँ, सब कुछ दे रखा है. आपको पता है क्रेड जस्ट रिसेंटली इतने साल से काम कर रहा है, but just because of DPDP, they have now taken license from RBI. Earlier, they were not even bothered about that. And they were collecting data at a very, very fast pace about us. And you may think that इसका use कहाँ करता है? सब जगह बिकता है. आज अगर मुझे पता है कि साहू सर everyday morning goes from this place to this place in his car at this time, purchase this, what are the things I can target him at that point of time? What is his financial position? Can I actually take it? Can I get data, more better data than what CIBIL score will tell me about Sahu sir? All this data is been mined about us without we even knowing. So for the first time, government says, no. You should be having a data principal who's the main guy. Second, there is a data fiduciary, the person who is collecting all the data and doing it. And there is a third part, because I may not process the whole data myself, so there is also someone who's a data processor. They made sure that all these people has their role defined and a kind of checks and balances has to be brought out. the most important being notice has to be given. मैं आपको अभी बता रहा हूँ, अगर आपने क्रेड बिफोर कोविड इंस्टॉल किया आपके सिस्टम पे, वो कभी कुछ बोलता भी नहीं था, वो मतलब बस दे जस्ट सेड गिव द परमिशन, स्टार्ट इट अप. आफ्टर नाउ DPDP इट विल चेंज द वे वी आर डूइंग इट, बिकॉज दे हैव टू टेक द कंसेंट ऑफ द डेटा प्रिंसिपल. और इसका अगर कंसेंट नहीं लिया, it may become a big issue. There are penalties for this also. And don't you think it will also be applicable to us as chartered accountant also? You are processing a lot of digital personal data about client. If digital personal data, if it is not digital, it is okay. That also we need to have a look at. Notice is nothing but you have to give the notice to the person and take the consent. And this consent has to be recorded and stored. If it is not there, it will go for a toss. And यहाँ पे आता है, if you are processing anyone's digital data, personal data, without the consent, it will become a big, big issue. And here is a new term which has come, SDF. Just like we have large data or taxpayers, there are something called SDF. These people are very interesting. अब एक बात सोचिए, State Bank of India, don't you think they are very huge? They have such a big area to cover, number of people who are there. All these people will have more obligation to deal with the data. जैसे साहू सर बोल रहे थे, हमारा क्रेडिट कार्ड का डेटा कहीं भी चला जाता है, हमने एप्लीकेशन दिया. आपने एक चीज नोटिस किया, आज आप कोई भी नया कंपनी रजिस्टर करते हैं, कोई भी नया पार्टनरशिप करते हैं, बैंक स्टार्ट कॉलिंग यू फॉर opening things and all things. Where is our data going from? There are multiple leakage which happens. It reminds me of something very interesting. आपको याद है when we were doing articleship, what data we wanted personally for ourselves? मतलब as an article, what information we wanted? I'll tell you about myself. Huh? Whenever I used to go for any articleship like engagement, मैं हमेशा चाहता था कि मुझे पेरोल का डेटा मिले. हाँ, तो पता चलता था कि CFO को कितना सैलरी मिल रहा है. तो फिर एक दिन जब हम लोग भी CFO बनेंगे या फिनेंस में जाएंगे तो हमें कितना, फिर ऐसा भी लगता था, अरे वो मैडम तो काम ही नहीं करती, उसको इतना सैलरी दे रहे हैं. All that kind of thing used to happen. Now what happened was, and I'm telling you a real case, we had an engagement for one of the South Indian industrial group for all South India. 6 entities we have to cover. हर एंटिटी में जाते थे, IDR में सबसे पहले हम लोग लिख के देते थे पेरोल डेटा देना है, तो we will review it up. Most of the places they gave. When we went to Chennai, the CFO said, no, this data we'll give it to only the partners, confidential data. We will not give it to you. So I said, okay sir, but we wanted it. बोला नहीं ये partner को देंगे, confidential data है. We said, sir, can we check all the compliances? बोला हाँ, compliances check कर लो. तो we started with ESI and PF. So you understood where is that? You try to safeguard data from one side. It will go out from other side. Please understand, this is actually happening as we speak. आप सोच भी नहीं सकते. आप एक काम कीजिएगा, आज घर जाके दो मैं जगह बता रहा हूं. आपने आज तक .onion वेबसाइट, .com वेबसाइट सुना होगा, .org वेबसाइट सुना है. How many of you heard about .onion sites? Onion, प्याज. No, right? आप ओपन कीजिएगा, एक ब्राउजर है Tor ब्राउजर, एंड इट इज कॉल्ड द डार्क वेब. सर्च अबाउट योरसेल्फ, आपके बारे में कितना डेटा बिक रहा है मार्केट में. You will not be even aware that people are selling data about you. Dark web बोलते हैं उसको. And it is all .onion site, not .org or .com and all things. That all extensions are .onion. Where this is the reason we are talking about these things to happen. और अगर आप उतना नहीं करना चाहते तो एक काम कीजिएगा, एक साइट है Have I Been Pwned, HAVEI Been Pwned, PWNED. उसमें अपना ईमेल आईडी डाल के देखिएगा कितना जगह पे आपका डेटा घूम रहा है, आपको ही नहीं पता होगा. That is the data leaks happening and all that kind of thing happen. And this is the reason, जैसे साहू सर was saying can you see the penalty is very high? And why we are doing it? आपको लगेगा कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया पागल हो गया कि इतना ज़्यादा हाई है. देयर इज अ रीजन फॉर दैट. इफ वी डोंट मेक इट दिस मच, globally we can't earn the respect of other nations that we have a good data protection facilities. I will request you to check out something called as GDPR, and this is the case study, British Airways. They were fined for leakage of data about their customers. What I'm trying to bring out here is, if we are not trying to make this kind of things, it will become very easy for someone to just go away with that with 10 lakh, 20 lakhs fines. So for the first time, government has said you should have a proper checks and balances. And I'm telling you, please understand. आप एक बात बताइए, आज अगर इनकम टैक्स एक्ट इजी हो जाए तो do we, it is going to have a good thing for chartered accountant or a bad thing for chartered accountant? Bad thing for chartered accountant. Complexities are needed, and DPDP is one of the most complex right now, because if you see the kind of thing, I am again trying to take it up. इसमें दो area है, can you see? Failure to implement security safeguard, 250 crore per breach instance. And if you don't notify also, 200 crore per time. It is a very high value they are trying to put it up there. And all these things are something which are doing it up. So this is my first part of the presentation, we do it up. ये हो गया the problem statement. अब आते हैं solution पे. This is where the solution part starts. Earlier, we used to have balance sheet which will give you what's happening in your organization. As on that date, what is the situation of your asset versus liability? Now, we are moving to data sheets. Here, this is something which is becoming very important. I'll not go into the gyan out here. It is self-explanatory, but I want to tell you one thing. आप एक term search कीजिएगा आज जब आप घर जाएं, dark data. What is dark data? आपने दिवाली पे कभी घर की सफाई की है ना? क्या क्या निकल के आता है? ओह, ये बुक यहाँ पे पड़ी हुई है. I wanted to read these things and all things. There is a concept which has come out called dark data, that every organization in the world have around 40% of the data which is there with them, which the company also don't know कि हमारे पास वो data है. 40%. Is it a small amount or a big? It's a big amount. That's the first thing, that just like fixed asset register we used to have it, FAR, can we create a data class, personally identified information, sensitive information, where the source are there, what is the consent, where we are storing this data, उसका processing किसके पास में है, retention कितने साल तक रखना है, 8 साल, 10 साल, 12 साल, depends on all of the thing. And most interesting, there is a new kind of work which we are also doing for client now. We call it data governance audit. You can call it as data inventory audit. उसमें होता ये है कि we have to just identify where the data is located, who is keeping it, and take that forward. Because DPDP, the first thing you should know is what you are trying to protect. That would be the data. And if we can do that, all of us know about ICAI. We have a new thing right there. Instead of internal control on financial reporting, which is to be kind of thing, now it is going to be internal controls over data processing, IOCDP. And this is somewhere similar to how ICOFAR was going to do that. Data controls are going to become very, very important. And friends, all these things what we are talking right now, these are not futuristic. Already ये सब चीजें होने लगी हैं. There is a requirement for, our institute has also come out with, if you are aware of that, in this whole life cycle, what you are seeing on the screen, this is the complete life cycle of a data which is there. every time we need to have a clear understanding of how, what controls are there and how it is being working it up. And this opportunity is big because they said in India there are going to be more than 3 million enterprises which will require to do it up. अब आप एक छोटा सा हिसाब देखिए. Do you know RBI का regulated entities कितने हैं? Because I am actually on the standing committee of analytics of RBI. RBI has 11,000 regulated entity, NBFCs, banks सब मिला के. SEBI के पास में करीब 27,000 regulated entities है. यहाँ पे हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं करीब 2.7 million, which is 27 lakh. Don't you think it is going to be a very interesting thing? I know it will not come to the lower strata of businesses immediately, but the bigger size itself, there is a lot of things to be done. And that's something we need to look into. Even from RBI perspective, I just thought I will try to give you the banking perspective. RBI is also talking about that you need to look at it from a perspective of PMLA and the master circulars which are issued. Data part is something which is a common thread across the thing. And this is one last issue which I want to talk about before we go into the opportunity. Data is not only lying in the companies, it is going to outsider also. How do we make sure that the third party, which is like your processors, are also keeping it safe? So this part becomes very, very important. And some of the other things which are coming out because of this is, how can we do a fair valuation of the corporate data if I am trying to sell it? Like for example, आप एक बात सोचिए, क्रेड, आपने उनका बिजनेस मॉडल देखा है? वो सिर्फ डेटा कलेक्ट कर रहा है, किसी किसी को बेच रहा है, उनका क्रेड गैरेज भी है, other things are there. They want to know this person has how many cars, what he does, this things, that thing. At one point of time, they are going to sell this data. WhatsApp will sell the data. Everyone. आज एक साइट है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की, data.gov.in. आप गए हैं कभी उस पे? Yeah, that's a good site. वाहन का सारा डेटा गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया खुद बेचता है, जिसके कारण इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज विल कॉल यू सेइंग आपका इंश्योरेंस वो जाने वाला है. It's happening. It's a new economy which we call is the data economy. And there, fixing the risk and accountability becomes very important. And here I want to bring up the AI risk. Okay, अब देखिए a very interesting thing is that we all are using AI somehow or other. ChatGPT वो सब use कर रहे हैं. Are we knowing what are the risk? Because you are putting, okay, आज एक काम कीजिएगा. If you are using Claude, ChatGPT, Gemini, whatever, go to the history and ask one question to all these three agents or foundation model. Give me the most secretive thing you know about me. वो ऐसा dangerous चीजें निकाल के देगा, आपको लगेगा इसको ये भी पता है मेरे बारे में. Try it out. We are putting so much of personal data on this kind of models without knowing how it is being used and all things. And these things can lead to a kind of this public LLMs we call it up, where we are putting our data. हम लोग कई बार client का data भी उसमें डाल देते हैं and all the things. This could lead to a bigger challenge than what you can think of. Because all these things are being used directly or indirectly in kind of thing. आज आपको पता भी नहीं होगा कि आपका एक आर्टिकल ने ले जाके, and this is I'm telling you आर्टिकल का इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ, I'll tell you. आपने एक चीज नोटिस किया, suddenly in your office, some of your employees have started sending beautiful emails. Yes or no? और आपको ही पता है, हमें ही पता है कि उन्होंने वो मेल नहीं लिखा, right? Someone else is writing it and getting it out there. All that things are happening because people are using left, right, center. I had a friend of mine, I don't know if you know this very big firm in Bangalore called Guru and Jana. They are 500 people firm, very big firm. I was talking to Guru sir the other day, he said, they have given their people Copilot, Claude in the office, but they are very feeling risky that we have signed an NDA with the client कि information बाहर नहीं जाएगा. कोई आदमी उसका फोटो लेके अगर अपलोड कर दे डेटा का, how do we protect ourselves? This is becoming a big issue कि कुछ data जैसे mergers and acquisition related things are going on this kind of things without them knowing it up. These are the new risks which are there. And all these things are creating AI systems which are not meant for our kind of thing. So I'll just leave this one and go to a very interesting thing, the new kind of issues which is happening because of this thing. आज अगर आपको कोई भी कंपनी के बारे में रिसर्च करनी है, सारा इंफॉर्मेशन डू यू गेट इट ऑन परप्लेक्सिटी एंड ऑल द सर्च इंजन्स व्हिच आर देयर? यस. But how many of you heard about the deep fake problem which is coming up there? There was a control that I'll just tell you, if you can see, एक वर्बल और फेशियल कॉल करके हम लोगों से परमिशन लेते थे कि ये काम कर सकते हैं. ये जो केस है हांगकांग वाला, आप सर्च कीजिएगा. This CFO was cheated to the tune of, this happened in 2024, where the CFO was called by the group CFO on Zoom call, not one time, 16 times. Calls हुए, discussion हुआ, and he was asked to transfer 25 million USD to someone else, saying that you will get a journal entry passed and we will make sure we adjust your money out there. और ये पैसा गया. This is going to happen. See, we call ourselves the financial custodians. These are the new kind of risk which are coming and are going to impact us. So, what we can do? This is my last slide which I want to focus very much, because the other parts are all just this. I think if you really want to build up a practice or a career, this is the sunrise sector. Privacy is one area along with data which brings a very deadly combination. And here, the first thing which is the easiest or the low-hanging fruits is DPDP preparedness. उसका एक नया नाम भी है मार्केट में, I don't know if you've heard this, gap assessment. आपको कुछ नहीं करना है. This is what you are doing as is. This is what is the to be. What is the gap? Act क्या बोलता है? Don't you think chartered accountants are very comfortable with any law? Law मिल गया तो हम लोग आ रहे. This is section 2 से start करके we can go everywhere. This is the first part which is big demand right now, gap assessment. And you will be shocked to know even NGOs are asking for that. Big corporate to hai. Even NGOs, everyone, whoever is processing PII, personal information, has to do that. The second one is very new area which I would request you to try. We call data trust audit. Can the organization know? जो मैंने अभी आपको सिचुएशन बोला था कि आप पेरोल रजिस्टर नहीं दे रहे हैं लेकिन वही डेटा कहीं और तरीके से जा रहा है, ये सब चेक करने का जो काम है, that is the independent attestation which you can provide very clearly that this is something which is happening there. The third one is a new area, AI governance. All of you know AI is built on a very basic fundamentals, garbage in, garbage out. If the data which you are putting itself is wrong, the AI will work on that thing. How do I make sure that there is a proper control in terms of internal control over data processing? Instead of ICOFAR, it will be ICODP. That is the new area. And the last one, DPO advisory, where data protection you can actually provide the advisory. My thought process is these are the things which you can actually focus on. And it's more exciting in terms of dealing with that. And we are the ultimate custodian of corporate trust. If the corporates are changing from tangible to intangibles, don't you think our services also need to change from tangible to intangibles? And most importantly, we need to have, and this is something very important, a transformational mindset. See, आज 2026 में हम लोग बैठे हैं. इमेजिन कीजिए यही एनुअल कॉन्फ्रेंस अगर 2002 में हो रही होती, and if someone would have told you that in another 3 years or 5 years, every document would be signed by digital signatures and don't have to go to, the ROC for filing and all the thing, लोग हंसते उस टाइम में. बिकॉज अगर आपको याद है 2000 में जब वो सब होता था, हम लोग फाइलिंग के लिए जाके खड़े होते थे लाइन में, सील मार के आते थे, आर्टिकल शीट में सब किया था. लोग बोलते ऐसा थोड़ी होता है कि सब हट जाएगा, सब कुछ चला जाएगा, एवरीथिंग विल बी डन. It happened or not? It happened. Please understand one thing, world around us is changing faster than we can think of. It is high time we start leveraging. And यहाँ पे एक चीज याद रखिएगा, early bird get the prey. If you are going to come when other people have done it, forget it up. It is not going to be something where you can add it up. Have a transformational mindset. Try to see this opportunity. अभी आप बोलोगे एकदम क्लैरिटी नहीं है, क्लैरिटी नहीं है, इसीलिए this is the best time to get into this. You frame the clarity, you work on that, and then take that forward. Okay? So that's all from my side. Thanks. Thank you very much. I know it's a little new topic, but I just thought I'll share with you. Thank you. So.
Mr. Jangit to elaborate a little bit. This DPO, well, there is no restriction of a particular qualification for that, so chartered accountants can be DPO. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Sir, I think this is very interesting point what sir says. We can be the data privacy officers, and it is actually a kind of taken as a kind of thing because we have a better understanding of the business and all things and compliances, and that is the reason more and more I am seeing company secretaries and chartered accountants are someone who are actually pushing for this one, and we should do that. Yes.
Thank you. And the applicability also, I think we need to tell them.
Yes, no, that's fine.
Applicable is, who are processing digital data in India, as well as foreign companies who are offering goods and services to Indian public. I think I expected it.
No, sir, it's fine. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sirs. Well, this marks the end of a very intellectual session concerning digital personal data protection. And this also marks the end of the first wonderful day of this wonderful event, Infinity. I remember dating back to our student days, how we used to dread this subject, if we all remember. One was ISCA and the other one was Information and Technology. But somehow we couldn't just run away farther from that. Ultimately, we're landing on the same page. Either we embrace the technology or we are just kicked out of the race. So choice is upon us. Well, we'd like to take this opportunity to thank Sir Anand Prakash Jangit, sir, who helped us really providing an insightful journey into this wonderful world, which is going to be our future. In fact, it is our present. So I'll take this opportunity to please request member Cuttack branch, CA Abu Saqib, to please come over and present a memento to the speaker of this session, CA Anand Prakash Jangit, sir. And it's time to honor the chairman of the session, CA Mihir Kumar Sahu, sir. I'd like to request past chairman of Cuttack branch, CA Ravindra Goenka ji, to please come over. requesting you all to please join us by max 7 p.m. because we will be having a wonderful musical evening. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'd like to once again, remind you all about the coupon system that we have introduced. So it's going to be 500 per person. Please get your family and friends along and have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you.